inseguridad lo hizo más fácil para ti. El día que me falte tu piel, ¿qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? No seas parte de mi amanecer. ¿Qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? El día que me falte tu piel, ¿qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? No seas parte de mi amanecer. ¿Qué será? ¿Qué será de mí?
Ella lo sabe, Luné, Luné.
Va cogiendo el filé, Le gusta la verde, le gusta entonar. Aquí estamos chile, Party, 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 nos ponemos farria. Nos encanta el perreo, Habla mucho, mucho, pero ¿dónde están los haters, baby? Que no los veo. Los dos en la pista, esto se puso feo. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Ejo le gusta lo malo, lo underground. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Suri no queda al que siempre me round. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Ejo le gusta lo malo, lo underground. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Siempre estamos a la altura, pero perreamos ambientado.
Vamos a pecar con perreo, baby. Te veo con un flow criminal. Aquí en el party se siente como el ambiente nos lleva a otro lugar. Con perreo sin tona, todos estamos head, también en la zona. Solo cuando pone freaky, 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 freaky tona. Canta como loca porque se emociona.
Nena, seguro que todos esos shots se pusieron a fluir, Baila cerquita, pa'lante y pa' atrás, si quieres encima de mí, Duro, 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 pam, pam. La jeva le gusta lo malo, lo underground, Duro, 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 pam, pam. Suri no queda al que siempre me round, Duro, 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 pam, pam. La jeva le gusta lo malo, lo underground, Duro, 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 pam, pam. Siempre estamos a la altura, pero perreamos bien down.
Y baila todos los reggaetones y se saben mis canciones como si fueran oraciones en la misa. Tiene carácter de guerrera como Tony Caero, pero conmigo ya está bien sumisa. No es mala mía, si anda sudando. Tú pasas todo el día conmigo aquí gozando. Y tras, 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 y no es pa' tanto. Esto es una prueba que apenas estoy empezando.
No seguro que todos esos shots se pusieron a fluir, Baila cerquita, pa'lante y pa' atrás, si quieres encima de mí, Duro, 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 pam, pam. La jeva le gusta lo malo, lo underground, Duro, 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 pam, pam. Suri no queda al que siempre me round, Duro, 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 pam, pam. La jeva le gusta lo malo, lo underground, Duro, 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 pam, pam. Siempre estamos a la altura, pero perreamos cogiendo el filé, Le gusta la verde, le gusta entonar. Aquí estamos chile, Party, 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 nos ponemos farria. Nos encanta el perreo, Habla mucho, mucho, pero ¿dónde están los haters, baby? Que no los veo. Los dos en la pista, esto se puso feo. Duro, 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 pam, pam. La jeva le gusta lo malo, lo underground, Duro, 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 pam, pam. Suri no queda al que siempre me round, Duro, 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 pam, pam. La jeva le gusta lo malo, lo underground, Duro, 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 pam, pam. Siempre estamos a la altura, pero perreamos bien down. que basta, mi amor. Pero mira, abandonas. Sabes lo que basta, mi amor. Sabes lo que basta, mi amor. Sabes lo que basta, mi amor.
Join Face It, play Siege, win prizes. With 45,000 Ubisoft credits up for grabs every week in the EU Open Cups. Join the action at fce.gg/R6EU.
Ladies and gentlemen, Siege community on a global scale, welcome back for another day of Latam. The competition is hot. It is topping the Scoville scales. It is looking like a Carolina Reaper pepper. That is not how you say that word, but I tell you what, we're going to be saying a lot of words over the course of tonight. We had some spectacular matchups already throughout this playday, and it's only been one show. And you are in luck tonight as we get a double bill. Back-to-back, Saturday and Sunday, stunning games. It's going to be absolutely sexy Siege, and I cannot wait to step into it. Very, very excited to kick this one off. We have banging games the entire way through. If you've missed any of BR6 this season, you have been missing out because it has been topping really all of the charts. It's absolutely up there. It's astronomical. It is out of this world, and the man that will be joining me on this incredible conquest, of course, is also out of this world. Some people say he looks a little bit like an astronaut. Some people say he looks somewhat like the characters from Among Us, specifically the white astronaut from Among Us, but that could just be his bald head. I love him though, and I will always be so excited when I get to cast alongside him. I'm of course talking about Ace of Pyrite. Producer Simon, bring on my man and let me kick tonight off.
Just a constant astronaut's helmet. That's the look that I'm going for, Jackie. That's what I aim for when I'm getting ready for the big night out. I'm thinking astronaut. I've hit it nail on the head.
It works. It works, Tim. I think it's a good look.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
Mate.
Let me tell you, I get zero interest. I mean, I'm married, so I'm not looking for any. But it'd be a nice compliment every now and again.
You know,
it doesn't come, Jackie.
That's all you want.
Astronaut is not the look that people are going for.
Just someone to tell you that you're looking good today. You know what I mean? That's how you start off a good day, Tim. And I'll tell you what, everyone that's tuned into the stream, you're looking good today because you're in the right place, Tim. We got a lovely bunch of viewers that will be joining us on what should hopefully be a very exciting broadcast.
We've got the best viewers in the world, Jackie. There's no two ways about it. If you're getting into Latam, English speaking Latam especially, you know where it's at. You know what's going on. So well done, you.
Oh yeah, you've found us. You've unearthed the hidden gem of the Siege community. At this point, you know, we're a bit rough around the edges, Tim, but we'll get someone in to shape us up. A jeweler, I believe that's what they do, right? They'll refine us, give us that nice little shape, and then sell us at a higher price later on down the line.
I'm not sure what sort of price they'll get for us, Jackie, but you know, if a bag of chips is what they're looking for, maybe we could secure that for them.
That is true. That is true. You know, out of both of us, yeah, we're probably the salt and vinegar chip combination. But Tim, the games today, mate, they are going to be such a delicacy. Far, far more than a bag of cheap chips. They're all looking fantastic. I think we really have done well. And I know I've already said it a couple of times this season, saying this could be the best day of games. But Tim, this could be the best day of games.
It really could. There's some, as you say, big games coming up with big teams. But the one that I'm really looking forward to, we'll get into the schedule, don't worry about that. But the one that I'm really looking forward to is the last game of the day. I say it every time, Jackie. I say it every time, but I just really want to see MIBR play again.
Oh yeah, MIBR are a fun team to watch, man. We've seen a lot.
They
of
just
growth
look dangerous.
They do. And I think it's also fun because it's against Santos, right? And this is now Santos's chance to take that as a bit of a benchmark. Potentially a game where if they get an upset, we are going to be going absolutely wild. But if they lose, we'll be looking towards MIBR to have a bigger and brighter season. Talking of burning bright, goddamn, Goyo, he can really kick up the heat, can't he, Tim?
Tell you what, one of those Vulcan shields goes and you know about it. They are almost as hot, Jackie, as our hottest game of the day. And as hot as the improvements that we've been bringing. Producer Simon hits us again with another. There it is, the Goyo game of the day.
As you can see, that one is going to be trailblazing, burning white hot, definitely. Keep it locked, tell your friends, get the tweets out there. If you've got one of those electronic smart fridges, you know, you put the stream on it. So that way, at least maybe the family dog or anyone walking through the kitchen can watch. Because NIP versus Team 1 is going to be ridiculous.
Oh, it's not one to miss. It's just going to be... We've already had NIP come in and get a win against Team Liquid in the very last round of 24. It was 13-11 across 2 maps. It was an absolute nail-biter. And this is going to be even more so. Our Team 1, the team who can run them even further. Can they run them to a draw? Can they even put them in the dirt, Jackie? Can they leave them in their rearview mirror like they did to Team Liquid in the last stage?
A lot of questions. A lot that will be going into that matchup. I am very excited to kick that one off. But let's reel it back in a little bit. Of course, top game, the one that is coming up first here on the show, the opening best of 2, is Team Liquid going up against Ints. That will be our initial best of 2 for today. Now, Tim, we've seen a lot of Team Liquid this season. We're seeing the improvements that I feel like Mav has definitely brought to the roster. It feels like it's working out for them. Ints, though, they're still a little bit of an anomaly in my mind.
Yeah, they've been sort of on the cusp of... They felt like this throughout stage 1. They feel like they're right there, just ready to start claiming big wins, and then it just doesn't all seem to click at the same time for them. And again, it's going to have to click today because they've got Team Liquid, a very good Team Liquid, to be fair. Now, we've seen last week, if you remember, particularly last play day, Nesk was a little bit quiet. Now, I watched that game back this morning, Jackie, and I kept a little eye on him out of interest, and he just seemed to be a little bit out of position every now and again to me. Palu stepped up, he always does. This is the danger with Team Liquid. You get one or the other coming through big, and Team Liquid are going to be interesting to watch today, just to see exactly who shows up.
Oh, definitely. It's, I suppose, also a little bit more spicy, right? Because we've seen them switching things around a little bit. They said they've been open to readjust the roles and something needed to change. Liquid, they looked like they were near perfect, but they weren't perfect. Now they're starting to get closer towards that dream. Mav's done a lot for the team, but talking of teams, let's move on to Ints. And specifically, let's get into the full 5-man roster, as this is a side that has a lot of excitement. If you're looking for explosive Siege, a team that can really walk in and effectively just run the gauntlet of upsets, Tim, I think that does encompass Ints.
We know that they've got the ability there. We keep saying this about Inch. We know that they've got the talent. They've had some big players. They have their share of the big moments. Now, looking at the roster, you're going to pick up on players like Wits and Alemo. Wits particularly, maybe a little bit quiet in the previous stage, but he's really come into the fore. 48 and 33 so far on the kills, 6 and 5 on the entry, going very strong. And Wits is certainly one to keep an eye on for you today. Keep watching him, see what he does, see how he gets involved in those entry kills. But what they need more than Wits and Alemo, particularly today. They need one of those others, possibly VNX. He's had some big rounds over the last couple of games, so they need that third player at least to step up, give them a solid core, and then they can work forward from there and maybe just push Liquid to the edge.
Yeah, no, you are right. You are right. If they're going to go toe-to-toe in the cell against Team Liquid, all of them need to be close towards boiling point. Let's have a look at Team Liquid. Of course, the roster that I'm sure most of our viewers will be familiar with. They have dominated in Global Siege. They are the big dogs, and they've got the biggest dog for my money in Brazilian Siege, Tim. I'm going to give that mantle to Palu every time. But it's also the fact, we look at Palu, who else is on there? Nesk, naughty Nesk himself. This team has so much firepower.
I'm going to throw it out there, Jackie. Palu is not just the biggest player in Brazilian Siege for me. I can't quite stretch it to the biggest player in World Siege simply because I will never nail that down to one person because there are just too many facets to a Siege player's game to absolutely nail one player as the best in the world. But Palu is top one. Simple as that. No matter how many others join him, he is up there. He went 15 and 7 in the second map on the last play day, and we felt like he'd had a quiet day, Jackie. We hadn't been shouting his name. And that just goes to speak of the consistency of the man and exactly what we expect. We had a chat with him afterwards. He was relaxed. He was quite happy with the result, and it just goes to show how much he's enjoying his Siege. But I did mention Nesk earlier. It's not that we need to see more out of him. Team Liquid are getting wins. He had a quiet game last play day. By his own standards, I'm sure he wouldn't mind me saying that. I hope not, because by his standards, it was a quiet day. One thing I particularly pick up on for Nesk that is a stat often overlooked is his survivability. Generally speaking, Nesk's survivability is up there with the absolute best of them. It's usually around 50%. So what I mean by that is he is surviving over half of the rounds. He's not dying. 27% last play day, Jackie. Half of what we would normally expect. So he's died in a lot more rounds there. And as I say, he just seemed to be finding himself a little bit too far outside of that deployable shield, or maybe his ADS just a little bit low to win that gunfight. And he just didn't quite seem as sharp as maybe he always is. But I'm sure that he will come back with a bang. Absolutely one of the best players in the world still, no doubt.
Absolutely, man. I mean, all of us have our off days. It's one of those where when he sort of slowed down a little bit, the team around him was able to step up. And I think that's one of those that that's what you need. In a team like Team Liquid, you have to have those variables. You need to be able to step up if one of your players is underperforming, even if it is only slightly. So hopefully we'll see a little bit more of his normal self coming out today. Because, of course, Liquid, they want to keep that top spot. They want to make some moves this season. And if we get into the standings, we can see how it is starting to shape up as well, because there's been a bit of a feud going on between Team Liquid and Team One. Both of them getting to play tonight means an awful lot as well, and there's even the opportunity for NIP to try and snatch some points, Tim. So that top three could have a bit of a shuffle based on tonight's games.
Oh, it's getting spicy up there at the top. There's absolutely no doubts about it. Now, for anybody looking at sort of wondering why we're looking at combined standings particularly, the reason that we're looking at those combined standards is because it's particularly important down the bottom end of the table, because this is what will decide who goes into that relegation battle. So that is why this is particularly important. The major spots for this time around will not be decided on these combined standings, but on the stage 2 standings. And don't worry, we will keep you updated with how that top 4 is looking on that side of things as well. But overall, for the 2 stages, particularly important, Santos and Fury are battling out at the bottom there. Santos coming away with a real coup last time out, Jackie. Big win against Furia for them.
Oh, yeah. I think we've actually got a bit of an update as well to our standings, so we can visually represent the positions and what they mean a little bit better for anyone out there that at a glance might take a bit of a quick peek and want to know who is in a good spot. As you can see there, obviously Team Liquid up in rank 1 right now, meaning they would qualify through towards that major stage, which is what all of these teams are fighting for. And that's what the green icon will represent, as it is a competitive position to be in. You want to try and go towards the major and be able to fight for a big placement towards the end of the season. Of course, Santos and Furia in risky territory down there towards the bottom. Santos probably the only ones that are going to have a bit of a sigh of relief, Tim, after walking their way out. Right now, you can see the 4 teams, of course, that are making their way through to the major this stage. If they remain in these positions and keep going at the rate they are and don't get bested out, of course, it's still early doors. We're only in week 2 of this stage of BR6, but those are the 4 teams, Tim, that could be going to the major.
Absolutely. I think it's worth giving producer Simon a little shout there. That's a fantastic way of representing those sort of 2 different pieces of information. The stage 2 only standings, which are the green numbers there. Those are currently the top 4 teams if we are just looking at stage 2, but the overall standings being particularly important for the bottom end of the table. So it's just a nice way of combining the 2. I think that's definitely worth a shout. But how about that, Jackie? W7M and MIBR currently in 3rd and 4th place. Now, there's a long way to go yet. Nobody's played more than 3 games, you know. NIP, they are pretty limited. They've only played 2 so far, I think, for NIP, 2 games. No, 1 game, is it? 1 game? They played Liquid. We'll get there. But, there's a long way to go, is the top and bottom of it. Teams are starting to shape this up, though. If we look at FaZe particularly, FaZe, they've only got 1 point out of 9 so far, and that is going to run away with you very, very quickly.
It will. And we don't really want to let this game start to run away from us, so we're going to try and catch up with it now by stepping into the veto, Tim, because of course we need to predict where this is going to go. You've had a bit of a renovation when it comes to your map sheets. Can you give me the prediction this time around, Tim? What are the 2 maps we're going to be seeing for this series?
I need more than a renovation, Jackie. I need a renaissance is what I need. I'm having an absolute nightmare. I come on here and I'm like, oh, Nesk had a quiet day last time out. It's absolutely justified. If he sat back at Team Liquid HQ saying to the boys, Ace is having a nightmare this season. It would be absolutely true. But yes, I've done a bit of digging, a bit of looking, and a bit of sort of theory crafting. The problem is that the teams have actually been very unpredictable so far in the map bans. So we've had teams coming through with consistent map bans, and then all of a sudden they just choose to play them, and you don't really know where it's coming from. Are they trying to cover a few things up, keep us guessing? I don't know. But based on what we've seen so far, based on the maps that I particularly think Ints won't want to play against Team Liquid on, I think Ints, they're not going to be keen for Consulate. That much I would suggest. They've lost on there themselves. We know Liquid are super strong. And they've consistently banned out Coastline. So I think those 2 go out of the way. We've also got Villa as a consistent ban for Liquid. So my 3 would be Clubhouse, Cafe, and Oregon. I think that's where we'll be deciding the final 2 from.
All right, well, let's get into this. Simon, bring on the veto. Let's have a look how things are shaping up, and then we'll step into this series to kick off the day. It is going to be a tasty little best of 2 tonight, and it seems like in terms of the bans, we are looking at going towards Oregon to start, a classic tasty mix, and then Concert to close us down, Tim.
Well, I mean, I've certainly had an improvement. That much is fair to say, Jackie. We've got Oregon Cafe as 2 of the final 3, but Consulate, that is a wild curveball. And the reason that it's such a curveball is that it's Ints' choice to go there. As I say, they've lost once on Consulate, and Liquid are Liquid on Consulate. We know how solid they are. They are really good on there. That is a bold choice from the Ints team.
That is quite a cheeky one, indeed. It's certainly going to make this series a little bit more interesting once we get into it. And I just can't wait to kick this off. Oregon to start. I mean, Liquid, we've seen how well they can play on the map. They can come out swinging going into Consulate, Tim. I feel like, again, it does quite heavily favour Liquid. I don't know. The way this is shaping up, it feels like it could be a fairly fast 2-0 win for Team Liquid if they play to their usual calibre, as we are going into the game relatively soon, it seems.
I think we will be getting it in there any second now. But we are in for an interesting day for Ints, I think, if nothing else. It's going to be a tough one for them because coming out, Oregon and Consulate, it's maps that Liquid have shown themselves to be strong on. If anything, Oregon, I think they've been 50-50 so far, Vince. They've got a win and a loss on there, I think it is, from memory. They have the potential to come and snatch something away from them. As I say, they need those players stepping up. There's no two ways about that. They need all three stepping up as a minimum, with VNX in the mix. I've got a Lamau and Vitz down there as well, obviously. But I think Liquid are too strong here.
All right, well, it looks like we are ready to get into things. Game's already just gone live, but don't worry, we've just caught up. We've just got our feedback, and we are ready to kick it off going on from this point. Luckily, we haven't missed out on too much. Only the ban phase that has come through, but of course, once we get our overlay popped on, yeah, that'll be represented over the top, and you'll be able to take a glance at those. We'll also have a bit of a chat about that as well, Tim, because obviously we have just seen the announcement that's gone out from Siege Global, whereas Echo is now banned from competitive play, until he has been fixed, of course, due to the resounding bug with the Yokai drone.
Yeah, I think it's the right decision. We've seen, we saw it previously, and we've had a lot of Echo bans. It has been sort of shaping that operator banning phase, so not too much of a surprise. At the end of the day, if it's not right at the minute, then let's get rid of it and let's just focus, on getting the best games that we can. So that's exactly what we are going to see today. Now, I can tell you, I haven't seen the site yet, but it will be dorms. I think I've just peeped a little silhouette of a bomb through the wall there. We are up on the top floor of Oregon. So what are we going to see from Team Liquid on the attack? What we're going to see is a lot of attention paid towards Attic, generally speaking, and then we will see a little bit of a pinch developed from the master bedroom side. So you try and get in through that closet wall into the games room that we were just looking at there a second ago. Try and get these defenders in a pinch, get them spinning on the heels, get them looking in multiple directions, and then start to pick the kills up and think about Sexy Cake getting in and getting that diffuser down. Now, you heard me right there. Not PSK anymore, Jackie. Sexy Cake is taking full responsibility for that diffuser, and it worked out well last time around.
It did indeed. Sexy, he's definitely fell into that role with relative ease. It worked quite nicely for him. He's been able to pick up the pieces, and for PSK, he has been making pieces out of the opponents he's seen. Really been hitting his shots. It feels like a resurgence for him, and it has been good to see. Now, that's not to say that we won't see frags from Sexy Cake. As you can see already in this round, he's starting to kick things up. Running amok with the entry frag onto VNX and putting the Wamine to an early grave. They continue on as well. Nesk, he heard you were talking smack, Tim, and he wants to smack up some faces to try and redeem himself, going out gunning as he shuts down another man, and it puts us into this position. A 4 versus 2, Ints outnumbered 2-1 here, in some really unfavourable angles. Unless Drunks does something miraculous, it feels like this is about to fall to pieces.
And it will do. Drunks does start to do something miraculous. He gets 2 for himself with the Alden-esque, and Sexy Cake going down, but Moringa put in the diffuser down on the ground. It's Duds 1 versus 2. Can he get the first? Absolutely not. Drops out of ADS at a terrible time for himself there. Shut down just outside of games room. Ultimately, it is PSK who will put him in the dirt and secure round number 1 for Team Liquid. Good starting attack from them. We saw exactly what I was discussing, that pressure coming in from both sides, clearing Attic out, moving in, and also getting themselves into game room. It becomes very, very difficult for the defenders at that point. You find yourself pinned back all the way against the double window and right back into kids' dorms, and it is a hard place to fight your way back out from. So Team Liquid coming in with a very solid start. Now, it's worth mentioning with those bans, the operator bans, as you know, obviously we've had them called out now, but we didn't really get much of a chance to discuss them. Now, Interestingly, Monty and Clash coming in again from Team Liquid, Jackie, and that is something they have been doing consistently, especially in the last play day as well. They are not playing against Shields at the minute.
No, they're not indeed. Obviously, it's a bit of a double-edged sword in the sense that Sexy Cake, he's very proficient when he's on either of those two operators. There's so much that he brings to the table in the sense of some of his rush plays on the Monty. He can be very quick, very decisive, and effectively just act as a massive body shield to blockade the bullets that will be raining down towards Team Liquid. On the Clash, he can do so much at wasting time. We've seen him in 1vx's, even 1v2s, where he somehow pulled it out of the bag by just being a shocking nuisance maker and really just taking the mickey out of the team that comes in to try and shut it down. Unfortunately, obviously, none of that will be in play this time around, and as we said as well, Echo, he's not in the rotation. He is going to be completely out until the issues alongside that has been resolved, so that's why you won't be seeing any of him throughout today's play days. But the playdate is at hand. And of course, the first round went the way of Liquid. It was a bit of a lockdown there in the opening round. There was a chance for Drunks. He did have to do something barbaric, and he nearly did, Tim. He started fighting back, right? Clean 2K. I liked his aggression on towards the player getting the diffuser down, but it's just not enough. He couldn't clutch the unclutchable in a position like that. Let's see if we can get themselves a second round once again here, as they've already started to gain control towards the top floor, of course, sending Palu out, that massive sledgehammer, rip up the floorboards, and give yourself vertical angles to try and get an early verti-frag.
It's that Alder, Jackie. That's why Drunks nearly did it. It's an absolute mischief maker. It's the sort of, it is the can I see the manager of the Siege world, I think, is the Alder.
The Karen of the gun world.
It really is that gun that you bring out when you think, right, there's complaints to be handled here, and I'm about to dish out some answers. And that's exactly what Drunks tried to do, but unable to. Now, we can see Ints came in here with quite an aggressive defence. They had 3 roamers up on the top floor, on the mid floor, but they've dropped them away a little bit. They've actually been forced back to site reasonably quickly by Team Liquid, and they're now able to start opening those hatches and just making it difficult for Ints down on the site halfway through the round, and that's not terrible progress for Team Liquid. It depends ultimately where their intention is to push from, but right now there's a lot of pressure being applied through construction into bunker and also from that hatch in the meeting area, just down into electrical, trying to create a bit of havoc around pillars and rear stage and try and get that breathing space for the bunker push to come in. But right now, Ints, they are holding quite resolutely here.
A tenacious defense. You're absolutely right. They're not pushing up. They're not getting overly aggressive. No risky plays. Ooh, okay. I mean, that was quite risky. The wide swing coming around, it looked like they were really fully committing to attempt to get an early frag here to defend the entryway. Shield going to go down. Duds, will he be mirroring that? Will he be broken like a shield as his face is going to get ripped off by the Ash charging in? Ness picking up a 2K, but Alaral replies in kind with Big Papa Pump, turning the corner with the shotty and shutting down one man. It's a 2 versus 3 into the round. We have about 25 seconds left here. And VNX, the Nitro going out. Ooh. That could be a decisive play as it bombards onto PSK and leaves it all down in a 1v2. Moringa, he gets the trade, switches to the skeleton key, but will he be able to turn the tide of the round? He's out, shotgun, Big Papa Pump. The skeleton key's done it, Tim.
Shotgun versus shotgun, and ultimately Buck reigns supreme, and that is somewhat unusual. The skeleton key is certainly lower on damage than Big Papa Pump in that situation, but whew, that was a close round with a lot of back and forth. How about that Nitro onto PSK? And let's not forget, nice. last play day out, Jackie, we had the double, the double Nitro from PSK down in Clubhouse. He just launched it over the shield to actually win the map for Team Liquid. It really did close that one out. It was looking bad as well. I think it was 3 versus 5 at the time. PSK, he just absolutely dumps a 3-pointer in from the halfway line and just bang, double kill. But today, he finds himself on the receiving end of that, absolutely dunked on by that Nitro.
Really nice. Really, really nice play. All of it was quite tasty. That was a round that I wasn't quite ready for, to get so hectic at that point. We're easing in, Tim. First game of the day. We've gone 0 to 60 real quick. Straight the big MPH.
No such thing in Latam, Jackie. There is no such thing as easing into these games. And we're heading into round 3 now, and Team Liquid, they are not letting Ints rest for 1 second here. And all I can keep thinking about, Jackie, in the back of my mind is there's Consulate next. There is Consulate next, and Team Liquid are looking like this. Nesk, he's come out. He's basically sending me a direct message, isn't he? That's like, right, I've heard you, Ace. I might have had a quiet day. I can't deny that, but that ain't going to happen again. And this is what I said. Ultimately, that's the point I was making. It certainly wasn't a question of Ness' performance overall, more a comment on, what we'd actually seen and the fact that it's unusual. And right now, it's just showing why Liquid is such a strong team. It's, as we said, Nesk has a quiet day. Palu steps up. Palu, he's not been, red hot so far, but Nesk just steps up and takes the kills. If Nesk's going to come out like he has, it's difficult for anybody else to find the kills.
Right now, in terms of the stats as well, looking back over, right, 4 frags to 2 deaths, that's pretty damn good, because we're seeing the entry frags come out. He's being able to trade off the back of that. He's staying alive into the late round as well. Unfortunate in the manner which he got blown away into the previous one, but other than that, he really has been performing quite well coming into this opening map. The entire team of Team Liquid, though, leaving it down to the wire. The fact it was a 1v1 with a clutch from Moringa off the back of the skeleton key, the difference that a split second could make with a reaction there, well, that very well could have been a one-round split for Int. We'll see if they can bite back, if they do have some steam left going into the third now, or if Liquid will be able to win the half already. And keep in mind as well, these rounds have been quite fast. Like, the game hasn't actually been live that long. Round 1 was pretty speedy. The second didn't feel like it was actually anywhere near as long as it was. This is seeming to be quite a high-octane game, Tim.
Well, it's whipping by at the minute. This is top down on the highway, Jackie. Just, I was going to say hair whipping around, but obviously that's not the case for me, as we all know.
Roof's off, ear hair blowing slightly.
Maybe getting a rustle, a push. We can see Team Liquid, they are mounting a very similar attack to the one that they used in round 1, and that is to push in through Attic, gain some control, and then apply pressure through this area right in front of us. The Master Closet getting themselves into game room. So at the minute, they are just going about clearing out any utility that they might need to. Now, Drunks, he needs to be very careful there. He does dip himself away, just gets himself out of dodge because he knows that those Escaros pellets are about to open that wall any second now. And we will see and hear that happen. So that is yet another line of sight opened up for the attackers. But let's remember, they do work both ways. But with the way Team Liquid are shaping up today, Ints are going to be having to be very careful about swinging onto those exposed angles.
All right. Timing-wise, it's starting to get relatively late into the round. Obviously, there isn't a lot left to play with, but there's definitely nades left to slay with. Over the top rope, Sexy Cake timing that and dropping it onto VNX. A perfectly cooked potato. Another one coming in. Surely not 2 kills off the back of the frags. Instead, it will force Duds out of position, allowing Palu to overwhelm him with a hailstorm of bullets, the peak from the shotty, but it isn't going to matter. As again, Moringa punishes another man, Alamau, slain, and it is all on Vit, the Goyo himself, charging up the stairs, looking to get into position, but his face will come round the corner, but it will be blown off, and it will go around on its own, finished off by PSK with a lovely little tap.
I can't imagine how Ints must be feeling right now, Jackie, because I am sweating sat at home watching this, let alone trying to play against this Team Liquid. They are absolutely electric right now. There is no two ways about it. They are running over Ints, and if this carries on, we are in for a game of short order here, and it's not going to look any prettier on that second map. And right now, Ints, they need to find themselves a way. They're going to be heading back down to Laundry. They certainly put up a good fight in round 2 on Laundry. They got themselves all the way down to that 1 versus 1, but I think it was Alemao just unable to close things out. He was left with every tool he needed, really. He was in a close quarters situation. He had the shotgun, and really, I think he'll be thinking that he should have won that one. He should have won that head-to-head. But ultimately, it was Moringa on the book, able to close things out for Team Liquid and just pile more pressure onto this defending side of Ints. And they're going to be feeling right now like, what can they do? They've got frags on the board. They've managed to whittle away the man count of Team Liquid in rounds, but just unable to finish them off.
It's one of those rounds that you kind of have to try and move away from as well. As much as it is going to plague you and it potentially could affect your mental a little bit where you're thinking about those 1v1s, if you don't get your foot in soon as well, the bigger the scoreline gets for Liquid, right? The more you're sat there stewing every round after you die, just frustrated in that play, thinking all the difference a 1 versus 1 could have made. But you got to forget about it. You got to move on. At this point, it is hindsight. There's nothing you can do to change that. The timeline we've got here, though, isn't looking great for Ints. Already, Team Liquid. 3 rounds on the board. For my money, they've won the half, and I don't even think that's going to make them slow down. They'll push harder here, Tim, looking to get as much as they physically can off the back of this one. Cheeky angle in play, coming around VNX, going to fire off a few pot shots, trying to at least spook them and keep them back for a few more seconds, because they've really taken a bit of a fast step into the round here, Tim. We've only got 2 minutes and 19 seconds left, and look at the amount of map control Liquid has. They've forced back all of the early game roam from Int. They're effectively grouped up on site, turtling up already.
I think hints have maybe been a little bit quick to retreat when they've been playing on this side. As I said, they were defending aggressively the last time we saw it back in round 2, and they had 3 roamers on the mid-floor, but just completely collapsed back to site within the first 30, 40 seconds. And I think right now, Team Liquid are playing aggressively, and sometimes you just need to meet that with aggression. Get up in their faces. Don't let them get in the building. Don't let them establish themselves. And it's difficult because Team Liquid are sharp, and they are really hitting their shots so far. So, yep, you've always got the chance that you are going to lose those early gunfights, but you can't play as if you are. You can't avoid them, Jackie, because they will find you one way or another. Team Liquid are coming looking for you, and the gunfights will come with them, and so you can't back away from them. You have to step up. You have to try and take them on head to head, and I think by doing that, it might just make Team Liquid take a step back, think about what they're doing, slow down a little bit, and that's where we've seen Team Liquid lose rounds quite often, has been on that time factor. We've commented on it before. Team Liquid NIP, something they've both suffered with, is delaying that final execute up to the last 10-15 seconds and ultimately faltering at that point. But at the minute, Ints are just giving them all the time in the world to play with.
And then you're walking in to what is now, unfortunately, a 5 versus 4. With already a frag advantage with no damage sustained because of the unfortunate nature of it. You can have a field day with this, unless they do something drastic, and it seems like drastic has been the call that has been made. A peek coming out, one man being slain. Oh, that was the tap! It felt like it should have been the frag, but it's not gone his way, leaving it in a 2 versus 3. Oh, the SMG assault could have saved their bacon, but it's not looking likely. Comes down to this, Vitz in a 1v1, full HP versus the very low Palu, fully committing to get the diffuser down. He's got to stick it, and he will be able to get it off. There is no incoming aggression from Vitz. He'll try and reposition now. Palu, you have all of these odds stacked against you. The likelihood of him picking up this clutch is slim, the marginal. Vitz, you've just got to hit your shots with the AUG. Pre-fire comes around, but he'll be able to dodge it. A sneaking suspicion of his location, peers over the top, finds him over the kitchen counter, and hits the shot to take him down. Cleans up and saves them around. A round that looked very unlucky. Going into that 4 versus 5, Tim, without even really having a fair chance of a firefight, that's unfortunate. But they make the best of a bad situation, they pick it up, and now they call for a reho. Standard stuff, we'll get him back in, and we'll carry on with this one.
I mean, you can't rely on 1v1s. You know, we say this countless times. No. Coming back from a 4v5, I'm not going to criticise them for that. Ultimately, it was a good fight back from them. They got themselves into the round quickly. That opening frag is even more important if you've lost a man for some reason to a technical difficulty and you're coming in 4 versus 5. Absolutely, props to Alemo for coming in and taking control of that round. Opening kill onto Moringa, really squared things away. But then it really did come down to the wire. It was bouncing back and forward. Palu, at the end, just found himself on 2 low health. And I don't know if he could have maybe played that a little bit more passively. I don't know if they had any drones left on that they could have placed on the diffuser or anything that could have seen it just to give him that heads up as to whether the disable was coming in or not. I don't know, maybe drop himself back onto laundry stairs. It's a difficult one to call. At the end of the day, he had a few HP. He was doing the best with what he had, and I think Palu did a great job to get the diffuser down. But equally, it was very well finished off by Vitz. He didn't snatch at it. He didn't go dashing in. He was happy to play patiently and just took it on the retake. Very well played from him.
No, it is, right? It also boils down to this now. If you just want a round like that, where it's come to a 1v1, where you've lost one of your players in the early round, well, mid-round really, and had to get him back in, clutching at straws to get a 4 versus 5, they could have had 2 rounds here already, Tim. If they won the prior 1v1, right, they'd have been in a great position. And then you're sat there laughing, thinking, how are we winning these rounds? We've just won another round where we're now 4v5 through no fault of our own. Confidence starts to come back. Obviously, it's one of those, though, where you look at it and you go, okay, sustainability. How many times are they going to win one of these 1v1s? In a situation like that, Palu doesn't take as much damage. He has the confidence to play a little bit more aggressive. Maybe we see overconfidence from Vitz as well, right? If he pushed in, Palu still had like 10 seconds left. He could have come off, spotted the audio cue, gone for a peek, and killed him. Luckily, he played really smart and just thought, look, I'll play for the retake. I'll let him get the diffuser down. I'll come in, clean up, and get a disable. Smart play to make, and he clutched it. But how many times are they going to do that, Tim? Team Liquid are looking really strong already into this. The veto seems to favour them an awful lot. It seemed like the gods of Siege as well were almost favouring them, you know, giving them the 4 versus 5 coming into that. But they fight through adversity, they fight through an awkward scenario, and they do pick up an opening round. They need to get more, though. You can't really afford to give Liquid anything else this half.
No, absolutely not. And to be fair, I think, you know, this rehost could well have come at a reasonable time for Ints. They've managed to secure the round. It wasn't ideal losing the guy, but if you can back that up and get that win, it's really just put a break in proceedings at this point. You've got Team Liquid now. Not only has their momentum been slowed down by the rehost, but they've also just had it ended by a loss coming into it. And maybe this is just the couple of minutes that Ints need to square things away in their own mind and think, right, we need to come back from that strong. And they now come in, pick this round up, round 5, maybe 3-2. All of a sudden you're in touching distance when it feels like you were literally just getting run over by a steam train. So I think it's not the end of the world for Ints just yet, but as I said, I think they need to just play a little bit more aggressively with a little bit more confidence and get up into the faces of Liquid. Don't let them come in and just push you back to site and destroy those roam games so quickly, and get aggressive and do what they want to do, because as we've seen, once you allow them to do that, that's exactly what players like Nesk and Palu are going to do. Sexy Cake's having a great day as well, 2 entries for him, and it's just all going in their favour at the minute.
It is. And luckily for anyone that favours watching some beautiful Siege, we're heading back in as the game has just gone live once again. A snappy remake that time around, which is ideal to keep the momentum for both of these two teams. But to your point, Tim, I completely agree with you, mate. I feel like from what we've seen coming out from Ints right now, again, it's the classic tale of giving your opponent far too much respect and changing your game style around it, which it's not going to work. That's not the good adaptation to make. Obviously, don't go too far the other way with it and charging, going for these ridiculous plays, going for those jump outs, going for aggressive spawn peaks that you wouldn't normally go for, but stick to your guns. Ints, we know they play that very explosive style of Siege. They like to get control of the game in the early round, whereas this time, both of us have kind of noticed, right? It's not really there. There was a few stabs in the dark. They effectively were just going for the buddy system. 2 players would try and hold one angle. As soon as they got contact, they'd back off. They were just playing for contact, so they had a bit of an idea of what Team Liquid were going to execute, where they were going to go in the late round. Don't do that. Stick to your standard style. If you feel like you've got the confidence to go for those early aggressive plays, which we've seen them do many times before, do it. Don't give too much respect from Team Liquid, because you're not going to get it back.
Absolutely not. And as you say, I'd agree. I don't think, going for the big jump outs or the spawn peaks, that's not going to help you, because a team like Team Liquid are going to be alive to that. They're going to be ready for that, especially with Nesk and Palu both hitting shots so far today. You're going to be asking for a bit of a hiding if you do that. But there is a balance to be found in between, I think, where they have been and that point. And that's the balance that they need to find. They need to get in there and hold their ground. There is absolutely no reason why they should back off for Team Liquid. They need to say, right, we're going to hold on to this mid floor, for example, for a laundry hold. We're going to hold on to mid floor, and we're going to hold on for it for the first 1.5 to 2 minutes. That's our aim. And they just need to go out with it in their mind that that's what they're going to execute, and be confident and think, no, this is not just your map to take. We're the defenders. This is our map. We're playing with our utility and our setup, and you are going to have to come and dislodge us. And if that is a roam, if that is aggressively out into the map, then stick to it and go for it. And confidence is massive in Siege. The aggressor often wins those gunfights, and that is what you will quickly find. You come away on the positive side of those engagements.
Talking of confidence, a lot of confident chucking of concussions being done as they launch one after another, sapping up those ADSs, sabling all the magnets that would be able to defeat the oncoming, basically bucket load of grenades that has just been dumped out towards them. It'll deal with a lot of them, but there's still about 1 ADS remaining just on the lip there, it looked like, as we went off for the POV. They've gone for the full rotation around as well. So Team Liquid putting a ton of pressure in one location, trying to make them guess that that's where they're going to be coming from with a mass execute, then going for a bit more of a free-pronged attack towards the late round. Nesk sneaking his way in, starting to walk up towards the doorway as they wait for the call to be made to go for their bombardment onto the site. But will they be left bludgeoned? Most importantly, looking back over on Drunks, I feel like he's the one that could run amok here, potentially. Already spamming out, trying to deal with the Selma charges that are going up, doing a very effective job of slowing them down. They do counter it by dropping a smoke grenade, but you could still just spam. Ideally, he knows exactly where it is, especially off the back of the ping, Tim. He should be able to get rid of it.
Needs a bit of joy there, just needs a bit of lady luck on his side to clear it, but will not have it, and that allows Nest to get the tight angle all the way through to Dorms that he wanted, and that frees up Attic. There is more than one way to achieve your objective here in Siege, and that is exactly what Team Liquid have just shown us. They met some solid resistance coming directly through Attic, but they'll find a bit more solid resistance as Vitz will shut down Moringa with a big opener for Ints there. 5 versus 4 and 35 seconds left on the clock is not in the favour of Team Liquid as a second is found. Drunks on the Alder shuts down Nesk, and right now this is all going in the favour of Ints, and as I suggested it might happen, Jackie, this could be a bitter pill for Team Liquid to swallow. After the back of the rehorse, come in and lose a round and find yourself then 3-2 on the scoreboard when you feel like you've come in so strong. They are still in touching distance. 12 seconds left to go. Team Liquid, 2 men left on the board. PSK and Palu get 1 for their troubles. They have yet got 4 kills to find. It's all going to come down to Palu. He can find 1. 1 versus 3. But with 0 seconds, diffuser out of hand, it is not going to be in round number 5. And that is going to be the second on the board for Ints now, and all of a sudden they've just woken up, Jackie. They've just come into this game of Oregon.
And obviously look at it for what it is, right? You got to take into consideration here with the rounds they've already had. This could be a complete role reversal in the scoreline. This could be a 3-2 in favour of Ints if they won a very, very tight 1v1 that went down to the difference between a big Papa Pump SAS shotty versus a skeleton key being rammed down his throat. All the difference that a couple of seconds reaction time can make. And we're seeing that reflected in the scoreline now because that defensive play was a lot better. They turtled up. They played that same similar style, but they executed it way better, Tim, in being able to get rid of utility. You think of how much they burnt through, how long they starved out Liquid, and even when they did go for their push, it was disjointed. It almost left them in positions where they couldn't effectively trade for one another. And also, Drunks did what he needed to do. He was taking down those Selma charges and then just laying down Hail Mary cover fire second after second and ripping his way through 2 pivotal picks there on the Team Liquid. Really quality round, good stuff from Ints. And at this point, who's to say they can't tie it up? Why can't this game end 3-3 at the half, Tim, giving us a much more competitive game to Oregon?
Absolutely no reason at all if Ints can keep showing us what they just did back there in round number 5. It was the hold on Attic for me that really held that round for them. They just, one way or another, found a way to keep hold of Attic. So initially, it was dealing with all that utility raining in. And then as we saw Team Liquid, they found a way around it. They got the Selma charges on the trophy wall, opened things up for Nest to have an angle through. And that did force the defenders out of there. But Ints then hold nice long angles still into Attic, aware that Moringa was going to push through and then aggress towards Dorms. And that's when that defense really starts falling apart because the crossfire is there to be able to get the diffuser down. But they shut the buck down as he pushed through Attic and once again held on to that territory and wouldn't let it go. So then what happened was effectively Team Liquid were left with a one-dimensional push and they were able to cut them down as they tried to push in.
Right. Who's going to be doing the cutting into round 6 though? Will Ints again be able to sever the heads of the Hydra that is Team Liquid, as they have 3 incredible powerhouse players that seem to be transitioning between one another right now with who is going to take the aggressive role into the round. For Ints, Drunk's been doing an awful lot. Obviously, we had the clutch from Vitz as well. The vital signs are looking good for them so far into round 6. A little bit of drone play coming out, getting a bit of info here and there. Some of the positions we can see as well, especially looking over towards Alamo and the Maestro. Basically a one-done angle. If they force him out, they'll lose a lot of map control. They open up that rotation point into the site. It will start to get dicey. He needs to hold strong here for as long as physically possible. Ideally, get 2 frags off the back of it. The paranoia, knowing the drone's in the shower, but not wanting to step around, leave his back exposed and get a bullet in the back of the head. Because of it, he will hold for now. Liquid once again going for the late round execution. Nades coming in. They've been very precise with these in the past. This time it does a little bit of shrapnel damage and also gets rid of his shield, making it more risky for Alamau to wait around after he gets that first kill.
With 2 minutes off the clock, it is not a bad position for Alamo, though. He's going to use the lockers instead for his new cover. It's not quite as direct. It doesn't allow him to be as aggressive with that prior knowledge of what's in front of him, but still, he can hold on, but not when Power comes in and puts an opening kill onto him. Nesk with a headshot onto Drunks as well. Now leaves us 5 versus 3, and this defense is quickly tumbling like a house of cards. Jackie PSK comes in and gets the kill onto VNX. 5 versus 2 right now. Duds and Bits, they're in the kitchen, but they are going to be sweating because the heat is getting turned up by Team Liquid. This is out of the frying pan into the fire as Palu picks up a double onto Bits and Duds and finishes off a flawless round for Team Liquid. They are back with a bang. 4-2, they finish the half.
Lovely little round there, and definitely not a little performance from Palu into that one. The powerhouse himself, we spoke about how he is a bit of a big dog, and he has shown that his bark and his bite are on point. Talking of the bite, though, of the audience, Tim, it seems like they have really bit down on the fact they believe Team Liquid is going to win this one. 89% of the fan vote is in favour of the boys in blue. Ints only getting 8%, Tim.
I mean, it's rough. I think Ints are better than an 8% team, but you've got to think about who they're coming up against, not just in terms of performance in the server, but Team Liquid have got a lot of fans, Jackie. There's a lot of love for these guys around the world, so they're always going to do well in them polls. Am I suggesting that means the poll is wrong? Absolutely not. I would be on the side of Team Liquid as well. I would be voting up there. Ints, they've shown us a few flashes so far that they can make a game out of this. Moving on to the attack, though, it is not going to be easy now. Breaking down this Team Liquid defense, and this round for me is particularly pivotal. We saw this scoreline play out a couple of times last time, Jackie, and 4-2, it's always a bit of a tipping point. If Team Liquid hit 5 now and only need to find 2 more successful defences, it's difficult to see how that is not going to be achieved. They've still got dorms on the cards after they win on Laundry if they get this one, so that arguably you're going to expect to put them on to 6 and guarantee the draw. So can they find one more defensive round throughout the rest of the game without Ints making a mistake? I'd have to suggest that they probably can. So Ints right now, they need to come out strong. They need a great Laundry attack. Get aggressive, get up in Team Liquid's faces, get yourself the first couple of frags and really put their backs to the wall now.
In terms of the operator picks for this one, coming out strong as well. Drunks instantly going on the ace. We saw a couple of rounds from Team Liquid where it seemed almost as if they didn't fancy bringing him along. You know, they were sticking to their guns with the Maverick and the Habana. Ace across the board this season of BR6, and rightly so since he's come into competitive play. The pick rate for Ace has been through the roof. So much usability, very agile. That Selma device can be brought into pretty much every situation. You would have had one of the previous hard breaches in, and it does just as good a job, if not better. So Drunks adopting that immediately into this one. We'll see if that will benefit them over the course of the round. Moringa, he's so good at defending towards that stairway, Tim. The amount of times we've seen him with the shotty and the smoke cans just ruining anyone that tries to push down and leaving them speechless. But if you're not speechless, if you've got some thoughts and feelings about the course of the day at hand, especially this game that is going on right now, then tell us on Twitter, #BR6. Send in your tweets, and me and Tim will be reading them out throughout the course of the broadcast.
Oh, it's one of the best bits of the day, Jackie. I absolutely love looking forward and seeing what the viewers like to come up with for us on the old tweets. Just hearing from everybody, as we've said, you know, this is a community focused, and right now there's a lot of focus coming in through that bunker. And how about that for a tight angle from Duds? He's going to shut down Nesk with a wonderful headshot there. It's absolutely deleting the Jaeger of Team Liquid, and that's going to leave them 5 versus 4 and starts to open up a little bit of a path into bunker. But there is still a man there, still 2 men holding it down. There are deployable shields on either side, and I'm not too sure, Jackie, that this is the correct push for Ints to be making here. With 2 minutes already gone, they have certainly applied a lot of resource to this bunker push, and it has to be successful. If not, they are in serious trouble. And we can see now that Team Liquid, they have decided to give it up, but they have given it up with only 45 seconds left on the clock. They've reinforced the rotation behind them, and that leaves it very difficult now for Ints to make a move and get into sight. We can see the final defensive positions being taken up by Team Liquid. The lines are drawn. The battle is about to be fought. We will see who is going to win this war right now. Ints, they need to get aggressive. They need to push in. The Selma device is opening up the wall from bunker, but with only 20 seconds left to go, kills need to be found. There is still kill a man. Moringa out in the freezer. He could be a big problem on the flank of Ints here. Right now, VNX is aware of it. Alemo, he's going to open things up for them with a kill onto Sexy Cake. And here we go. This is the bloodbath we've been waiting for. Moringa finds one onto Vitz with the shotgun. Drunks is managing to get that diffuser down. There's nothing Moringa can do. VNX has got him held at bay here, and that is great positioning from Ints to allow the diffuser to be successfully activated. VNX gets himself one on the long range to PSK. Palu starts to fight back 2 versus 3, but the time is ticking away. Each second is vital for Team Liquid now as they try to fight through their own defences, battling against their own deployable shields and being shut down 1 at a time, 2 at a time from Alemo and Ints. They finish off round 7, and what an attack onto Laundry that was.
Oh, the pistol whip from the Twitch. Alamar wanting that one to be clipped. That was beautiful. The 2K smackdown at the end. There was so many moving parts into that round that made it really easy for them to pull it off, right? Positionally, they were in great places. They were holding each other's angles so well that there was no opportunity for anyone from Liquid to sneak round without a frag or without at least a trade. And that was backed up by the use of the gadgets, of course. Specifically looking across at the Nomad, the air jabs that were shot out. Just beautiful, Tim. Just beautiful. It denied the rotations. Anytime we tried to see an adjustment from Liquid to bail out a man that was in a bit of a rough position, like Moringa when he was trapped with a shot, he obviously doesn't really have the range to go for the peek out. But if he could have peeked with someone else, if they could have fought together, maybe there was a chance. He could have pushed in and looked to try and shut down the player on site, giving Palu a way in. But oh no, you turn the corner, slapped in the face by an air jab, you're knocked onto your buttocks, and then both of them were picked off in quick succession. Just beautiful play. Really, really smart stuff there from Ints. Brings back the game and leaves us at a 4-3 scoreline, Tim. It's looking hot.
Absolutely cracking attack. We saw a great view of exactly how it's set up, and VNX was pivotal in that. Being on the pillar there, just holding Moringa in freezer, not letting the man out. He was trying to bring some chicken back into the kitchen, Jack. He was trying to turn the heat up. He was trying to make things difficult with the shotty. Got himself one onto Vitz, but unable to make any further impression on the round, and it was all down to VNX holding that angle. He took a couple of pot shots, he let Moringa know that he was there, and he let him know that that corridor was an absolute no-go. And to see a defender so close to a diffuser going down, he could hear that plant. There is absolutely no two ways about that, and there was just nothing he could do. He was absolutely useless in that situation, completely nullified by the Nomad, and that was really, really great attacking play from Ints. Let's see if they can continue it here and level things up. Important round 1 for them.
Moringa spoke about how effective he can be on this angle into the prior round. We didn't really get to see too much of it. This time it seemed like Duds was going to test the waters. Dips his big toe in. He goes, oh, it's a bit cold for me, Tim. You know, the heater's not on. It's not got one of those solar covers that you put over the top of the water to harness the heat, to warm it up naturally. He doesn't fancy it. He runs away.
He'll be on TripAdvisor complaining about the temperature of that pool before you know it, Jackie.
Oh, he probably will. I mean, you know, here's the thing about pools, right? They're nice, but they can also be cold.
Sometimes it's exactly what you're looking for, though, isn't it? Different pools, different needs. You know, if you're in 40-degree heat, I think that you're going to appreciate a nice low temperature.
Yeah, I suppose it depends. You know, you're in Spain, you've booked a holiday there, you're thinking it's going to be a nice little, you know, warm climate for a bit. You get there, you go to dip in the pool, it's freezing, temperature's all right, but it's not warm enough. It's just not acceptable, Tim.
Holiday ruined. At that point, forget it. You might as well pack your bags and head home, Jackie.
Literally, back to the airport, back to Blighty. But in this round, we'll see if there is going to be any big blinding plays that will come out from the side of Ints to bring the game back to a 4-4 split. Or if once again, they'll realise they've left their swimming trunks and have to bail out when they get close towards the pool. The pool this time around being the site that Liquid are defending with their lives. We've got about a minute left onto this one before the carnage kicks off. And finally, we're seeing the signs of aggression. Duds pushing in. Takes down the ADS on the close wall, gets off the reload as well, knowing that no one was going to swing onto him. They've got map control. They're ready and raring to go. Foot is on the pedal, Tim, and it all comes down to timing now.
5 versus 5 still, and an entry frag in either direction is going to be important here. Very similar attack coming in from Ints as we saw last time. We've got them holding down pillars. VNX gets himself into the similar position he was last time when he held down and prevented Moringa from making any real impression into the round from Freezer there, but we can see the Toxic Babe canisters there coming out. 25 seconds left to go, and it certainly just halted the progress of Ints for a couple of seconds here and there. 10 seconds at a time just burning away, and 15 seconds left to go. You've got to favour Team Liquid at this point. The nade raining in. Here comes a big nitro. Will it be successful? Yes, that is one coming in from PSK onto Drunks. Alemau, however, has got himself in a position to get the diffuser down. He's low health, but will be successful. Kills come raining in from VNX and Vits. 2 apiece for each of them. PSK, it's all down to him. He tries his best, but Vits, he finishes things off. 3 on the round for him. What an attack once again from Ints. Team Liquid, it's time to find another site. It's time to move away, because there is nothing for you in the laundry apart from just an absolute nightmare of dirty washing that you cannot get clean, Jackie.
Oh, Tim, they have put them on a rinse cycle there, because they are going in and out like a revolving door towards this site and just dispatching them time and time again, blending Team Liquid into a fine, watery paste. 4-4, the game is tied up, and it is looking beautiful. We were looking at the clutch rounds. We were seeing the course of the game. It was leaving me thinking maybe this storyline is going to give us a bit more. It seems like now we're coming up towards where all the twists and turns are. These are the big, important chapters. When a game's tied like this, heading into the 9th round, it's going to get spicy. Also, just want to bring attention to both of those 6 picks as well, right? Sexy Cake. He's now made the change to go onto the Valkyrie. Especially with the site change they've gone for, moving over towards Dorms, there could be a lot of aggression here. We could see them going for something crazy. Specifically, I feel like the duo of Sexy Cake and Palu, you allow Palu on the Jaeger, once you get those ADSs down, to go for a bit of a wide swing, potentially see if he can net a couple of early frags here and there. That will deny what Ints are doing. Because right now they're relying on the good grace of Team Liquid to let them play a 5v5 late round execute tip. If you now completely change your game plan and take the fight towards them early, Ints might not be ready for it.
I agree. I think aggression would be well placed at this point for Team Liquid. They've lost themselves a couple of rounds on the bounce there. Just the momentum slipping out of their grasp, and they need to do something. They need to take charge of this situation before it gets away from them. They need to get out ahead of this one, and we can see Palu, he's getting himself right down onto that lower floor down the rear stage stairs. He's looking to be slippery and move underneath the map and just try and pop up here and there and make himself unpredictable and difficult to deal with. And right now, Drunks, he's holding a nice angle from the master balcony there through into Trophy. And if anybody peeks that, they could well find themselves losing a limb or two. We've got the Kali sniper rifle on board as well. We've seen great work once that closet wall is open, done by Kali's from that very balcony. It is a long line of sight all the way through to the dorms, and it can be a real difficult one to deal with for the defenders. Starts to really close down some of those rotations, but a minute into the round, Jackie, we have not had any of that early aggression that we maybe expected coming out of Team Liquid. Once again, Ints, they're being able to get themselves set up. They're getting into the positions that they want. Team Liquid need to be careful that they don't allow this execute to come in the late round unhindered once again.
Obviously, they want to make an opportunity out of this, using those cams to go for something a little bit more spicy and get an opening pick on the board. But, as you said, timing-wise, they're missing the boat. He is going to pull away from the dock and leave them in a bit of a worrying position if they don't find something soon. It will be another raw 5 versus 5 scrap when push comes to shove towards the end of round 9 here. As right now, we're almost at the 60-second mark, the final 60, where things certainly start to take a bit of a wild turn. Alam out on the buck. He can tear up those floorboards and ceilings and get the opportunity for a tasty hurty-verty. Shots raining through, but it will be his teammate that gets the frag in the end. Duds coming out clean with 1. Trade from Sexy Cake. Firing back with the MPX and slaughtering Duds in a manner that is quite X-rated, leaving us in a 4v4. Scratch that 4 versus 3 as Moringa scratches Duds out of play, leaving it now in a bit of a scary position. Sexy Cake, he's got the angle. He fires down. depth-defying plays as he'll kill another man. It's getting really bad here for Ince. It's going to have to be some show business. And Vitz does something drastic, jumping through with the SMG and picking up one. Overpowered, though, as the double kill comes in. Lickety-split, and Team Liquid walk away with another round. They left it to the ringer. They waited again for a full 5-on-5 execution. But this time, they hit their shots. They play perfectly against the vertical play as well. That's the issue, Tim. You can open up those floorboards. You can give yourself a vertical angle, but they can shoot back.
I like what Ince were trying to do there. It was something a little bit different. It's not really an attack that we've seen too much of so far. Getting control of that mid-floor and then just moving in with the buck, opening up the floorboards left, right and centre underneath the defenders, just leaving them absolutely nowhere to go. But I just feel like he was down there a little bit alone and able to be picked off by Sexy Cake, and there were 2 kills came in vertically, and really it didn't feel like, as much as it was a good idea from Ince to get the defenders moving, they didn't really prepare well enough to deal with those vertical angles themselves. As you say, they work in both directions and they were shut down from them, and always got to be careful of that. I think quicker movement may be necessary, not leaving yourself in those lines of sight, and just opening up the floorboards is enough to get the defenders moving. They're never then going to stand on top of those open areas and just take away their angles from them, take away the spots that they want to stand in, that they want to hold from, and just force them into uncomfortable areas before you push in horizontally. But a great effort from Ince. I always like to see a little bit of innovation there, doing things a little bit differently. And right now, Team Liquid, they are going to be heading to kitchen and dining. Still not keen to go back to laundry, and that is absolutely no surprise.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Okay. Ince. This is where it gets scary, really. Obviously, you need this round. You can't afford to have any mistakes, be it small or large at this point, because Liquid, they get one more round, Tim. It's guaranteed draw. And that really will knock you for 6. That'll take the momentum out. Because this game still looks winnable. It still looks like there actually is a fighting chance. Because obviously coming into it isn't really what we would have predicted for a game like this. It would have been all engines go in favour of Team Liquid, especially how they've started to look this season. It feels like the momentum is in their favour. But Ince played some solid siege. They've kept the game close. Just take it back to the fighting point. Get it back to a 5v5 and give yourself a chance to win it here and now on Oregon, before we even think about going into Consulate, as of course that is the second map in this one. If you're not familiar with the Latam format, it is best of 2s. We do play for draws, so every round counts from this point forward here for Ince. They need to get the game in a 5 versus 5.
Ooh, we get a little bit of an exchange there, and Palu lucky to escape with nothing more than a graze, essentially. Takes about 20 damage there. We'll just continue to fight from that angle on the Wamar. He will keep himself out of trouble for the time being and just hold down any sort of push that could be coming in from the double window. And we've got Ace using those Selma devices there just to open up some angles. Drunk's just trying to free up his team, trying to get a cheap opener onto somebody, but with a minute and a half yet to go, we don't really have any sort of progress into this top floor yet. Let's remember, of course, that we are attacking onto kitchen and dining. Team Liquid looking to hold on to that vertically and just essentially extending their defense into the top floor here. And right now they are wedged in and unable to be moved by the attack of Ince. And try as they might knock as many times as they have, Team Liquid, they are not answering. Alemo, however, he finds a peek through a window and gets a kill onto Moringa now. PSK, he gets a nice little bob up above the deployable shield and shuts down Vitz, but Alemo gets himself a second on the round. 4 versus 3. But the problem for Ince right now is the fact that Team Liquid are still entrenched on the top floor. They've got 2 men, PSK and Palu, unable to be moved right now. 35 seconds we are down to nearly, and if Ince are going to have to do anything, it needs to be right now.
30 seconds left. The final fight. This is where you got to throw your punches, but don't pull them. Make sure they connect. Chin up there for PSK as he goes over the breach. Straight into the fray. Slain by VNX. Duds coming in with one of his own as well. It's all down to Nesk. Nesk can be a bit of a clutch machine. Is this a round that he can salvage? Cheeky headshot on the Duds. Through the vertical peak there, spots him. Peering over the hatch. And we'll hatch a plan to try and clutch this one. 1v3. It's going to be hard. It by no means will be an easy scenario for him. Spotted out as well as the drone cut. in the Twitch, trying to make it a bit of a shocker for him as he'll spot him out, do a bit of damage, sprints his way around, peering angle to angle, 20 seconds left. If he's going for it, he's got to kick in the nitro and charge his way into the site soon. A brilliant headshot is found. He's doing the unthinkable, but he doesn't really have the time for it. There's only 10 seconds remaining, and the vertical angle will favor the Nomad as VNX throws the clip in the AK and slays through the floorboards, hitting him on the DECK, Tim.
What a long-range headshot from Nesk. It deserved more, really, but got absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of things. As Ints take round 10 and level things up, who'd have thought that we'd be going to all 12 to begin with on Oregon? Jackie Ints are fighting hard here, and right now, I wouldn't put my money against them. I know we had that poll in the Twitch chat, and there was a lot of people favouring Team Liquid, as you would expect. But I said at the time, I offered a word of caution. I said that Ints were certainly better than an 8% team, I think is what I said, Jackie, in terms of that vote. And I think that's exactly what we are seeing right now. They are fighting long and hard, and they are sending a message that they are here to stay on Oregon now. A lot of work for them to do. They're heading back down to the laundry. We've seen them successful down there twice already. Able to get in there, able to play for objectives, get diffusers down and activated on the ground, force Team Liquid onto the back foot. The last two attacks that we've seen into laundry have all been from the sort of mid-left of your screen, where we see Nesk and Moringa now. So we call that area pillars and bunker just towards the top of your screen. It's all come through the control of that area, getting themselves into meeting that we're looking at now, opening up the hatch that Palu has just reinforced, applying pressure vertically down into sight, and then moving in and taking control of the whole of the north side of that area before getting the diffuser down on the ground. Will they be able to rinse and repeat, or will they find themselves on the ringer, Jackie, and just held to account from Team Liquid, who should by now, after losing twice to the same attack, have got this figured out?
You'd hope so. You'd hope so. But it seems like everyone is starting to figure out, Tim, that this game is a banger. A bit of a slobber knocker is forming. We had a tweet coming in from Vanny, who says, I didn't expect this match to be so tight, but I am loving it. Little horse emoji there, clearly representing the Team Liquid symbol, the big mighty horse. But they need to use those hooves, Tim. They got to start kicking back against Ints, or this game could slip away from them. It's tied 5-5. This is the dream scenario to be in. If you get around here, you have a guaranteed draw against Liquid. You won't want just the draw, though. They want to go for blood, Tim. They need to get a win off them. That would be pivotal for Ints, and it could also do some damage to Team Liquid's season. If they suffer a loss here tonight in one of the maps versus Ints, that could really come back to bite them the longer BR6 goes on this stage.
Oh, it could be defining. There's absolutely no two ways. And coming into Consulate, I've commented a couple of times that I'm concerned for Ints on there. They've taken the pick, but they've already lost once on Consulate this season. Team Liquid, we know, are very capable on that map. But if Ints can come in and steal this away from Team Liquid, especially after the start, rather than the horse that we see on the logo of Team Liquid, they could be left feeling like they've been absolutely run over by a stampede, Jackie, as they just are battered and bruised coming out of Oregon with Ints fighting back the way they are now. We can see this time around Team Liquid are holding a high line up towards pillars, up towards bunker. They are not going to let this go without a fight this time around. Nesk, he's going to take one, he's going to dip away, he's going to fire the reinforcement up, and that's going to lock bunker down and prevent any easy access, at least for Ints. Now, they've only lost the Ash, they do still have the Ace of Drunks, so they can open that wall up with a Selma device, but with 1 minute left to go, Ints, they need to speed things up and get moving here. They haven't made the same sort of progress that we've seen from them previously in their two successful attacks. Now, Twitch is in there doing work. He's going to take out one of the Maestro cameras, but there is still one left that will be feeding information into Team Liquid. 45 seconds left on the clock. Ints need to start finding some frags.
Time is of the essence, and that time is ticking away. A ticking time bomb is deployed, though, from Moringa as he dashes out that smoke canister, the sanguine arsenic that will be getting into the lungs of Ints and slowing them down massively. And they cannot afford to waste any time here, but Moringa's still got two of them in reserve. None of his utility has been baited out into the round, but he's going to get baited and shut down. A mass train of frags coming out. Nesk, from his position, is pivotal, slaying his way through on the Jaeger with a clean 2k. running and gunning as he dispatches both of them and picks up another round for Team Liquid. They left it late. They went for the execution. Effectively, again, a 5 versus 4. Ints having the disadvantage and it not going the way it has gone so many times before. They had confidence taking them towards Laundry, Tim, but this time it finally is won by Team Liquid. And that is a pivotal round to win. 6-5, a guaranteed draw. The best Ints can hope for is to contest this one as a draw.
The positioning from Team Liquid was key there. Having the man hold a high line up inside of Laundry, as we saw, just prevented that late push that we've seen from Ints the last couple of times where they try to get themselves into a position to hold down the plant. They are confident holding Moringa back in freezer from the pillars position that we saw VNX do so well previously. But whilst there is still another defender opposite Moringa's position in Laundry, it makes that very difficult to do because it doesn't matter that Moringa can't get out of freezer, because your second man is going to hold the opposite angle and prevent anybody gaining access to the plant spot that they were looking for just inside of the double door. And that's exactly what we see. Kills raining in. PSK, Palu, Nesk all getting in on that final flurry, all getting in on that grand action to finish things off in round number 11. That is going to give Team Liquid one singular opportunity to close this out and get the win that their fans will so surely feel like should have been a certainty coming into this matchup. But Ints, they have once again shown that they can play with the big boys. They can push them all the way. Can Ints grab something out of this? Can they get themselves a draw? And for me, what an exciting finish that will be, with lots of comments to be made about draws, Jackie, but in a best of 2, coming into map 2 on a draw between Team Liquid and Ints, that to me feels lip-smacking and mouth-watering as we come in with the potential for Ints to still take away the majority of points from this matchup.
Oh, man. You gotta just let it, if anything, fire you up and keep your confidence at an all-time high, because it's a great result. And I think Ints, they're the type of side that would know that and realise that they have made a major feat here if they get a draw off the back of this one. Then going into Consulate, it's a scary map to take Liquid too, but you've taken them there to prove a point. Show them why that map is a big exclamation mark, and exclaim into this round why you're going to go there. So they've still got about 2 minutes left on this one. It is a 5 versus 5. No casualties yet. You've got time. You've got firepower. And you need this round. It's all been building up to this point. Conceding the prior one, you can forget about it now, as your only outcome is to guarantee yourself a draw. Will the defensive hold of Team Liquid live up to the mark once again? Trying to shut down those Selma devices. Looked like one of the charges went off before it was spotted, so only a small window opened up. This does provide a drone hold, though. He'll get that in for a split second to get a bit of reconnaissance done, but they find more than just information. They find a frag, Alamal, shooting up through the floorboards, and he will board up one man. PSK put into a pine box and shipped off to the graveyard, leaving us in a 5 versus 4 here with 1 minute and 10 seconds left, Tim. Ints could do this.
Vertical play more successful this time around for Ints. Alemo getting a great opener onto PSK there, and that is the mute off the board and a shotgun with it. So that will start to free up a little bit of movement for them. Nesk, it looks like, has been forced out of Attic as well. So far, so good for Ints. They need to now start thinking about 2 things. 1 is getting another frag or 2, and 2 is getting themselves into a planting position. We can see Team Liquid at the minute reasonably settled and happy to hold these long angles. Out goes another one of those toxic babe canisters, and that is going to slow the push for the time being into Games Room. Now, really could do with finding a peek into the back of sight at the minute. They're trying to use that long angle through the Attic for the time being, and Vitz, he's going to take some big damage on the Kali from a run out, but will survive to keep fighting. Not killed and manages to just dip himself out of sight, and now we're going to have a flurry of action in these last 10 seconds as we can see shots begin to get exchanged. Sexy Cake with a big opener for Team Liquid on the Nitro. Gets a second for himself. Palu punctuating that one. 2 kills come in for Ints. 2 versus 2 diffuser going down. This is all down to the cover being held by Duds right now, but he is shut down, as is VNX, and that's going to be the round to Team Liquid, and that was close to finish things off, but ultimately that diffuser could not be activated, and Team Liquid, they were alive to the danger. Duds, he'd taken too much damage in the early round and couldn't hold them off, couldn't hold them away from his man.
Oh, Tim. I think the only thing that's rough for me there off the back of that last round is Ints. They had this resurgence really in the game where they stopped giving so much respect and so much firepower back to Team Liquid, where when they'd get a frag, they'd react off the back of it. Into those last 2 rounds, once again, it looked like they were a little bit timid. Obviously, fair play, right? In the prior round, it makes sense. You were in a 5 versus 4. Yeah. They kind of didn't really fully commit to the site attack. They wasted far too much time, Tim. In that last one, though, you got the pick. You got the entry frag. Build off that. Try and get something going rather than such a disjointed attack where they were 1v1s with no trade potential, and they just gave the game away.
It was the perfect start for them, using that verticality, gaining success with it this time. I thought, yes, that is going to give some confidence there. They've failed last time around on the vertical play, but this time it just cements the fact that it works for them and might just fire them up and into this round. But Liquid, they played it smart. They just dipped themselves deeper into site. We know that site can be difficult to assault if you've got 3 or 4 men in the last minute back in the kids' dorms and main dorms area. It's very difficult to push into. We've seen 2 versus 5s won from that position for exactly that reason, because the angles are tight and they are difficult to push. And ultimately coming down to a diffuser going down with VNX, Duds on full health, maybe he can do a little bit more about that. I think what actually happened, he was holding the angle from attic door. He wasn't aware that there was a flank coming through the rotation from kids' dorms. That's where he was shut down from. And then at that point, VNX, he's all alone. He's 1 versus 2. He's pinched. He's trying to get the diffuser down. It's just too much for him to do. But what a showing from Ints. And really, it sets us up for a great map too. I think a draw would have just given them a bit more propulsion into Consulate that they might actually have needed. I still favour Team Liquid for this overall.
Well, we'll find out if Team Liquid can take the second map in the series. Join us after the break as we head into Consulate.
Sé que están hablando mal de mí, porque superamos más de ti. Esto todavía es la nueva, ahora la controla a mi manera. Me dice que la quiere tocar, sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar, solamente quiere jugar. Me dice que la quiere tocar, sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar, solamente quiere jugar. Sé que están hablando mal de mí.
Join Face It, Play Siege, win prizes. With 45,000 Ubisoft credits up for grabs every week in the EU Open Cups. Join the action at fce.gg/R6EU.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We are going into the second map in the series. Consulate will be kicking off very shortly. Tim, I think it's fair to say Int, obviously unfortunate loss there. It could have been a draw. It also very possibly could have been a win if a few small adjustments, a couple of mistakes could have been remedied on the fly. We'll see if they have a fighting chance to get themselves a victory here though, as we head into their map pick of Consulate.
You don't have to look too far to find the difference, Jackie. You know, look at that 1 versus 1 early on. We had the SAS shotgun up against the skeleton key. How many times out of 100 is Moringa coming away with the kill in that situation? It's not going to be too many, to be honest with you. And that could have been the difference between that loss and a draw. It literally was one round. That is all it would have taken. And Ints will know that. They'll know they weren't a million miles away. And I'm sure that they'll carry some confidence from that coming forward into Consulate now. But they are going to need it because although it's their map pick, I just feel like it's the even bigger test for them. Oregon, we've seen Team Liquid do well on there. We've seen them struggle on there and get draws. So there was always that possibility for Ints to come away with something. But here on Consulate, I'm really expecting Team Liquid to find their stride.
Okay. Map bans coming in this time around. We get Maverick, Thatcher, Valkyrie completely taken out of the mix. Now, again, for any new viewers as well that might have not spotted the Twitter update that went out from the Rainbow Six Esports account, Echo is officially banned from competitive play at the moment in all leagues until the bug around his yokai drones is resolved. So you won't be seeing Echo being picked or banned throughout the course of the show. Mirror being taken out of play this time around though. Tim, as we head into Consulate.
Mirror, a reasonably common ban here on Consulate. There is a couple of uses for up on the top floor, can make things difficult, but I would counter that by saying generally the mirrors are reasonably easily cleared on the top floor. There's generally a window or a line of sight that you can find somewhere that will look onto those gas canisters to get them cleared out, but certainly very useful down in garage. We see them played from security quite often, looking towards the big triple door of garage and able to completely shut down those pushers. Now, PSK looking to bring the fuse along, and you might look at that and think, how often do we see the fuse? But we have seen it once or twice played so far here in Latam. And you've got to remember, those fuse charges are particularly useful at clearing out utility. So if you can burn away those ADSs with them, it's, you know, only one operator needed to clear out all of the ADSs. So then the other utility of the attackers can sometimes find a little bit more success.
We'll see who'll be getting the great success on a map like this, though. If Ints can get themselves at least a draw out of this, try and mess with Team Liquid's play day, or contest, go 1-for-1 on the split, take a map win to their map win, definitely do some damage to Liquid's results for the day. And of course, benefit Ints greatly, as this is one of the fixtures that if you can get any points out of it, you will be smiling from ear to ear. This is one of the harder games of the season that Ints will have to face, so to drain some points away from the Liquid Lunatics would be the ideal outcome. Obviously, we'll see if that'll go down, though, as they start off on the defense. The attacking side of Team Liquid coming out swinging, you'd imagine, into this. We do also get a little bit of fuse play. Can be quite exciting. He brings along the new breaching tool as well. To be honest with you, it's really not had much time to be used throughout the course of Stage 2 so far. I think we've seen it once where it's fully been used, maybe once or twice where it's been brought, but never actually used in the round.
Team Liquid on the attack of Consulate are very good. That is fair to say. If there is a weakness for them anywhere on this map, it is generally on the defense. And I think that's reasonably fair to say that's common across the board more often than not. But the big strength that Team Liquid have got, particularly looking at this individual site down on Garage, is getting the diffuser down. So we've seen them so far in Stage 2 play this particular site, attack onto Garage. We've seen them do it 6 times. Now, in 3 of those rounds, they've managed to get the diffuser down, and a 50% plant rate is not too shabby at all, Jackie. It really does make it difficult, especially on this site. It is one of the most difficult retakes in all of Siege, essentially, and with the piano control that they are now gaining, it gives them full vertical access to the site. They're going to clear off the Kaid Electroclaw there. I'm not sure Ints have tried to hold on to that area quite strong enough, but out goes the Electroclaw, and I think that will have some impact on the Selma breaching device. I'm not sure if it will catch the first breach or not, but it may well shut it down after that point. We can see a Nitro is primed and ready there for the vertical attack, but I think right now it's not going to have any success. No, it will be blown, but will not find its man.
Ooh. Okay, well, got yourself the early entry to work with. Still got 50 seconds left on the clock. Moringa busting out the big sledge and starting to rip up bits and pieces of the floor so they can peer their way in. But they might be flawed if they don't realise there is a potential flank developing. We're seeing a slow roam from Int, a backstab that could pay dividends towards the end of this round. Nesk fighting for yellow stairs with a very clean connection. Lovely shot onto Duds, running amok into the round. That was clinical. If they can keep this up, it should be said and done a Team Liquid round. VNX, he's the roamer I was talking about. Hot drops his way through the vent, going gunning as he slays his way through Moringa, bringing it back down into a 2 versus 4. Outnumbered and outgunned, but they keep on gunning, showing they're handy with the steel. As Nesk's overthrown, it's a 2v2. They enter through the same point of view, walking through the doorway together, paranoid about the vertical play from Team Liquid. They're in some really good post plants here, though. That's the scary factor. Losing this round from this point forward for Liquid should be a slim to non-possibility. There's no way they can throw this one away. Alamau bailing out towards the yellow stairs, but Palu, all he's going to see is red as he slaughters him in close range proximity there. Cleaning up a lovely opening round for Liquid.
Team Liquid staying consistent and getting the diffuser down in garage when attacking. So good at creating that space in and around those two vehicles, the white van and the black car, able to take control of that area extremely well and get that diffuser down consistently. Sexy Cake it was in this case that moves in and gets the briefcase activated on the floor. Now, quite unusual to see a fuse kill, particularly that opener PSK onto Vitz. It's not something that we see too often. As I say, Fuse usually brought along for two purposes. One is to clear utility, but the second purpose that is sometimes overlooked is to push defenders around. It's to move them, to get them out of lines of sight, to flush them towards those waiting lines of sight of the other attackers on the horizontal angles to try and get those kills. But unfortunately, the Kaid this time around was just unable to move his way. He couldn't get anywhere because he was locked down in crossfire. And Vitz, he has to take the L on that one and gets shut down by those little explosive hockey pucks coming out of the fuse charge.
You don't want to be hit with those. Do you enjoy a bit of hockey, Tim? Are you a fan of the sport?
I saw a field.
Ice, preferably.
I absolutely love a bit of hockey. Yeah, fast and furious sport, isn't it? Very enjoyable. I've been fortunate enough to see a couple of the American professional games live as well. So yeah, very, very enjoyable. Big fan of hockey.
I do like a bit of hockey, mate. I always, whenever I go to visit a friend of mine in San Jose, we all go and catch some Sharks games. Always an enjoyable time, especially when you get the front row seats. You're right up there. You just see teeth flying, people getting knocked all over the place. Tim, that's what I live for. That's why hockey is a big sport in my mind.
Oh, it's serious. It's just 60 minutes of absolute wall-to-wall action. And talking of wall-to-wall action, that is exactly what we are getting served up in the server today with Team Liquid facing off against Ints. And if you look up at the top of your screen, you will see the wonderful addition that our production team have brought for us this time around. There's always lots of questions in the chat. What was the score of the last game? Who won the last game? Well, flick your eyes to the top and you will see exactly that. Oregon 7-5 to Team Liquid, and they managed to take a hard-fought victory there. And we've seen some really big plays from both sides. PSK coming out with the big play on the fuse charge there, just looking to clear out some of that utility and get this attack moving for Team Liquid. Successful so far on the bottom floor. They are looking to get a bit more success on the top floor.
It looks like Liquid, they're not only getting support in the polls and in Twitch chat, but also over on Twitter. John coming in with a tweet saying, what a match, let's go, Liquid, hashtag BR6. Now, that is the hashtag we want you to use as well if you want your tweets up on screen throughout the course of the play days here at the BR6. We love that bit of community interaction. Cheers, John. I hope you enjoyed the first map and are definitely locked and loaded, ready for the sequel, as that is what we're in. Round 2. Right now, Liquid, they've already picked themselves up a nice little opening round, and they're ready to do the same once again. They keep PSK over on the fuse as well, so we'll see if there is any more aggression coming out from him. Looking like a goalie in hockey, quite superstitious. He's there, he's banging his puck, he's getting ready for it, he's limbering up, Tim.
And so far, Team Liquid, it's important to note in Stage 2, 100% attacking win rate on this site. They are yet to lose one. We can see the utility going out there, smokes. They're going to open up a potential plant spot, and it gets even worse if you get a plant down. They are unbeaten when that diffuser goes on the ground, and I can't see this being any different at the minute. But importantly, Alemi will step out. The opener will actually shut Sexy Cake down on the plant. What an angle. He's just held onto him there, and that puts diffuser cold on the ground with only 20 seconds left to go. Moringa, he will get the kill onto Alemi, but what a nitro toss from VNX in a second. He just flicks left and right, getting kills everywhere in the server, unable to be stopped right now. 2 versus 2. Palu shuts down Drunk, but time is ticking away, becoming a real factor for Team Liquid. We come down in a 2-1 versus 1 head-to-head. It is Nesk versus VNX. He has to get the kill. He will not. VNX, what a shift he puts in the meeting room. He's taking notes right now, Jackie, and he shuts down Team Liquid with 3 kills on the round. It's a big play from him.
Lovely. Massacre being served up from the main man himself, cleaning up into the round and keeping it now at a level playing field once again, with it going 1-1 on the split. This is looking damn exciting. Obviously with Oregon, we've already seen the baseline for either of these two teams looking fairly close at the minute. Ints, the only reason they didn't get a draw out of it is because of the mistakes in one round off the back of quite literally 1 versus 1. So it goes to show both of them are going neck and neck into these rounds. Speaking to someone with a fairly big neck, it's your big man, Oryx, Tim. Oryx on Consulate, he can do a lot. We always point it out. We always hope that we're going to see something incredible whenever he's brought to the table. And this is probably one of the better maps for it.
Certainly is, but we just haven't seen it out of this operator yet. We get excited every time about Oryx on Consulate, and the big reason for that, anybody wondering exactly why we get excited about Oryx on Consulate, obviously you can jump up through those hatches, and Consulate is a map absolutely riddled with hatches and riddled with opportunities to just move around and create unexpected flanks with an operator like Oryx, and we just know that there is an absolutely massive play to come out of this operator, but he just always seems to get shut down in the early round. Whilst he's out on that roam, he gets challenged and picked up. We just haven't seen him able to fulfill what we know is a huge potential for him here on Consulate, and we just keep our fingers crossed for the day that he shows us exactly why that power needs to be shut down.
Maybe today will be the day. Could be the opportunity for the stars to align for the big boy in Oryx. We'll see. Definitely someone to keep your eyes on towards the end of the round with the roam potential he has, being able to traverse all of the floors so damn quickly. Liquid, though, moving relatively quickly into the round at least. Already getting into Garage, finding all the nooks and crannies, the crevices, where they can creep their way in to gain that early game map control. Ooh, nearly a first encounter found as well. Nesk over towards yellow stairs. He might have to repaint them to being red stairs if he gets close contact, as there was a player right near him. I think it was Drunks that's now roamed off on the alibi. And this gives him more intel. He can peek up, get a bit of a read across, and try and figure out if he wants to go for the execution up to effectively backstab and clear out that top floor.
I like what I'm seeing from the Ints defense this time around. I commented that they didn't really sort of commit enough for me to the roam on Oregon. They put men out there and were just easily forced back to site, but this time around they really seem to be sticking with it, particularly here in round 3. We've still got at least 2 active on the top floor, and the reason that the top floor is particularly important is because the attackers, Team Liquid, they want nothing more than to get control over admin, which is directly up above the teller's side of this site. Half of a split site, and you can get that vertical control and then move in horizontally and look to get the diffuser plant down. Now, what a shot from VNX to shut down Palu, backed up immediately by his teammate in a Lemau onto Sexy Cake, and that was a great bullet hole kill to open things up. That was absolutely nasty, Jackie.
It was. That was fierce. An incredible way to put yourself into a great position into the round. Duds! Whoa, the gift that keeps on giving for Ints right now. Another play coming out with that fully automatic machine pistol as he massacres another man from a substantial distance, dropping it into a 5 versus 1. As PSK on the Nomad. Oh, he might be a bit of a lone ranger, but it's not worked well for him. The big iron on his hip has not connected. He doesn't have a hip anymore. Oryx finally gets a bit of a showing into the round, but it's just because he's gunned down. But in the end, it will be an int win. 4 players staying alive there, only losing their Oryx as Drunk's got the final kill. A disgusting one at that as well. That man is pixel sniffing.
Int's doing a great job right now of shutting down the Team Liquid attack here on Consulate, and Team Liquid fans watching, they should be concerned about this, Jackie, because on the defense, Team Liquid have not been too hot, let me tell you. Archives and Tellers, 0% win rate. 2 rounds they've defended there, and 2 rounds they have lost. Garage and Cafeteria, out of 5 rounds that they have defended on Carriage, they have got a 20% win rate. They've only picked up 1 of them. The only success they've really found on defense has been in Consulate meeting, and you can only pick the win up there twice, essentially. So if they're coming in at potentially a 3-3 half, that could be real trouble for them.
It's scary. It's really scary, but I think the most interesting part about it is it's looking like what we could have had on Oregon. Oh, Tim, the 2 maps, the 2 outcomes we could have had. The alternate reality where Ints win on Oregon, they come in here to Consulate and they start a game to this level. Oh, it's crazy. Like, especially when you look at just the veto alone, right? When we were back maybe about an hour and a half ago now, speculating and starting to decide whether or not Ints would have a chance, if Liquid would struggle. And we both kind of thought, nah, it looks like it'll be another Liquid day. The veto's gone in their favor. The way they've been playing, it should be theirs. And then Ints just come out gunning for them at every opportunity. The spot we're now in, I reckon they got this in the bag to get themselves at least 3 on the half. Keep it close, give yourself a solid fighting chance going over to your attack, and all they have to do is make a couple of slight adjustments when it comes to the executions, and this is a very, very competitive map.
And this is the thing, for Team Liquid, a 3-0 half or worse, potentially even a 4-2 half for Ints, what it means is that they have to show us something that they haven't before. It doesn't make it impossible for them, of course not, but ultimately, we haven't seen them come out and be strong on the defense so far on Consulate. Have they got it in the locker? Absolutely. But what it does is it ramps up that difficulty level. You're turning it straight up to expert, Jackie. You're cranking it up to veteran to try and get in there and get that win against the odds then for Team Liquid. They're going to have to show us some real mental fortitude in order to do that. So it's important that they get themselves going here and get at least another 2 rounds on the attack. And right now, Ints, they are looking very, very tricky. The confidence is building. VNX, he's out in the map again. We saw him get a kill on the roam last time around when they were defending down here. The big question that Ints need to answer, the big thing that they need to figure out, they need to achieve, is they need to stop this diffuser from going down on the ground. And it's not an easy feat at the minute here on Garage, on Consulate.
Nearly a minute and 20 left. Ints, so far, they've been given free hold of the site. Hasn't been much of pressure applied by Team Liquid. Moringa, of course, up over towards Piano Room. It gives him free roam to create those vertical angles, peer down. He can also do a lot when it comes to being able to shut down those batteries that are slapped up against the garage doors, of course, and remove anything that is in position. Kaid, no problem. VNX, ADS is there. They're no longer going to be alive and kicking. That now means they can tear down the garage doors. So perfect play from Moringa. And quick time as well. They still have 45 seconds left, so it's worked out quite nicely for them. The ace charges go up. The Selma devices completely rip down all semblance of a garage door and give them 3 nice entry points into the site. But will this be a pretty sight for Sore Eyes, or will this be a defense for Ints? They just need to hold for the final 30 seconds. If they can deny the plant going down from Sexy Cake, it means there is a possibility they can win this one. Time is starting to burn down as well. Duds on the cam, ready to assault them and hold them back, and also relay the info to the rest of his teammates. He's got 2 of them in cheeky little positions, but will he spot out Sexy Cake and know that he needs to push in soon? They have to get him off this diffuser. If they did, they wouldn't have time, but it doesn't matter as it's gone down. They've got 2 frags in favor of Liquid, liquidating the Ints defense, but they bite back. 3-on-3. Post-pump positions are now pivotal for Team Liquid. Moringa still in a key spot. They've got yellow stairs control, and the only thing they need to rely on is that you do not peek outside the site. Stay alive, and you've won this one.
A serious lack of attention paid to Piano throughout the round has been a problem here for Ints, but they managed to fight their way back to a 2 versus 1. This is all on Nest now. If anybody can hit the long shots, it's him. They have very little time, very little option here. They have to get onto the diffuser. That's exactly what they'll do and shut down as Duds comes out with a huge run out from the yellow stairs door. He's going to take Nest as he vaults over the balcony. He comes down with a huge elbow drop onto the talisman of Team Liquid, wipes him off the map, and that enables them. Drunks gets in, disables the diffuser in the absolute nick of time there for Ints, and that is a massive retake coming in from them on Garage. That is not something that you see very often on this site.
Rah, that's ridiculous. The cross towards the site, the one angle he was holding, the one position he needed to have honed in so we could find that frag, leave them in a 1v1 at that point. It wouldn't matter if he would have died, because there would have been no time to get back towards the diffuser to disable it, but he didn't hit the shots. The spam comes out, the panic pre-fire, he gets across, he's in an angle that you can't peek onto. There was no clear line of sight for him. Maybe if he pushed up. The issue is, as he's starting to advance further forward, side swiped. The hailstorm of bullets that come out. Brilliant play, good comms, and a lovely retake. A hard one to win for Ints. Oh, I don't know how they've been able to pull it off. So many things went wrong for them in that round, but they have made none of it matter by the closing moments, Tim. They do definitely need to stop. What on earth is going on towards Piano, though? Moringa basically lives there rent-free.
That's exactly what I was commenting on after the diffuser had gone down, before the excitement all started raining in, was the fact that they were in that position because they keep giving up Piano. And it's strange because they've had VNX, I think it is, out on the roam on the Jaeger, and he's not making any real challenge to prevent them getting in there and getting control. And as you say, Moringa's just strolling in on the sledge every time. He's just wiping out the utility. The thing is, if you're going to give Piano up so freely, then you might as well not bring the Kaid. It doesn't matter. You might as well bring somebody else. You know, there's plenty of other operators that have got nitros if that's particularly what you're looking for from the Kaid, and just bring yourself another option, because the electrification is doing nothing. It's just being wiped out so quickly. And whilst it was a fantastic play from Ints, it is a 1 in 10, a 1 in 20, or even more to get a retake on that site successfully. It was all down to the shots that were hit onto Nesk across the ramp there, and that's not a gunfight that you're going to win every single day. It came down to very, very fine margins, and big props to Ints for getting it. They've found a way, and those problems with regards to Piano, they're not going to matter for them today, because they are not going to be defending Garage again. So it's, you know, a problem to be solved another day, but it is something that they need to look at.
Oh yeah, you got to be aware of it. It's a potential backdoor, and genuinely, I'm still so shook that they were actually able to win that one. Normally, we just, we write it down as done when it gets into a scenario like that. When you've got that kind of post plant, it's so hard to throw away the round. And that time, it gets snatched. The rug was pulled out from underneath them, and Team Liquid, oof, they need to switch things up soon, Tim, because it's getting worrying now, mate. Round 5, 3-1 split on the scoreline. Ints, they've kind of getting to a point where they could win this half. Especially with some of the switches we're seeing coming into play here. Drunks, particularly for me, is the one catching the eye. You bring the Clash out, we know how much of a nuisance you can be on the Clash. If they don't deal with her early on and get him off that operator, you will really be paying for it in the late round. And the late round is coming up pretty soon. About 60 seconds left nearly now. Clash has been spotted. They have contact, they know exactly where he is, but you need to frag him.
That's it. It's not just about knowing exactly where the Clash is operating. It's about finding an angle safely onto him to be able to get that kill. Because, of course, that shield cuts down 50% of your angles that you're able to use. Now, that's good progress to begin with. We've got the X-Kairos pellets from PSK just opening up a line of sight into meeting. That is going to make things difficult for the Clash of Drunks. Right now, he's backed away. He's got his back up to that wall hard against where the windows come in from the balcony. And right now still proving to be an absolute nuisance. 2.5 minutes of this round have ticked by without an answer being found to the clash. We find ourselves 5 versus 4 as Nesk open things up with a kill onto Vits. We are now coming into the final seconds though, and that is massive. A vertical play coming in from Duds. Drunks gets in on the action as well, and we have kills just raining in left, right and centre. 2 from VNX, and this looks like it is going to be another ints round unless PSK can do something in the dying seconds, which he can't. The only thing he can do in the dying seconds is die himself, Jackie. VNX shutting him down, and ints, they go 4-2 on the half and head in to what could be an even more powerful attacking side for them.
Bro, this is ridiculous, Tim. Like, you understand the approach. You can see what they're going for, right? They want to go for that late round 20-second meta. You want to burst your way in and explode onto the site. But you're going against a clash and an entire team of ints that have had to use none of their utility, none of their gadgets, none of their throwables, zip nada. They had everything in one massive backpack and they were launching it out at you. 3 smoke cans, Tim. One by one, they went down. Clash, allowed to stay alive the entire time. They had their one gamble when they went for the execution, right? To knock the shield up and kill her then and there. Maybe at that point, if you can somehow hold your breath long enough to get that diffuser down whilst there's smoke cans being dropped on your heads, you might get it. But they couldn't. They go in, they have a blunder when it comes to dispatching the shield. They're sat there breathing in those toxic particles, paying the price because of it. And ints, they had an amazing setup for the late round like that. There's no chance they could have had it even pulled away from them with some kind of miracle play coming out in the final few moments from Liquid, right? You had one of them so far down on the vertical angle playing the hatch. They didn't even really need to go for the final frag if they wanted to, but you know what? It worked. They swung out. They knew they had won, took the 1v1 and picked it off. Liquid, you can't be playing like that. You can't be playing that slow into the hands of ints. It gave them everything they wanted, Tim.
The vertical kill from Duds, for me, was pivotal on that round. As you said, he was playing across 3 floors there. He was all the way down in basement. He'd opened up the hatch. I think it was in the centre of round S, just to give him an angle up onto the ceiling that he needed to challenge for that vertical angle. But it completely and utterly protected the clash, and that was the big thing. The answer was almost there for Team Liquid. As you say, the shield was knocked away, and that kill came in at the absolute nick of time, just to enable that clash to keep fighting later into the round. And Int's able to shut it down. They've guaranteed themselves an advantage here, at least 4-2 on the half. They could come out and do one better. We've already seen them win Archives back in round 3. It was big, but let's not forget they did have the big bullet hole opener onto Palu, but once again they get the opener. Drunks onto Nesk this time. PSK trades that out, but we find ourselves 4 versus 4. It's the ash off the board for Liquid, so not the end of the world, but I could say the same for the alibi of Drunks as well. His utility will already have been placed. The Gemini's, sorry, not Gemini's, the, what are they called? The alibi gadget. It's completely gone out of my head, Jackie.
Oh, the Prismas?
The Prismas, there we go. Very similar to the Gemini, to be fair. But yeah, the Prismas. Yeah, they're in place. It's not the end of the world losing the alibi.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? Like, once you get them down, that's still one of those big rolls. I mean, you should know not to shoot them, at least, if she is dead. But if you leave them in a scenario where it is awkward to bypass them, or potentially you only see the top of the head, if you mistake the beret for something else and shoot at it, then you will give the game up ever so slightly. And being in a 4v4 like this, it's still definitely manageable for Team Liquid, but they have to start managing the situation soon. Let's see if they're up to the task when it comes to the business. Right now, though, they are paying for it, and this round is costly. PSK! I said get frags, but not on your own team. Palu, he's been shot in the back of the head. He's fallen over, brown bread, and it's all left on one man. PSK in a 1v3 with 50 seconds left to work with. This is a nightmare, a lucid dream that he just can't wake up from. Water splashed on his face as VNX will swing and ints get another round, Tim.
It's all falling apart for Team Liquid right now, and that team kill just sums it up for me. It's just as if the left and right hand don't know what each other is doing at the minute. They just don't seem coordinated to the same degree. Ints, they've got themselves absolutely firing now. They are on all cylinders, cooking with gas, and they are coming in, getting entry frags. They are trading. Moringa, I thought he might have some success there. He just managed to maneuver his way quickly into sight, and I thought this could be a real surprise to Ince, but absolutely not. Alemo just alert there, completely shuts down the danger. Great performance from Ince on the defensive half to take it 5-1. Who would have thought that coming in here? And now they get to attack, and quite often we've seen that be the more powerful side of Consulate, and Team Liquid, very, very little wiggle room left for them, Jackie. No mistakes can be made now.
That's what we always say when it gets to this point. 5 rounds, that's your buffer gone. You can't afford to lose one, right? You drop a single round, then you have given them the draw. You've literally handed it to them on a silver platter alongside a martini and probably some nibbles. And that's far too much to give to them, Tim. You can't be dropping a game this early. Team Liquid, we say it many, many times. And normally it does ring true. They only ever get put on pause. They're never switched off. Scary factor for me is, though, in this game, Tim, I don't know if they're going to have a chance to reboot.
Certainly going to have to hit that button soon now. Interestingly, we've got Team Liquid coming down to Garage to begin with. Played it 5 times so far in Stage 2, won it once. 20% win rate. Ince, by contrast, on attack, 100% win rate in Garage so far for Stage 2. So if anything, Team Liquid have started out by giving Ince their strongest attack in sight. Overall, Ince have struggled a little bit on the attack. We haven't seen a huge amount of it, but 50% win rate archives and tell us they haven't managed to get an attacking win on the top floor of console. So for me, I'm looking at that and thinking, you know, maybe there was a better opportunity there. But Alu, he's going to open things up with a big shotgun kill onto Duds. So that is the perfect start so far for Team Liquid. They need to back that up now. They need to find themselves some more. Sexy Cake, as we can see on the Vigil, he's just out there roaming, trying to mix things up and create any chaos that he can here and just really throw a bit of turmoil into the comms of Ince and make it difficult to nail himself down. Where is he? Where's he attacking from? Where's the angle? Where will he move in to challenge you? Right now, I'm not sure that Ince are aware. They have managed to force him back. They've got control of the top floor, but let's not forget they are attacking onto Garage, and Team Liquid are doing a very good job of restricting access into Piano. It was something that we commented that Ince were unable to do. Team Liquid took full advantage of it. They've got 2 men in there right now, and that is just displaying the importance that they are placing upon holding that area of the map.
Will the potency of Ince be shown here now? Oh, Vitz going for the pre-fire after the cross. A little bit risky. He gives the game up and also suffers some damage because of it as they shoot back and get a bit of a clean connection onto him. Alamau's position will be compromised as well. They'll hear the audio cues as he spams to tear down the barricade over towards Yellow Stairs. 2 players close beneath him. VNX swing and a miss there, unfortunately, with the sledge, but it's going to be okay. He can hit the follow-up. Very reminiscent, of course, of what we saw Moringa doing on Team Liquid's side. You want to get piano control. You need to open up that side of the floorboard, peer down, and get rid of all of the utility that's there. The Kaid claws, anything that could be a nuisance maker into the late round to allow you access towards Garage. That's where Drunks comes in. He's the one with the Selma devices, waiting for the opportunity to get them stuck to the wall, but that opportunity is creeping by them. Finally, he is able to find the connection there with the nade. Drops it down, takes out the gadgets, gives them the entry point, but it's too little too late. Look how much damage has been done all the way towards this point. They've wasted so much time, and quite literally, 3 of their players have been wasted. 10 seconds left on the round. Drunks, you've got to clear your close left. If he goes into that smoke can, he's going to be shot in the side of the head. He's paranoid about it, and he does peek it, but you've got to crack open that diffuser now. It has to go down, or the round is over. He's got to stick it. He cannot physically afford to come off. It's not going to be up to him. He'll be blown off it, Tim. A round going the way of Team Liquid.
Team Liquid looking very strong on the defense there. Paid plenty of attention, as is required, to Piano. As we saw, they wasted an inordinate amount of time up there, but Nesk still then got 2 kills on the vertical. He was playing in and underneath Piano and just refusing to allow any sort of domination or control to come out of Ince from that location. It was a bit of a gamble for them in my mind going down to Garage given their previous record there, but it's a gamble that's paid off, Jackie. They've played against the odds and they have won this time. They come out now up to a strong sight up on console. We have yet to see Ints win here on the attack, and this could be another leg, another step in the Team Liquid fight back. They are 2-5 now. A win here on the top floor sends them 3-5, and all of a sudden that fight back starts looking a bit more realistic.
I think that's the bit that really does harm them as well, because even though they've played a tremendous defense and they've gone above and beyond in terms of winning the half and giving themselves a really good buffer to play with, Tim, that they still have to play their attacking half. And on a map like Consulate up against Team Liquid, they're going to have their reads. They're going to quickly be able to adapt. And also, here's one of the pivotal plays. It worked for you, Ints. It's certainly going to work for Liquid if you don't realise how to deny it. And I'm, of course, talking about the ginormous shield, the massive screen of perspex that's been brought along by Sexy Cake. He's been sat there, Tim, in the downtime, in the prep phase, polishing that bad boy, getting it clean with the wet wipes, and it is squeaky clean. We know how damn good he can be on shields. All eyes on Sexy for me in the late round, Tim, if he doesn't get fragged.
Visibility is going to be at an all-time high for him, as you say, Jackie. The shield is polished, cleaned, and ready to go, and we know how effective Sexy Cake can be with those shields. So 5 versus 5, we find ourselves still after 30 seconds. There's not really been too much aggression in terms of jump outs or peaks so far. I think Ints, you know, they're ready for it, and Team Liquid, they know that they've got a long way to fight back. The last thing they need to be doing is giving up a nice early kill in any of these rounds. They don't want to give anything away cheaply here. They need to just make themselves as difficult as possible to deal with. Right now, the drones, they are going in. Ints paying some good due diligence. Just going to ping out the Wamai there. They know that the position is taken up. We can see the Banshee at the top of the yellow stairs as well, going to make it difficult to approach. Out goes the utility. And there goes the Banshee as well. So they're just guaranteeing that there were no ADSs that were going to prevent the explosive utility coming in to clear out that Malusi gadget. We can see the breaching charge used to clear out the rest now. Will the Wamai take a peek here? Is PSK brave enough? No, shut down by a nade and then finished off by Duds. That's going to be the first kill going into Ints. 4 versus 5. And there is still the important point that Sexy Cake is alive and has the shield intact in front of him.
He's got to keep it up. He's got to keep himself up. And hopefully keep the heart rate pounding. Ints, they've applied the pressure. The clean kill to find onto PSK. There's been no real bite back because of it. No repercussions. As the only one that took damage was Duds. And, I mean, it's not really that much when you look at it. In the grand scheme of how that will affect a firefight, it's not going to do too much to him. Does link up, though, in a party of 3 as they try and take yellow stairs control. Cheeky peek on the close angle. Sexy, holding it with the shield. Moringa, he goes for the wide face. He gets one, but there's no trade. Sexy, he's allowed to pull out the SMG and sideswipe onto Duds. They keep on gunning, but they're being overthrown ever so slightly. VNX given a slim opportunity, but he'll double down on it with both hands. The peak from VNX. That 2K is ridiculous. Getting the frag onto Nesk has just turned the tide of the round, but they still have to worry about Sexy Cake. There's a roam developing from Palu. He's looking for a big game backstab. If he shuts down VNX, they're really going to be up the creek without a paddle. But VNX, this man's got eyes in the back of his head. His spidey sense is tingling. And he's looking like your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man as he's cleaning up the crime into this one, Tim. It's all down to Clash. Sexy can't deny the diffuser going down. Now you're in a 1v3. You've got out your SMG. You're going to take a bullet to the brain because of it. Ints, they get another round. They get themselves 6. They're guaranteed a draw. 1 more for the victory, Tim. This could be a 1-1 split on the maps.
All about VNX that round, coming in with a massive 3k and getting the diffuser down active on the ground in 3 versus 1. It's always going to be tough for the Clash there. Very little that Sexy Cake to do, essentially almost half an operator at that point. A shield like Montagna or Clash really needs somebody working with them. They need, when they're feeding that information out from behind the shield, somebody who is able to act on it, to get those kills, to use the rifle. They're so limited in terms of their arsenal to challenge into a 1 versus 3 like that. It is a really long odds situation for them now. Team Liquid, they are limited to 2 points at the absolute maximum. here. They took Oregon 7-5, so that is one win on the board. But if Ints can get themselves just one more round on the attack here, they will come through this and get themselves a point off Team Liquid. They will deny them the lion's share of what they could have put on the overall leaderboard. And I'm sure that Team Liquid are going to be asking questions coming out of this as to how they found themselves 6-2 down on Consulate. And right now, we can see that Ints' confidence in taking Team Liquid to Consulate was not misplaced.
No. They clearly went into this one ready with the anti-strats, ready with the reads, and ready to rumble. And right now, they're going toe-to-toe in the middle of a cell, raising hell, quite literally. Ints are looking so damn good, Tim, and if they can maintain this trailblazing style of gameplay and keep it up for one more round, then they will win themselves a map against Team Liquid. And that is a big fixture. That is a big map win. That's no ordinary one map being taken off a team. That's Team Liquid being bested, the team that's currently seed number 1 in BR6. They went to the major last time around. They are some of the best and brightest fraggers from Brazil. If you can win this here, Tim, you put yourselves into a good position to build off that momentum towards the end of this season, as this is only week 2 of BR6.
Ints looking to bring a big flex to BR6 in just week 2, as you say, shutting down the potential champions. At the end of the day, Team Liquid have, as of yet, in the new format, struggled to put a title on the board. They were beaten to the top spot by Team 1. They then went out of the major that was ultimately won by NIP, and whilst they are certainly one of the strongest teams, there is no question of that, they have to deliver. That is the point. If they want to be known as the best team out of Brazil, they have to start coming through and closing down matches like this and getting the wins. And shots will rain down, but Olemo it will be with a big double. Palu and Ness going by the wayside. Sexy Kick shuts him down in a trade, but not before the damage is done. 4 versus 3 now, and the pressure is really mounting on Team Liquid. Will they crack, or will they come out stronger for it? Will they be the diamond coming from the piece of coal? Jackie, right now, my bet is on the former. They just haven't been able to find their shots or any sort of momentum here on Consulate so far. If there's a site that they can do it on, we know that it's here on top floor. Previously, 100% win record. But that just goes to speak of the achievement for Ints here. If they can come in and get 2 successful attacks onto this site, it shows that they have done it against the odds. They have come in and really fought hard. They've been clinical, and they have closed out what could be a difficult site in Console.
Gods, he wants to end it now, and that might be one of the final nails going into a Team Liquid horse-sized coffin if they don't somehow bite back with the final 2 that remain. PSK and Moringa, a dynamic duo. But have they got enough to do the damage in a round like this? 35 seconds left. Timing is of the essence, and the shots are actually connecting. PSK peeking up, headshot onto Drunks, brings it back down into something a little bit more manageable. 25 seconds with the diffuser down towards yellow stairs. They need to pick it up. It's a 3v2. This is winnable, but you cannot afford to make a single mistake. Duds going towards the barricades. He pre-fires in, gives up the goose. They know his location, and that's going to be his final resting place as he hits the deck. They commit to the plant. The nitro toss could deny the diffuser, but it doesn't connect. It won't matter. Switches over to the secondary. The shotty will do the damage instead. PSK dispatching bits in the meantime, and they will stay alive for another round. How on earth have they brought back a 2 versus 4?
Vitz, I think, knew that he was about to be challenged. The man on the window losing his life gave him the call out. He had to dip off the diffuser, but he was fortunate not to lose his life to the nitro. Just didn't quite have the arm to make that connect, try as they might. But as you say, what a great round from Team Liquid there. 2 versus 4 is certainly not something that you see every day, and Ints did well to put them in that position. They fought hard and they got themselves some good frags on the round. A huge opening double coming in from Olemo, taking Nesk and Palu off the board, but it just wasn't enough. And that is the sort of situation that could leave Ints scratching their heads, asking, how can we not win a situation where we take Nesk and Palu off the board to begin with and find ourselves 5 versus 3 in the opening moments of the round? But Right now, we're going to be heading back down to the garage once again. Team Liquid favouring this site. They did have a good win back in round 1. They were able to hold on to Piano for a long time and make things difficult for Ints. And the reason that is so difficult, if you can't get control of Piano, it is all about the vertical angles, and it's the freedom that the defenders then experience in sight. We saw without all the vertical holes being opened up, Neski was able to just roam around White Van, Black Car, and normally speaking, that's a bit of a no-go area if Piano is not in your control. And as the holes were opened up, he was able then to aggress onto the players who had pushed themselves into Piano eventually for Ints and able to shut them down. So that's something that they need to think about this time around, is maybe getting control over Piano a little bit quicker.
Talking of speedy kills, there's potentially one of them coming up relatively quickly as Duds on the Ash is already gunning for an entry frag. Roaming around. If he gets a little bit overzealous, potentially walking straight into the awaiting arms of either Palu or Nesk, who are hunting, clearing out the lower levels of the map bit by bit to spot out any of the early oncomers from Ints. They've got a fair amount of map control already, and not much time has actually passed into this one. Good drone play. They haven't had to really overextend on too many of the angles and have cleared out a lot of the lines of sight. Vit setting up for a late round rotation as he'll drop out that air jab. If you go up the stairs, you're going to get a nice little boost as it will knock you in the bottom and send you flying. Talking of bottoms, Tim, we are into squeaky bum time. Again, Team Liquid, they cannot afford to make mistakes. You drop a round, you drop out of the game, out of the series, with it ending 1-1 in terms of overall map wins tonight. Liquid dominated on Oregon, but Ints are looking to do the same to them here on Consulate. In the final 1 minute and 30 seconds of this round, will they be able to get something in their favour? Still not a single frag on the board yet.
Ints have got sights surrounded now. They've moved in, got some map control, got themselves positioned and ready to strike. Team Liquid, they're holding themselves all 5 on site. This is a turtle defense, and it is all about time for them now. They are going to try and waste as much of it as they can in terms of denying Drunks when he tries to get in and get that diffuser down, but they are going to have to hope for a couple of those long angles to pay off so that they can get kills along the way. They've got Palu on the pipes, they've got PSK at the back of White Van. Those two are particularly important to prevent this diffuser going down too quickly. Right now, VNX up above, opening up the vertical angles. The kills start raining in. Vits onto PSK. That is going to be the Kaid off the board. 5 versus 4 now. 40 seconds left to go, and things are looking so far so good for Ints. The Toxic Babes, they start to rain out. Moringa has 2 left at the absolute most. He can't burn out the remainder of the round. Duds absolutely deleting Nesk right through the map there. That is a fantastic kill from him to make this 5 versus 3. The Malusic goes by the wayside. Pressure is mounting for Team Liquid. Now or never, if they want to take an overall win across the 2 maps from Ints, they have to keep themselves in this round. There is no room for mistakes. Drunksy's got himself in, starts to get the diffuser down, but has to back away as the smoke canister comes out and is effective. Moringa, he shuts down Alemo, and right now, kills are raining in left, right, and centre. Sexy Cake squares things away. 3 versus 3 leveled up, but the diffuser is successfully installed. 40 seconds left for Team Liquid to send a message, for Team Liquid to fight their way back into this. We saw Ints have a successful retake here on Garage. Can Team Liquid answer with one of their own? 3 versus 3 is certainly going to be difficult. Sexy Cake, he's looking to move back to site. Moringa, he gets one onto Drunks and leaves us 3 versus 2, but with 15 seconds left, time is short. Sexy Cake gets VNX. Duds, he's looking to chase down the man, but right now, they could get onto the diffuser. That's exactly what Moringa is going to do, but he's going to be shut down from above. Sexy Cake completely unaware that Duds was there. A lack of information is what will cost Team Liquid the point, as that is it. The game is shut down by Ints. It will be a draw overall. That is the best that Team Liquid can take away from the underdogs.
Oh, he's only gone and done it. Disgusting plays. The roam, he was so sneaky, right behind him, chasing Sexy Cake, knowing it's not worth going for the frag. Bypasses him, letting him down to the site, peeks in, the angle was always there, setting him up for success. Slays the first, bides his time, peeks into the second. At that point, there is no chance. You physically cannot disable that diffuser. 7-3. They will win it. A sickeningly good game of Consulate. A fantastic series between both maps. Liquid, they locked it down on Oregon. They looked down good. But you can take everything I just said there and change the name to Ints, because that is what happened for them over on Consulate, Tim. Beautiful play.
Duds at the end there had me on the edge of my seat, but it just goes to show, we talked about it a couple of times, Jackie, the importance of piano on that map. So Ints had that all set up. That's what I love about it. That victory was set up about a minute and a half before. That angle had been opened up, and then Drunk's plants directly underneath it. So it's already set up for a vertical challenge onto that plant spot. Sexy Cake, aware of that, goes in and uses piano to his advantage, gets himself a kill up there, but then a lack of information costs Team Liquid. Duds, he was able to make himself slippery to get away from the cameras, from the operator's eyes of Team Liquid, and just wriggle into that sort of grey area of the map where they didn't know where he was, and then able to get in the nick of time for the first one as Moringa was trying the disable. I thought it could come off, but no, the angle was there perfectly. He closed it down, and what a joy to watch. That was peak Siege from Ints.
It was big. It was really, really big. And it goes to show as well, that is how important your post plants are. A situation like that is won entirely off the back of the post plant. It's all about how you set it up. The communications were on the point. And I think that really does reign true throughout the entire series there. Comms were great for Ints today. It felt like the synergy of the team was at an all-time high. Some minor mistakes back on Oregon, but you can brush over that with the fact that they have snatched a map win off Team Liquid. This is one of the harder games they are going to play over the course of Stage 2, Tim. When you look at, of course, really the core four, especially from last major, right? We look at that and we think, okay, these are the results they're probably going to struggle to get points from. They got points from this game. That means a lot.
It could be a defining moment for the season. Absolutely no two ways about it. Every point counts, especially for Ints, where they might well get sucked in towards that relegation battle, and each one of those points just pushes them further away from it, and coming and taking them off Team Liquid, that is one that I'm not saying they will have written it off. All of these teams expect to come in here and be at least competitive. But if you're going to lose against anybody, you've got to expect it to come against Team 1, Team Liquid, NIP. So for Ints to come away, that is an absolute Brucey bonus there.
It is, mate. It is. They are going to be laughing all the way to the bank with that one. And luckily, we've been able to coin ourselves a lovely little interview. JP is going to be joining us from Ints, and it seems like he's ready to crack on with the interview right now, Tim. So we won't waste any time. We'll drag him on in and speak to the main man himself, because I imagine the team is going to be over the moon with that one. JP, hello, brother. How you doing, man? I bet you are so happy with that.
Hello, guys. Very happy. Could be a 2-0, but Oregon then don't came the way we thought that would be. But one map, very good, pretty good.
It's still good. It's still good. Let's talk
Yeah.
about that a little bit then, right? Going into it on Oregon, because you're absolutely right, mate. At the very least, it could have been a draw. There was a couple of very, very close rounds, specifically, obviously, the 1v1 that sticks out in my mind. What were the key takeaways for you that you think could have been different on Oregon?
Definitely Oregon was most our mistakes than them playing better than us, because our defense again, some rounds we don't have this kind of right way to play, because
Mhm.
they are a passive team, so we have to still win time and kind of enter in our minds, because you have to be passive against passive teams and
Yeah.
methodical teams mainly. So we don't in the first 3 rounds, and they punish us. Basically, was that our defense and attacking? We are a very good team attacking Oregon. I would say one of the best in our region attacking Oregon. So we knew that in attack we going to do what we planned, but we have to do at least 3 rounds in the defense, and we didn't. So I think it was that costs Oregon. But in Consulate, everything that we do, it was on our game plan. So nothing, any surprises. Just what we want, and we want the map. So that was it. That was it.
We know that Team Liquid are a very good consulate team, JP. Is that, I mean, to take them to that map is It was a bit of a surprise, to be honest. Is it something that you've worked on specifically looking at Team Liquid, thinking we know we can get this through the ban phase because they'll be happy to play there, they're a good team, and you've just done a lot of work on there, it looks like.
Actually, they are a very good team in every single map they played,
Yeah.
not just in Concept. But they are a methodical team, and it makes it easier to us to counter them in every single map. Our team's style is countering and adapt. So it's basically that. We know everything they want to do, and we counter it.
Now, JP, right, getting that win off Liquid, that's pretty huge because obviously I imagine the teams you look at in the league that are probably some of the harder games you're going to have over the course of the season. In my mind, I imagine this would probably be one of them. How do you feel like this is going to affect you for the season? Because this is some big points to get. Do you feel like this could be a great starting point now for a really good stage 2 for Ints?
Definitely. We still want to go to the major, so our run is just began. We have a lot of games, and probably tomorrow we are giving our best to bring the 3 points. We couldn't do it today, but tomorrow, hopefully, we can do it.
Consistency seems to be something that is improving as well, JP, for a number of the players. We've said before that you seem to, you might have one or two that do really well on any given day. That number seems to be increasing. You're getting 3 or 4 big performances each day, and it's showing. Is that something that you've noticed in the team?
Of course, our confidence are getting better. So I'll give it to that. We're talking a lot about it. So that increase of more players playing better in game days, it's basically our talks before the games and after the games as well, that making our content improve and more players kind of playing better, more confident. It's just about that. When you entering a gunfight more confident, the chances of the odds of you win this gunfight are pretty high. So it's more basically in be more confident that probably this things are going to getting better. So that's it.
But JP, the confidence was looking like it was at an all-time high,
Yeah.
mate. It's always lovely to speak to you. You're a lovely lad. Thanks again for popping on for the interview. Before we let you go tonight, any final words you want to say for the fans out there, Vince?
Of course. Keep cheering for us, guys. This major spot will come. Believe me, we are working very hard, harder than the last split, and that's what will make our spot come to us. That's it. Thank you, guys. It was a pleasure. Yeah.
Awesome, man. Cheers, JP.
Thanks
We'll
a lot,
catch you
JP.
later on,
Go and have a
brother. Well
breathe.
played tonight. Oh, man. There he is, JP. It's good to actually get to speak to him, Tim, off the back of a win as well. And a huge win that it is beating Liquid, right?
Yeah, that's big for him. But I don't know about you, Jackie. It's interesting. I feel like I sort of picked up a little bit of frustration from him. He knew that there was more to be taken there. And that, for me, is fantastic. You come away with 1 point from Team Liquid. Most teams are happy with that. But look at the drive inside of Ints. They're like, that's not enough for us. We could have had more there. And I love to see that spirit.
No, that is really, really lovely to see. JP, always a lovely lad. Ints really performing tonight, but there is more to come. The Goyo match of the day, a white-hot banger, is up next when we get into the game of NIP versus Team 1. Do not go anywhere. You will not want to miss this spectacle.
Lo que quiere es enloquecer, ser la mujer que él quería ver. Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, que yo parezca en él. Como que ella quiere, disfruta la noche, lo anormal. Que el novio teme, que su relación va a terminar. Se da cuenta que no necesita a alguien más. Quiere un selfie para su Instagram. Ella ya no quiere relación, alguien que diga su condición, que solamente le dé traición, para después llegar con un perdón. Quiere hangar y cervezas, baby, que goza la vida y lo hacen como esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, ella quiere ver, para que siempre se dé cuenta que aquí perdió esa mujer, Lo que quiere es enloquecer, ser la mujer que él quería ver.
Join Face It, Play Siege, win prizes. With 45,000 Ubisoft credits up for grabs every week in the EU Open Cups. Join the action at fce.gg/R6EU.
Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, ella quiere ver, pa' que el CP se dé cuenta que aquí perdió esa mujer. Lo que quiere es enloquecer, ser la mujer que él quería ver. Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, que ella parezca, No, hice, Baker.
Vea. Dime, ¿te recuerdas? Wow. Recuerdos míos de esa noche, cuando yo te tuve aquí, solo pa' mí, pa' mí. Recuerda cuando te escapabas y tu novio a ti te llamaba y tú me lo mamabas y te lo tuve que repetir, solo pa' mí. Yo te comí, bebita chiquita bonita. Ella siempre me llamaba porque la dejaban con las ganas.
Responsabilidade, Natália. Olha o perigo! Segura esse rapaz. Consegue garantir a rodada num round incrível!
Quatro eliminações nessa rodada, é isso que a gente pode ver.
Jogo na tela pra vocês!
NIP, the Ninjas in Pajamas take on Team 1, Tim. This is set to be our big explosive banger of the night.
Got your game of the day. It's hotter than one of those Vulcan shields, Jackie. There is no two ways about it. This one is going to be spicy, not just in terms of the game that we will see, but in terms of its relevance and importance on the stage overall. Who goes to the majors could well be decided as a seeding issue right here and now.
Oh, mate, there's so much that comes into the storyline with this one, especially when you look at the result we've just had, right? With the upset 1-1 scoreline between Ints and Team Liquid, it means that securing points here could do a lot for you in climbing the standings. Specifically, because it was Team Liquid in number 1, we then saw NIP, of course, in the 3rd spot, and who's in 2nd place? Team 1. If they can get themselves a crazy upset here tonight, they would climb and again be back in the driving seat. Whereas for NIP, there's a possibility that they could guarantee themselves some big money points as well. Let's have a look at the 5 players on NIP that will be competing for the opportunity to best Team 1 tonight, Tim.
I mean, they need absolutely no introduction, do they? We know these names well enough, all 10 of them by now, but looking specifically at NIP, who do you need to watch for? What are the big points to watch? Pino, for me, on entry is so impressive how consistently he will win out those entry battles, so keep an eye on that. So far, Kamikaze are going very well in terms of getting the diffuser down as well. Let's show those support players some love. Keep an eye on him. Where is he on the attacks? And watch for him feeding in and getting that objective played, the diffuser activated.
Oh, mate. All 5 of these names can definitely live up to the hype that surrounds them. And there's a reason why they're so heavily hyped. They are a damn good squad. Depth-defying plays, crazy attacks in each and every aspect of Siege. Team 1, on the other hand, they have a lot to prove in this matchup. They're a known quantity, and they do definitely deal the damage, but coming out against NIP, that is enough to put a dampener on you.
It's an interesting roster, is Team 1, I find, because you look across the names, and I don't know about you, Jackie, I look at it, and this certainly isn't a negative comment towards Team 1, but I look at the roster and I think I struggle to pick out a big hero player or the talisman player or like the star player of the team, and I say that in a positive way. It's because they are all so good and consistently capable of showing us their best that it's difficult sometimes to say, actually, yeah, they are the best, they are the star, because if we look across the roster, the ratings, Jackie, let me tell you, for this stage are very even. They are all contributing, and that is exactly what makes Team 1 such a good team. They have got 5 players who are all very able at coming in to make a real impact on any given round.
Oh yeah, there is a lot of explosivity that goes into that team. They are definitely explicit. They can give it on the server. And that's what I hope we get to see from either of our 2 teams tonight. But Tim, before we can start to speculate, of course, about what the outcome will be, we need to know where we are going and what the map veto will look like. So let's start to step into it. Tim, I know you've been hard at work. You know, you've been trying to get the thought-provoking pickups on a little bit more accurate. What are we working with for this one? Can you give me a good prediction?
Well, I'm not off to a terrible start. I've done all right, I think, so far tonight. Let's see if we can back it up with something a little bit more decisive this time. Now, there's a bit of a problem here, Jackie. It's, do I go with head or heart? Do I go with teams really thinking about these maps or what I want to see? Now, we know that probably the best 2 maps for these 2 teams, Coastline, Consulate, and they're both very good on both of them. So I'm sort of hoping that they come through confidently and think, do you know what? We're going to them. We're not scared. We're not going to ban out Consulate because we know NIP are good at it. We're not going to ban out Coastline because we know Team 1 are good at it. I want them to come in and think, full force, let's go for it. So for me, let's throw in there Coastline, Consulate, Cafe. Those are the 3. I'm going with my heart, Jackie. That's where I want to see this showdown. That's what I'm praying for, because it will be an unbelievable series if we can get 2 of those 3.
Let's have a look then. What are we working with, Simon? Producer Simon, bring on the map bands and let's have a look how this one is shaping up. Keep them fingers crossed, Tim, that hopefully we get something along those lines. Coastline at the start. Cafe that closes us down.
There we go. He's done it. The boy's back.
Oh, mate. Lovely stuff. And genuinely, you know what? For a series like this, mate, this gives us a pretty good spread of maps. Coastline kick it off is going to be a banger. Cafe to close us down. Brilliant bookend between these 2 sides. We've already had a crazy explosive slobber knocker to start the stream. This was always our game of the day in our hearts and our eyes. Let's hope it lives up to it.
I was really hoping to be right there. I came in with my heart because I wanted to be excited about this. I already am, and I just wanted that excitement to go through the roof for everybody at home as well. I want people edging closer to the very, very brink of the sofa there. I want people falling onto the living room floors, Jackie. I want that level of excitement. I want the tension, and that is exactly what these 2 maps are going to deliver for everybody. I am so confident of that. I don't know whether any team can come out here and take a real advantage. I don't think we're going to see any 7-1, 7-2s. If we do, it's going to have to be a mighty dominant performance from either team. So one way or another, it is going to be excitement. It's going to be a treat for the eyes.
Oh, it will. It will. Get your votes in, not only in the polls that we run inside a Twitch chat, but also over on Twitter of who you think is going to win this one, because this is a bust up to remember. 2 ginormous teams going head to head here. The major winners of NIP up against major upset potential that is Team 1. hashtag BR6, tweet in at me or Tim, and just use the hashtag in general, and we will get those tweets popped up on screen and debate anything you want to say over the course of the broadcast, because this one, I can imagine, Tim, is going to cause a bit of controversy between fan bases.
I think it will do. Let us know. Get in touch. We want to hear from you. We want to see how excited everybody else is, because, as I say, we cannot wait to get into this one. We picked it. We labelled it the Goyo Game of the Day for a reason. We know that this is going to be absolute white hot mayhem. That is surely the way to describe it. That is surely what we're going to see across these maps. I'm really glad that they've not come in sort of trying to counter each other's picks and take the other team to a weak map. They've just come in and said, we're going where we're strong and we are confident in playing these. They've left the great maps for them in the pool, and we are going to see something special. I'm sure of that. This could be up there when we start talking about game of the season.
Oh, absolutely. If Team 1 perform to the level we know they're capable of and we've seen day in, day out, this should genuinely be a really exciting matchup. We look at it for what it is. I think both the games we've had tonight are major worthy games, Tim. They have been incredible siege, show-stopping clutch rounds, always down to the wire, leaving us guessing even to the dying moments of rounds. And that, for us, is definitely the dream. For the players, it's close to giving them a bit of a heart attack, and maybe that's what we'll get out of this one. It is going to be very, very close between these two sides. For NIP, I think this is also a brilliant benchmark, Tim, not only to see how well they're performing this season, as they've already had a good showing versus Liquid, right? But against a side like Team 1. This gives us a lot of intel of what the improvements have been for Team 1 from Stage 1 into Stage 2.
Well, that's the important factor here, Jackie. So Team 1 came into Stage 1 a little bit, it's fair to say, underdogs, given the Pro League Season 11 performance. They finished last in the league. They came in there, nobody really knew what to expect of them. They ended up topping the table. They had liftoff, that much is fair to say, but they didn't quite hit the stratosphere, Jackie. They performed at the major. They lost both of the games. They were the first ones to hit the road. Right now, coming out, they need to prove that they can hang with the big boys in this league. We saw them beat Team Liquid in the regular stage last time around. I think it was 7-4, 7-4. Coastline was one of the maps on that day. Oregon was the other, if my memory serves me right. And they were very, very dominant, but they were unable to carry that forward and do it again when it really counted. They lost to FaZe and they lost to Team Liquid in the major and find themselves on their way. So they need to be coming out now against these top teams and really sending a message, making a statement, because when it comes to major time again, they need that little worm in the brain of these big teams to think, Team 1, they got one over of us during the season. We know that they can play. We know that they can beat us. And it's all those mind games playing in. So they need to come out strong. They need to really dominate NIP today.
Well, let's see if they can dance the dance of death as we go to IB4. They'll be parting it up. Who is going to be shotting this one to victory? Who will be our eyeball pool, Tim, as we get into Team 1 versus NIP?
Bans will start raining in for us any second now. We've seen the common Hibana ban disappear a little bit from Coastline. I think with the inception of Ace, him coming into the lineup, it's just given another option for that sort of distanced hard breach. So unless you're going to ban both of them, you're not really taking away the function. Instead, you need to sort of plan to defend against it, really. Lion coming in as an interesting initial target ban, I think. There, Team 1 taking that away. So Jackal will be NIP's choice on the defence, and a little bit of a sort of different choice there of the two attackers going out. The Jackal to close down the roam game, I'm not sure how much value that really brings on Coastline, because the roam game is reasonably difficult anyway. If you're looking for a top floor clearance, you can get in there as a 2 or a 3, clear them downstairs, and there's no real opportunity for them to flank back up onto you. But obviously NIP just concerned about the potential for those Jackal tracks to come in. Mirror going to be the first defender off the board, and I would guess that will leave us with possibly a Valkyrie going as our next defender.
Yeah, it wouldn't be too out of the ordinary if she does get taken out of commission for this one. Feels like a reasonable fit. Let's see if she'll conform. No, actually, it's Wamaya that's going to get picked off. All right, that makes it a little bit more interesting.
Certainly is an interesting pickup there. We have seen the odd ban of Jaeger and Wamai at different times. Obviously, they are very valuable, especially as a pair, able to take down a lot of that thrown utility from the attackers. So taking the Wamai out, we might just see a little bit more use of Sledge coming in, Pino picking him up straight away, bringing those nades along, although he's going to switch out to the Glaz ultimately. It'll be interesting to see if a sixth pick comes along here or not. We don't get too much Glaz play, but I'm here for fascinated to see it. But no, he's going to dip back to the Sledge. It was just a little bit of the old bait and switch there. Now, Jaeger moving out to Valkyrie as well.
Oh, man. I was living for that then. That would have been fairly exciting. Turns out, though, something a little bit more interesting, rather than exciting, of course, is that there was a slight adjustment. The veto, unfortunately, was a little bit incorrect there. Maps are right, but just in the wrong order in terms of whose picks they are. So just flip that around. This is Team 1's map pick. As you can see, of course, we're just going to flick the veto back up so everyone is on the same page with this one. Sorry about that. Here is the updated veto. So as you know, this will be the opening map for Team 1. They have picked it, meaning, of course, Ninjas in Pyjamas have picked Cafe.
I mean, it makes plenty of sense. As I've said, they've taken big teams here, beaten Liquid 7-4 previously on coastline, so I can understand that coming in from Team 1 that they wanted to pick that up. But NIP, again, happy to let them choose it, essentially. Not taking it out of the mix. Certainly not scared coming in here.
Oh, no. Not indeed. Never scared, never terrified. Let's find out if this one is going to be a bit of a scary game, though. Into the first round, Tim. It's all kicking off. Still a bit disappointed. Still a bit hurt in my heart of hearts. We don't get to see any Glaz, but it would probably be the most ridiculous round ever if we did.
Well, he's certainly not what he once was. I think that much is fair to say. We used to see Glaz coming in as a real entry fragger, but since the changes to his scope, anybody who doesn't know, obviously he gives a bright yellow view. It's like a thermal scope, essentially, and any operator within it will be bright yellow, even through smoke. So quite often you just get the sight smoked out, and Glaz would just walk in, absolutely gunning people, seeing through it. So they changed that. When Glaz is moving, that yellowing effect, that thermal effect just drops off, so you can't see people any longer, or at least certainly not as clearly. So since that was changed, it's certainly achieved its purpose, I think, and it's taken him much more back to a sniper role rather than being able to use as entry like that.
Yeah, definitely not anywhere near as strong as he once would. How the mighty have fallen. But let's see what mighty plays will be made into this initial round. We got about 1 minute and 45 seconds left on the clock. As contact is found, it seemed like Redux was going to be reduced to absolutely nothing. But no, he turns on a dime, and Mozzie the Aussie starts to make some noise as he's poised there, killing another man, fighting back against Pino. There is eventually a trade onto him. Kamikaze a little bit late, but better late than never, Tim, as we go 1 for 1 so far. Did see the Nitro chucked out, but it's not going to get an opportunity to slay. Instead, it's the long-distance slug that comes out of full shotty. This round has erupted into chaos in a matter of seconds, Tim. We've now been left into this point, 4v2. What on earth?
I'm just absolutely bouncing up and down in my chair at the minute, the Jackie, because this is the perfect introduction. This is just light the blue touch paper and stand well back, because this one is going to be explosive. We are in for fireworks right now. How aggressive was Forge just playing in service entrance, taking the fight right up into the faces of NIP on the attack. We seem to have got a little bit of a calm settle. It was almost the storm before the calm that time around, Jackie. They just flipped it on its head, but aggression coming in from NIP still on that kitchen window. The Ash, however, will be shut down in courtyard. Philippox will get that, leaves us 1 versus 4. Julio on the Dorkaby with a huge job at hand now, just taking it slowly. Will he get one? No, Raps is alive, alert, and will shut the man down. That's going to be round 1 going to Team 1.
Oh, mate. That was absolutely wild, Tim. Looks like we are calling for a rehost on this one. Never fear, though. We've got some content prepared for you, as we always do. I think we've got a little replay from that first round. Let's have a look what was picked out by big man Jacob behind the scenes to try and give us a nice little glimpse at the crazy plays that went down, because there was an awful lot of them. We've got a neat package of a few of those tasty frags, and some of them really were a delicacy, Tim.
That headshot from Raps, what a great view we've got of it. Jacob does a great job on the replays there, especially picking out those nice little zooms and just giving us that slightly better look. pixels. That is all he had to go at there and just completely shut the man down. Great plays from Team One inside of service, bathroom, completely locked down that doorway. And NIP, they'd committed fairly heavily to that, especially after Pino had been shut down in the pool entrance. And I felt Pino was a little bit sluggish there. I could be wrong, but coming in, we usually see him, looking sharp on the entry, but he just seemed to dither a little bit with the challenge onto the Mozzie, and Reduct took full advantage of it and completely closed the man down. So it was a great start for Team One, and one they were able to follow up. And right now, NIP need to be careful because Team One, they are very capable, they are very strong, they can be deadly destroyers on coastline. And NIP, they can't let them get their heads here.
No, they can't. NIP, they've taken some big games on coastline in the past, but obviously in a domestic matchup, you've got to throw all that out the window, especially just when you're in the BR6 alone. If you aren't familiar with these types of games, if you have any pre-connotations coming into it, forget about it. Because once we get into the server, everything is fresh, and it is a brawl between these two teams until the bitter end. That's just what we've seen happening over the course of the season, Tim. But what we've seen going down in Twitch chat in terms of the poll for this one appears to be an 80% vote in favor of NIP, with just 11% of the vote on Team One. I do agree NIP will most likely take this series, but it's nowhere near that one-sided.
Absolutely not. I mean, I think we're seeing a lot of NIP fans there. I've got to call it as I see it. I think we're seeing a lot of sort of, that is definitely supporter positivity coming in from the NIP fans there. And I wonder if they'd change their minds. I wonder how many people would change their minds after round one, Team One coming out swinging.
Oh, they did indeed, mate. Swinging into a segue though, Tim, do you fancy your first rehost riddle with a play day?
I'm feeling strong today, Jackie. It was rough. Map picks, rehosts. It was no good for me on Thursday, but I'm feeling pepped up. I'm ready to go today.
It's good. You're looking like you got the energy. You got the vibes going. I'm living for it, Tim. So we'll step into this one. First rehost riddle of the day. Play along, of course, if you want to in Twitch chat or on Twitter. Hashtag rehost riddles at me or Tim. Just send them in. We'll see them. Tim, a father's child, a mother's child, yet no one's son. Who am I?
A father's child, a mother's child, yet no one's son. Now, I've got the answer, Jackie. It's clicked straight in the noggin. I'm going to give everybody in chat another minute or two to see what they can do with it, but it's one of them where it just fits straight into my logic. We saw this on Thursday. None of them fit into my logic. I had an absolute nightmare, Jackie. Absolute nightmare. Who am I? You're somebody's daughter.
Whee, there we go.
Hey, he's in. He started off strong.
That's lovely, mate. You've done well. I thought that one would be on brand. I thought I'd go for the daughter question. He'll probably get this one. It'll ease him in for the day. Things were a little bit rough yesterday, mate. And I've thrown you a and you've grabbed onto it like a lovely little dog.
I needed something to start getting my teeth into, didn't I? Because it was an absolute nightmare on Thursday. I was just shut down at every turn. But we can see they're coming in. We've got the tally 3 and 5. That can't be right now. I don't think Producer Simon. Now, there right? We go. Yeah, he's updated it now as we speak. Don't try and lampoon me like that, Producer Simon. I'm having none of that. 4 and 5.
Oh, mate. He's trying to take away wins. It's
the live update. He does the live update.
Fair play. It makes sense. It makes sense. Right. Well, there you go, Tim. Good work. First rehost riddle of the day. You've come in quite strong on that one. Feels like things are starting to get in gear. The maps are coming back to you. The riddles are coming back to you. And I'll tell you what, coming back to this series, Tim, where do you reckon this is going to go? First round gave us a bit of an inkling that it's looking like Team One. They're gunning for it. They seem pretty confident.
Well, Team One have come in as strong as I've just done on the riddle there, Jackie. There's no two ways about it. They mean business. Such a strong defence of Kitchen. NIP were barely able. In fact, I don't think they did successfully get inside the map. We had Pino. He got a couple of boots on the ground inside a pool entrance, but went absolutely no further. He couldn't get over the threshold into Sunrise, completely shut down by Reduct. And then it was all action stations around the service door, and they just lost one man after another. I think they did get a couple inside, but Foles just got right up in the grill, quite literally shooting at them through the metal bars, using the shotgun, completely shut them down. Big play wraps as well. We saw the beautiful replay that Jacob managed to capture, just strafing across that little rotation hole in the bathroom wall through to service, picked the man up on the service door. Absolute pixel sniffing he was there, right up on his monitor. He's going to need to give that a wipe down. It's going to have his breath all over it.
Oh no, mate. It'd be a nightmare. It'd be fogged up. You have to get in there. It's like, you know, when you open up the oven, Tim, you got your glasses on. You just can't see anything.
I do know that. I know all about it.
It's a logistical nightmare. You have to prep going in, glasses off, oven open, glasses back on.
I went to a zoo in Holland once. I was out there on holiday. It was Amsterdam, actually, and I went to the zoo there. And they had this wonderful thing that for some reason we don't seem to see in the UK, and it really surprises me because we have the sort of perfect sort of weather for it. They have little glasses heaters, Jackie. So you go in and you take your glasses off, okay, and you put them in there like that way. You put it in, and it's like a little hand dryer for your glasses, so it heats up the lenses. And then you walk in, because it was cold. I think it was like maybe November. So you're going in from the cold. I think it was into the butterfly house or something. So it's quite warm. So we went in there, and obviously normally, poof, your glasses are going to steam up as soon as the heat hits. But for some reason, we don't seem to have those in the UK, and it's like a super useful invention. I was well impressed with it.
Oh, that's ridiculous. It makes sense as well, because, you know, there's countless times, Tim, I'm out and about, and I'm like, God, my eyeballs are a bit cold. So,
do they get fogged up?
You know, if I had some little glasses heaters to warm up, keep my eyes nice and toasty, I'd be living it. I'd be landed, mate.
I don't think you can put your eyes in there, Jackie. I'm going to throw it out there now. It's got to be glasses only, surely.
Well, you know, I suppose it's like a hand warmer. You ever dried your hair with a hand warmer? Like a hand
I can't
dryer?
say I've ever been in that situation where I've needed to, Jackie, but thanks for reminding me. You get stuck in, son. Don't mess about.
To be fair, the issue is sometimes I just forget. You know, I look at you, Tim, and I just, in my mind, there's just dreadlocks. There's just full-on dreadlocks there. Like, it changes every week. I look at him, sometimes he's got a mohawk. I forget you're bald.
That's it. It's not a bald head. It's a green
cap.
screen. It's just a green screen. I was going to say for your imagination, Jackie, but we know obviously, again, that's something that I always forget. It's just, we're having a nightmare between us.
Oh, mate. Right. Well, welcome back to to Jack and Tim in the bungalow. It's a lot like Dick and Dom. It's probably on the same level of maturity, but we will mature for this one as we return to the gameplay. We're heading back into Coastline, Tim. We're excited for this one. I think that's probably why we're as giddy as we are right now. This is looking like a great game.
I've got a tremble on, Jackie. There's absolutely no other way to put it. I've got a dither going in my hand here. I'm just so excited about this game. I literally cannot wait to see round after round of this because I've got a suspicion, I've got a sneaking feeling that NIP are going to come back in here absolutely windmilling, Jackie.
Ooh, that's what I like as well. My preferred games of Siege are when you have two teams coming at one another like rugby players, sprinting out windmilling, ready to lay fist to face and face to fist. We'll see if a hailstorm of fists will be kicking up into this one. You said yourself, Tim, in that first round, right? It was the storm before the calm. And I think all that happened is we went into the eye of the storm for a couple of seconds before we got hit full on by it again. There was hailstones everywhere. And those hailstones were the bullets from Team 1.
Come back out the other side of it now. There's absolutely no two ways about it. We are heading into a maelstrom right now, Jackie. We are going to go through the ringer here. We're going to be spun round and round, tipped upside down. We're not going to know which way we are going. I am certain this game is going to bounce backwards and forwards. NIP, they will not take round one lying down. Pino, I tell you now, he's not going to be happy with that opening death that he took. We know how strong he is on the entry, and the opportunity was there for him to shut down Reduct on the Mozzie, and he just missed a couple of shots. He just looked a little bit sluggish, and maybe that rehorse will have helped him just plug in his thinking brain, Jackie, and get ready to flex the reflexes here in round two.
You've got to engage that, you know, that right cortex of the brain, get the creativity side pumping, start to come up with some ingenuity into this round. Let's see if that's going to work out for them. If they can do some artistry here and paint us a very pretty picture with some harsh brush strokes coming out from that MPX. Because I'm looking towards Raps early on. I want to see if this Valkyrie can rise up into the round and get an early entry frag. Psycho seems to be the one that could be applying pressure as well over for the side of Nip early on, peering in bit by bit, but not fancying walking up towards that information desk and asking for customer support in.
He's just going having a look at the leaflets. You know the leaflets, Jackie,
Oh,
that have
I
got
do know
like
the
days out
leaflets.
in the local area. He's checking them out. He's seeing if there's anything he wants. I tell you what, Kamikaze doesn't want what he just got. Balls is going to shut him down with a big opener, and that leaves us 5 versus 4. Lukid's taken a couple of shots along the way, and right now, that is hard breach gone off the board, and it is not the ideal site to attack on to without a hard breach. Coming into Blue Bar Sunrise, depending where your push is going to come from, potentially, you want to open that wall behind Blue Bar. That is now probably going to limit them to pushing in through the pool entrance, and it can be difficult, especially with the shotgun of falls on the board. Raps gets taken out to square things away. 1 minute 20, and we could have an aggressive run out here. Will Reed up there? Will he go for it? Does he know that there are men out there ready for the taking? But no, he's been too slow. He's not gone for that level of aggression, and it's going to allow NIP to get themselves inside the building, and they will start to push towards Kitchen. We're going to have a come in together right now. Lukid, he's on the Jaeger. He knows that the pressure is there, and he will be shut down. He can't hit his shots into the service area. Psycho it will be to get the kill onto the Jaeger. That leaves us now 4 versus 3. 50 seconds left to go.
Oh, mate. You were talking about the leaflets. Team 1, they've taken the wrong one. They've picked up a holiday trip to the graveyard. 3 of them have gone, and they are not coming back. It's only Philippox and Falls that remain alive, outnumbered 2-1 with 34 seconds left on the clock. They are in a horrendous position unless Philippox can pop off. Backstab onto the first, sneaking suspicion of the location of the second, switches to the shotty, slays the Ash, and switches back to his secondary. He stays alive. 1v2, it is winnable, but he needs to hit his shot towards Bar. Knows exactly where he is, firing close towards the cranium, but can't connect as Julio, gunning down with the LMG, snatches the round, and the Thinker has clutched it.
I think that is what every single neutral watching today wanted to see. Jackie, NIP coming out with a seriously strong ground there. Pino able to get the diffuser on the ground despite losing their hard breach as the very first kill of the round. Kamikaze completely shut down by Falls, but ultimately it didn't matter. NIP found a way. They got in there. They took their challengers where they found them, and they shut down Team 1, leveling things out on the scoreboard. 1 apiece, and we couldn't have asked for a better start here. Both teams coming in with extremely dominant rounds to put under their belt and really fire them up, and the blood has got to be running hot right now, Jackie.
Oh, fiery hot, Tim. Like a spicy Bombay mix.
Are you a fan of a Bombay mix, Jackie?
And you know what? Look, honestly,
I feel like even you didn't know that you were going to Bombay mix there.
Yeah, it just kind of, I think there's something deep in my brain that just, I said spicy and it kind of went back the memories of like, a nice Bombay bite. You're there, you got the chips with all the nice sauce on top, you got the meat on the sides. I'm sat there just living my movie. It's taken me back to a special place, Tim. This game's on the same wavelength as very fond memories.
I love it when you get so excited by games of Siege that the words coming out of your mouth sometimes surprise yourself. And you're like, oh, actually, yeah, a Bombay mix. I love a bit of that.
Oh, man. God. That's what it's shaping up to be like, though, Tim. We're reaching new heights. It's definitely a spicy one, and I'm living for it. This could actually be quite a cheeky play as well. Raps, obviously, still on the Valkyrie, right? We didn't see as many crazy players coming out from into the prior round. He didn't really get a chance. Effectively, he was just told in angles. He was on customer service duty, but he got served by the customers when they walked in and just shot him straight in the face. This time around, Black Eye Camera goes out, wants to try and get a bit of a cheeky early peek on to see if he can go for a run out. He did pre-fire it a little bit, faced towards Ruins, fired out like 5 or 10 bullets, but no one was there. So it won't really amount to much, and issue is with that, you've given the game away, right? You can't really run the risk of going for it a second time.
Reduc takes shots as he bolts his way back upstairs. I think he was waiting for one of those coach excursions. Jackie just realised he's left his money in the safe. He's had to bail back upstairs to the room to try and collect it. But as he does, as he hits those cool vibe stairs, bullets will hit him in the back. I think that's a little bit harsh if he's going to be late for the bus. I think, just a warning that he needs to be on time would have been enough, Jackie.
Well, mate. The conductors clearly not happy with that one. They're wielding weapons of mass destruction, and That's how it works. They run a tight schedule. Don't go missing a bus, as you will pay the price. You will get left busted on the ground. With 1 minute and 40 seconds left, though, there's no real busting that's been occurring into this round, apart from all over Reduct, it seems, as the Mute has nearly been slain. Left on what? About 5 HP there in a really sticky predicament, attempting to stay alive. Selma devices going out to take down those hard breach walls as well and give them clear lines of sight in towards that site, Tim. This is where it's going to really start to get hairy.
Reduct is currently living his third life of the round, taking shots twice and still not being put down. He keeps himself in the fight. He's down there. He's going to have to hold himself in an extremely tight angle. He cannot move in and challenge, but it will be third time unlucky as Pino, he gets his entry. He starts himself firing with those opening kills, shutting down the Mute. It was only a fraction of HP to be lost at that point, but it does give NIP a slight advantage in the early round. But look at this. We've got Raps on the Valkyrie holding Aquarium down. This is an extremely aggressive hold from them. Pino gets a second on the round. Raps will get a nitro kill, but right now everything is going in the favour of NIP as they move in. Psycho with a big double on the round. Muzi, the human Uzi, finishes things off with a kill onto Valipox, and that is round number 3 going to NIP, and they are looking great right now.
Here we go. The ninjas in pajamas are running down the stairs, and they're definitely leaving the opposition a little bit scared off the back of that. Round 2 now put into the buffer, as they do bite back immediately against Team 1. They might have conceded that initial opening round, but from that point forward, they've come back out swinging. 2 clean rounds back-to-back. If this is maintainable and sustainable, and they get themselves a third here, they've nearly won the half already, and that's why it gets a bit scary, right? Obviously, Raps, he's sticking to his guns, quite literally, wants to rock that MPX into this round. Once again, going for the Valkyrie pick. We've seen him trying to be a nuisance maker in the early game twice now, where he hopes to get an initial entry frag. But first time, he waited and was holding an angle. Second time around, he tried to go for the run out. It was a little bit too early, pre-fired it, didn't get anything for it, and just died for his sins a little bit later on. Into round 4, will he have more success? I mean, you could team up with someone like Lukid as well, big boy Lukey D. The Jaeger, once those ADSs are planted down, as a bit of a duo, Tim, potentially reacting off the back of his cams, there would be a chance for the run out to have a greater success rate.
Honestly, Jackie would love nothing more than to start seeing some run-outs here, because this one is already up at 11, so I don't know if the aggression and intensity can be taken any further. Team 1, they're going to be looking for one way or another to get themselves back into this. Out goes those aggressive Valkyrie cams, as you said, might be the case. Great external views available. That's why I suggested that Valkyrie could well have ended up being one of the operator bans. It's just landed in the palm tree there. It's going to give plenty of view. Now, we've got IQ on the board, so Psycho needs to be coming out, doing his job, getting that scanner out and making sure that he's picking up those external cams, because if they lose anybody to a run out, a jump out, then questions need to be asked at that point.
Ooh, we spoke about runouts, we spoke about jump outs, and they're going to be jumping for joy with the initial interaction in the round, but the response is going to wipe that smirk right off the face of Team 1. You might kill Muzi, but it's just a 1-for-1 on the trade, leaving you in a 4-on-4 now with still 2 minutes of the round left to go. Reduct seems like he is raring to go, though, to go for a re-peek onto the angle. It's going to be contested. Julio is close by, but doesn't spot him on the doorway. Can't rain down Hellfire and stop the man from getting out of the angle. Melusi, a key member of the team if she can stay alive, because she's got the nitro in the back pocket. As long as she still has that little bit of utility, you want to keep her alive and kicking. If you can get her through towards the dying seconds of a round, that nitro could be the difference between a clutch or a round going in favour of Nip.
Shotgun going to open up some vertical angles. Meanwhile, Reduct opens up the skull of Julio with a nice headshot. Pino, 1 for himself, squares things away at 3-3 with 1 minute 30 there or thereabouts left in the round now. The nitro has just been thrown out there onto the soft wall. I think the intention was potentially to create a rotation, to just move around and keep them guessing at the angle that they were going to be attacked from, but the Melusi will not get chance as Reduct is shut down by Kamikaze. We find ourselves now with an NIP advantage and a lot of time left on this clock for 2 defenders to burn alone. Mute and Smoke, it will be an SAS job if they are going to close this one out.
Psycho over the wall, towards the window, straight down to ground level. as he's trying to find himself a new access point into the compound. They have to get into this big, luscious villa and make it not look like a holiday for Team 1. If it is going to be a holiday, it must be a holiday from hell, because it's a 2 versus 3, and there is firearms coming towards them, Falls being shot from both sides, tries to retreat. Ooh, somehow blessed there towards the end. That smoke should have been dead, and it's critical he stays alive, because he's their gamble. They put him into a position, Tim, where he could save the round here. He has 3 smoke cans left. He's dashed out 2 of them. There goes the 3rd. Look how much time has been wasted purely off of that one operator surviving on 5 HP. Felipox, the other member of the SAS, going in aggro, peeking with the shotty. 9 seconds remain, but he gets a bit overconfident. His teammate dies in the downtime as well. And NIP clean up a round that looked very, very messy.
Falls getting very aggressive there on the pool entrance door. As we saw, he was low HP at that point. He had the toxic babes in hand, was using them, but then just chose to move around his deployable shield and really aggress onto that door. And you just don't feel he was in the position to really be making that challenge given his HP at the time as well. It was always a losing battle that he was fighting. And I appreciate at that point in time they were short-handed and they needed to try and do something. A play needed to be made to try and level out the playing field, but I'm not sure that was the one. Falls maybe would have been better off holding himself behind the shield. Of course, hindsight is always 2020, and he lost his life there and left his man all alone completely in the middle of no man's land to be shut down from 3 angles at the same time. It was always going to end one way. So NIP, they take round 4. And that leaves them 3-1 on the scoreboard here. And let's not forget, Coastline was the choice of Team 1. And we know that they've been good here previously, but right now, just struggling on the defence a little bit. NIP, they look like an attacking machine at the minute.
Oh, it's well oiled. They're firing from all cylinders. The engine is running at a beautiful speed. It's purring along, Tim, and man, they're going to be really happy with the way the game's gone so far. Off the back of an opening round, the only round that Team 1 have won since the rehost. 3 rounds on the spin, NIP have not dropped the ball once. And we look at the players that are performing for them. Pino and Psycho, the back-to-back P brothers, here with 5 frags on Pino and 7 kills on Psycho. Certainly living up to his name, as he has been causing massacres on a global scale all across the resort. There's been multiple complaints against him, noise complaints, everyone saying that he's doing all sorts of shenanigans around the villa, Tim. They want him kicked out, but management will not get rid of him.
Oh, it's going to be one of them nights, Jackie, where the authorities have to turn up. People are jumping in the pool after 10 o'clock. They've put the chemicals in to clean it. That's causing a problem. That's a health and safety nightmare. And the hotel manager, he's got no choice but to call in the authorities to try and shut this one down.
It just can't be done. Once the chlorine goes in, you've got to give it time. You know, you don't want to potentially get your skin burnt. It's just not worth the risk. But Psycho, he doesn't give a damn, mate. He is a wild, wild boy with the way he's playing this one so far. And Muzi might be the one trying to take the mantle as the nuisance maker into this round, though. Early on, peeking out, looked like he wanted to get into close quarters combat, but second guesses it. Instead, working alongside Julio as they will take map control bit by bit, heading up towards the roof for the rotation, can link up with the rest of the NIP squad and Wolfpack into this round.
Team 1 could really do with an opening kill where they don't lose themselves to a quick trade, as happened last time around. Raps, of course, opening things up onto Muzi, but then immediately shut down. They need to get themselves that advantage, but hold on to it as well. Give themselves the opportunity to really use that man count to their favour. But so far, NIP looking pretty good. They've got themselves in the upstairs, but how about that for a run out from Reduct? He's going to shut down Muzi once again. Having a little bit of a torrid time on the server so far is Muzi. Not so much of the human Uzi today. He's got himself involved in a little bit of the action, but generally speaking, getting shut down early in these rounds.
Okay, this is good though. Now it's a 5v4. This favors Team 1. I say that though, and of course it will change. Psycho keeps on giving. Certainly the big boombox of Team NIP as he is decimating them with the decibels he's dropping across the map right now. Kamikaze fully committing to getting the diffuser down. We see another trade coming across, and again it's Psycho unloading onto anyone that dares to step in front of him. And there's only 2 men remaining alive. Lukin and Raps, their hearts are going to be pounding as they need to push in and give NIP a bit of a seeing to in this round if they want to clutch it. Raps heads on in, paranoid about the vertical angles, won't spot anyone up there. The smoke will fade towards the doorway, and he gets the headshot onto Kamikaze. This could be winnable, but Lukid has to kill everyone that comes towards him. They switch it around. Raps instead holding the door. They peek in, nearly the 2K spray down, but the man we need to focus on, of course, is Psycho. A ludicrous round. He's nearly had 2 aces at this point. The amount of frags he's getting, Tim, back-to-back quad kills, that is crazy.
Honestly, Team 1, they are going to wake up tonight sweating after a nightmare about Psycho. But unfortunately, they're going to realise, Jackie, that it wasn't a dream. It wasn't a nightmare after all. It was real life. It is happening on the server right now. Psycho is just shutting them down left, right and centre. There's absolutely nothing they can do to slow the man down. He is just a force to be reckoned with right now. Unbelievable.
That's crazy. Here's the replay from it, of course, as well, where Redux went for the crazy run out and then the end of the round. A lovely shot, one that is very hard to hit, essentially pixel sniffing. There was almost the opportunity there where he could have got 2 more as well, spraying in the right position. Nearly a ginormous round from Team 1 on the retake, but all credit has to go to the main man. The man we're shouting, we're ranting, we're raving about. The person that has by far been doing more than just getting noise complaints, Tim. He is quite literally murdering people in this villa, in this holiday destination. 11 frags to 1 death since the rehost. NIP have this entire game to thank to Psycho right now.
11-1, absolutely unreal performance. And right now, all NIP need to do is just keep the leash off Psycho, just facilitate him at this point, drone him in, get him going into those gunfights, clear ahead of him, just make sure the opportunity is there for him to pick up those kills, because as soon as he has a Team 1 body in front of him, he knows exactly what to do with it, and that is to send it to the morgue. No messing about. He is not taking any prisoners so far here in map 1, and NIP, they are coming out super strong. And I suggested this at the beginning, Jackie. I thought it'd play out more of a sort of 7-5, but I did say if we had either one of these teams come in and dominate, because of the quality of both teams, it was going to have to be a spectacular performance, and it would be exciting in its own way to watch, and that is exactly what we see. And I am fully invested in Psycho's performance right now, and I cannot take my eyes off the man.
He's so damn good. He's really been playing his heart out. On the IQ, we've seen that he certainly is a big brain, but he's got even bigger brawn with some of the frags he has been finding. Into the 6th round. Can he maintain that pace and keep it up? Muzi. Oh, look at that. The movement there around the pest. That was really clean, actually. Good work.
One drone avoiding a pest is just the tip of the iceberg so far for the achievements that NIP are managing to put on the board. They can see we've got a man up on the rooftop there. He's watching for any stray rotations and will shut them down. It is Psycho himself. We know he's hitting shots so far. He will only need an absolute pixel peek onto somebody just trying to move their way back into sight. And that might not be a bad shout, because we've got a couple of Team 1 out on the roam, playing out in the Penthouse Theatre area, just trying to leave that threat, that imposition of a potential flank. And Julio's going to be shut down on a run out. Philippok's getting aggressive. Muzi will shut down Reduct in return, in response to level things out 4-4. Philippok takes some big damage there as well as he tries to just skip away from that run out. But I like to see this continuing aggression from Team 1. They're certainly not willing to slow down at this point in time. They are continuing at a breakneck speed.
Right then, 55 seconds remaining into the round. 4 versus 4. Philippox and Raps, they've both taken a bit of a beating. They're looking green around the gills, but there's going to be red on the walls as Kamikaze with the AK hits him with the Kalashnikov as he slays another man, dropping them down into a 3 versus 4. Now outnumbered and outgunned, they would need to do something miraculous to bring this round back to deny it a 5th, going over to NIP's attacking half. They would get 5 rounds on the trot. It would be a hell of a half here for the NIP attacking side if they can win this one. 15 seconds remaining as they push their way into sight. Good play from the smoke at least, holding on to those cans for as long as physically possible. Fall starts to use them, but his teammates are falling. Muzi trades onto one man. There is a kill back though. Lukin and Falls with a double kill. Big Papa Pump coming out in full force as it bites its way through two men, denying the diffuser going down and getting the round for Team 1, at least giving them another round of buffer to play with at the end of the half. It will go 4-2 on the split because of the 2K from the shotty.
What a turnaround from Falls and Lukid there. Lukid, for me, really facilitating that turnaround, just hitting the shots onto the man that was planting. That really threw the round into disarray. And as you say, Falls, he did not miss a beat there. Just stepped straight up, ripped the man off the rappel on the double window from the billiards table. He really did pocket himself a fantastic kill there as he then moved round the corner, finished off the down dash, and that was all she wrote on the round. There was just no opportunity for the last man alive for NIP to pick up that diffuser and try and get it activated on the ground. And that will be the end of the first half. 4-2, and NIP still looking strong, but Team 1, if ever they were going to win a round in that half, that was the time to do it, just to try and break the momentum as they now come in on the attack.
Okay. I mean, at least it's another round, right? It's still slightly better. It puts them into a good position, being able to find that one extra bit of buffer. But it looked damn scary. I'm surprised they were able to clutch it out from the slot they were in. I thought it would come down to the smoke utility, but in the end, it just came down to the shotgun itself to salvage what was otherwise a round that was going straight to the junkyard. 4-2 then, into the 7th. NIP, what's your defense looking like? And Psycho, is he still going to have the same level of opportunity he had on attack team? Because he was a one-man army through and through. Now you put him on a Jaeger, an operator that he could definitely roam on if he wants to and can take the fight to them. Combo that with Muzi's cameras on the Valkyrie. There's some shenanigans to potentially come out of this opener.
As you say, 11-2 for Psycho. Certainly a big first half, and NIP, they will need more of the same from him. Just taking a look at Team 1's attacking stats previously here on Coastline now. They've played all 4 sites, interestingly, and have not managed a successful attack on Penthouse and Theatre. So whether that is something NIP will have picked up on, it's not a primary site by any means, not generally a secondary, but it could well be a little bit of a sort of pocket strap for them to bring out here, because Team 1 have struggled previously. Now, coming into hooker and billiards, 66% win rate, so we would expect Team 1 to pick up this first round on attack. They have done very, very well. Only managed to plant the diffuser once inside of 6 rounds. They just come in and get the kills. They treat this one much like a TDM.
That's probably the best position they can take it in. Deathmatch await towards the end. Oh, Pino. I'm curious to see if he'll actually find a frag from this angle. Sat there towards cool vibes. But this man is anything but cool and collected. He is a killer. He wants to repaint the walls rather than being a nice light blue to more of a fitting blood red if they charge towards him. Support from Psycho as well, with a cheeky angle to open up through the soft wall, looking over towards the run-in through the window, so he's got a clear line of sight. If they push in, if they're not careful, it should be a free frag, which it will. Oh, Psycho giving Felipox a black eye with his black ice.
Somebody stop this man. There is absolutely nothing right now that Team 1 can do, but I just feel again Felipox moving in there. You've got to be careful when you're running into that line of sight of the hooker door, because you know there's generally challenges made, at least from single door, but Psycho able to really put him down. Aggression coming up cool vibe stairs though. Falls once again. He certainly has been the man for Team 1 so far. Catches himself in a bad stage of action there, and Psycho takes full advantage, getting himself 2 on the round. Lukid, he puts down Musti, brings it back to 3 versus 2, but it is always slipping away from Team 1 at every step. No matter what kills they get, NIP, they are just able to match them, to trade them, to keep themselves level, neck and neck, until they get to the finishing line, and then ultimately it's Julio who thrusts out his chin and pushes NIP past that winner's post in first place.
There we go. Another round going the way of the big boys in NIP. Now, Tim, I'll tell you what, they've probably got their Jimmy Jams on by this point because this game has been put to bed. Specifically, Team 1. All 5 of them have been tucked up in their bunk beds, given a kiss goodnight. And it seems like going into this round, this is where they want to read them the bedtime story before they turn the lights out and shut down the game. Because they need 2 more rounds to win it. 1 here to guarantee a draw, and 1 following that to have a victory on Coastline. The map pick of Team 1 going into their second map, of course, Tim, that will be Cafe with a 1-map lead.
NIP certainly putting Team 1 to bed at this stage, and they're ready to head back downstairs to continue that party, Jackie. The bar is still open, the music's still going, and NIP, they are dancing to that beat. Team 1 just unable to keep up with it at the moment. If anything, they just look a mile behind at this point in time, especially to say that it was their map pick. They've just not been able to make any real impression so far. It is just all about NIP. Psycho coming out with another 2 on the round to put himself up to 13 overall and showing that it doesn't matter. Attack, defense, he will do it on either side of the table.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh my. Right, here we go. We head into round 8. Hold on to your fillings as it is about to get Larry. This round decides an awful lot between NIP and Team 1. It is do or die effectively here for Team 1. The fact that NIP have already got to 5 means that the buffer is completely gone. It has all been used up. If you concede this round, they are on 6. And I tell you what, they're already on 1 frag for the round. That's 2. The jump out from Psycho as this man is a bit of a nutter. Oh, Tim, I tell you what, he is a bit of a talking head because he's looking like a psycho killer right now. A free cake to open it up. Somebody stop this lunatic.
He needs locking up for Team 1's safety at this point. He is absolutely all over them like a rash as he gets himself a 3rd in the round. And that is Psycho pushing himself to 16 kills in the game so far. And he has been more than any thorn in the side of Team 1 right now. He's going to be the knife in the back, Jackie. He is going to send them to the infirmary. He is putting them down for good. At this point, it is 5-2 on the scoreboard to NIP. But we are rocketing towards 6-2 and a guaranteed draw here on Coastline. I don't see any way for Team 1 to come back into this, not unless they can flip a switch and come out and show us something that we are yet to see from them today.
No, it's done. It's done. It's been put to bed. The bedtime story was a lot shorter than I thought it would be. And Psycho, he was the one playing all of the characters, running out and playing them like a fiddle with a 3K. Reduct at this point as well, he's going to hide. He's going to waste time. You've got 1 minute and 25 seconds of free time to just talk as a team. And that's what he'll do. This is obviously the longest timeout you will get out of a game of Siege like this. So use it all, chat until your heart is content, and then send him in on a bit of a solo mission. Obviously, it's not a throwaway. If he can try and get frags and build something off the back of it, he will. But the likelihood is, once he pushes in, he will be slain relatively quickly. And that will take us in to a 6-2 position. It would have to be a incredible clutch, which at this point looks less than likely. Pete coming around, they're trying to take the aggressive face towards him as well. They do spot him out. Bit of damage back in his favour. But again, Tim, it's just delaying the inevitable, right? You've got 40 seconds here, massively outnumbered in a 1 versus 4. No chance of grabbing that diffuser unless he had very long stretch arms, which he does not. And it won't be a stretch to say that NIP have got themselves to a 6, guaranteeing the draw and 1 round away from putting this one to bed completely and getting the 7 scoreline.
NIP just look absolutely terrifying today so far. We'll see if it continues over into Cafe or whether the break between maps can just alter the momentum. But right now, it just doesn't feel like it's even about momentum, Jackie. It's the fact that every player on the team is just hitting shots, winning gunfights. JP said it to us after the last matchup events, and it's something we commented on at the beginning. It was interesting for him to follow up on it, and he said that confidence is such a big key in Siege. Going in and being the aggressor will mean that you often win the gunfight, and right now we are seeing that in absolute bucketfuls from NIP right now. There is no stopping them. Psycho is on 17 kills after just 8 rounds. He needs 3 more for the 20, Jackie. We've already seen it in this stage from Herds. Will we see 20 inside one map again? This time from Psycho. Can he do it? He might only have 1 more round to achieve it. We're heading into Penthouse and Theatre. As I said, attacking Team 1 have been unsuccessful. They've got 0% win rate here on Penthouse and Theatre. They've attacked it twice. They've lost it twice. They're going to have to show us something we've never seen from them before here. NIP, I think it's over here and now.
It's got to be, mate. It 100% has to be. They've been in command of the game ever since the rehost. They've only conceded 1 round since the game was put back to live after the opener was taken by Team 1. And even then, that was close. That was by no means a one-sided affair that came out from Team 1. However, the rounds that NIP have been winning, a few of them have definitely been very one-sided. Even just down to 1 man winning them off his own back. And that is Psycho. Maybe he's had enough of hurting people now, though, and instead moved over to the dock so he can help people. 17-2, though, Tim, since the rehost. That is despicable. That's the sort of scoreline we look at and we reserve for a player like Palu. But I guess Psycho, he's trying to show that, yeah, Liquid, they might have some big gunners, but NIP, if you can do it, we can do it better.
That's a really interesting point as well. 17 since the rehost. I'm racking my brain to think if Psycho... I think there was only 1 kill for NIP in the first round. Yeah. I'm not sure that it was Psycho who got it. I could be wrong, but I'm going to work on the basis that he's got 17 at the minute because I don't think it was Psycho who picked it up. I know Pino was shut down immediately by a Reduct, so it certainly wasn't Pino, but I think it might have been Kamikaze potentially. But one way or another, if he can get 3 from here, he guarantees the 20. It might even be more than that. And right now, NIP, they could do with a couple of kills on the board here in round number 9 if they want to close this out in quick fashion, because Pino, he's lost his way on the Jaeger and he has been shut down now. I think they're aware there is a man inside of luggage. Julio gets in and just makes the challenge, but his Oppo will be shut down as Foles gets the kill onto Psycho. Julio, however, manages to spin the shield onto his back and flip around with the machine pistol, using that to just shut the man down in luggage. And that finds us now 4 versus 3. Julio on serious low health, though, decides to take the shield back in front of him and just try to preserve his life a little bit as much as he can, but he will be downed. Reduct it will be to finish him off. 4 versus 2 now. Team 1 are looking good to get themselves back on the board here, but they will still be 3 rounds behind and still a lot of fighting required from them to tie this one up at 6-6.
2 versus 4. We've seen it happen previously, but will it happen again? Muzi. At times, we refer to him as the human Uzi because he can go off and massacre the opposition like a speedy SMG. Into this round, though, will he get given an opportunity to punish them? Right now, Wolf packing up. You've got a 3-1 split in terms of the way Team 1 are approaching this. Redux being the one, the rest of them grouping together. Kamikaze lurking behind the bomb. Muzi taking the peek towards the hallway. That could have been the 2-gate to save the round. Instead, he gets gunned down, and Lukid, he'll be the one snatching himself 2 frags back to back and keeping them alive and kicking for at least 1 more round. They have to win every round on the spin, though, Tim. That's the position they put themselves in.
Team 1 owe that to Lukid. There is no 2 ways about it. My heart was in my mouth for a moment there, Jackie, as Muzi just looked to make that peak with the Rook. Comes around the corner. We've got a great replay of it here in the slow-mo. Look. Oh, it's just the gap in between bullets means he misses the headshot. That is absolutely... If one of those lands, that's a 2k and you're in a 2 versus 2. Lukid with great reactions, though. Take nothing away from him. He just flipped it back, absolutely hit the old reverse card and headshot straight in to Muzi to take the Rook out. But Team 1, they're fighting hard. They know there's no more mistakes to be made, and they take the first step there. That's their first successful attack in Stage 2 onto Penthouse and Theatre, so they are doing it when it counts. They are bringing some thunder here, but can they whip up enough of a storm to find themselves a draw on course? There's a long way to go yet. Now, Psycho, he's been quiet for a round or 2 there, so maybe that is something that goes in the favour. Just need to try and keep reins on him, if nothing else.
For how long can you keep this big, snarling beast of a man on a leash. As he's got 17 frags to 3 deaths. I think we're looking at what, 4Ks or something absolutely out of this world. Astronomical plays that have been coming from him. He has been consistently a huge performer for NIP over the entirety of Coastline. He can afford 1 round to rest because they have 2 rounds left to play with, potentially as throwaways. If they do struggle to close it down, it doesn't matter. As long as they still get a 7-5 scoreline, at the very worst, NIP will walk away with the win on this first map. But with the way they've been playing, it feels like this is just a temporary slumber, a small cat nap in what has otherwise been a very decisive game from the Ninjas. Team 1, however, though, Tim, they don't have that blessing. They need to perform without any hitches from this point forward. With 3 rounds going into the bank, back to back to back. They've got 2 minutes here into this round to attempt to make a win happen. Early on, breaching charges coming out, giving them those line of sights to peer in and potentially find an opening frag. Issue is, look who bites back early. Pino with the SMG, slaughtering his way through Redux, reducing him to nothing and leaving them in a 5 versus 4 already.
Pino, always, you can rely on him to come in and get that entry to put your team on the front foot. Positive season after season on the entry stats, and does it once again exactly when NIP need it. He knows he's being challenged hard from the bathroom area, but will continue fighting. Kamikaze, he hits a shotgun shot onto Foles to take him off the board. That is the book gone, and leaving us now 5 versus 3, and surely this is now a downhill slope for NIP. They just need to take the feet off the pedal and just let this bike cruise towards victory. And that is exactly what they are going to get if this round goes in their favour. 6-3 it is, and a best of 12. It's the first 2-7. Raps, he's thinking about a peek into theatre, but he doesn't want any part of that. Pino has already hit shots from there, and he knows they've lost 1 man. They don't need to lose a second on the same peak. He's just cautious about the potential flank that could come out. Lukid, he's out on the hooker balcony, and he's just going to hold himself an angle again into that corridor. They're just looking right now, Team 1, for any stray rotations. Anybody they can pick up with an easy kill. He goes for the headshot, but it's Psycho. Who else to shut down Lukid? And that leaves him with another kill onto his name. Kamikaze gets his second in the round. It's surely a matter of time at this point. Raps is being challenged in VIP. He will get the Jaeger down, but as they move in, Psycho, I don't think we can count that. He gets 2 on the round, which I think will be 19 overall. We can't count the team kill.
Oh, mate.
As much as we might want to.
Bomb so bad, Tim, that he thought he'd slay his own teammate to get it. Oh, it won't matter, though. That's a ridiculous game from Psycho, right? Nip, as a team, played really well. But Psycho, by and large, the amount of rounds he individually won for the team, there's at least 2 of them that he just alone won for the team with his performance. 19 frags, 1 team kill, and 3 deaths since the rehost. He's came, he's seen, he's conquered. That is a play worthy of a king.
That really is scary. If Psycho can carry that form through onto Cafe, Team 1, they might as well hang up the keyboard at this point, because there is no way that you can play against that. 19-3. For me, the 3 is a really important part of that. He's survived in 60 to 70% of the rounds there. They've not been able to put him down, and Psycho's had a huge performance for his team.
Oh, mate, that's the crazy part, right? Like, that play is not only out of this world, it's out of this universe in terms of his KD. It's so big. The stats don't lie. It was backed up by the amount of plays he went for. And again, as well, it's not as if we can look at that and go, yeah, you know, it was really good, but a couple of them were just, you know, pats that were being sort of padded out. A couple of frags didn't really mean much. No, all of his frags were impact frags. He was either getting early entries, even when he was on defense or attack, or he was clutching with kills at the end of a round. Just played a super solid game of Siege there, Tim.
And the thing is, it filters into the team. They just then feel so confident to go and try that play that maybe otherwise they'd leave on the shelf. But no, you know what? I'm going to go and make that challenge, because if I lose my life, Psycho's going to clean up anyway the minute. So why worry about it?
Yeah, exactly. A visceral cleanup duty that came out from him with those 19 kills. Can he keep it up into the second map of Cafe? That is the question. For the answer, join us when we come back after the break.
Con estilo siempre te vas, pero te vienes con placer. Me dijiste no quiero nada, pero quieres todo, mujer. Baby, yo te hago soñar algo más rico que la miel, mi droga que te legalicen. No digamos el pecado, que hay cosas que no se dicen. Y en la piel tú y yo jugando, baby, ¿para qué te dices? Y tú solo dices que quieres más, que matemos la curiosidad. Eso hacemos.
Join Face It, Play Siege, win prizes. With 45,000 Ubisoft credits up for grabs every week in the EU Open Cups. Join the action at fce.gg/R6EU.
Agora sim, galerinha!
Meu Deus do céu, que jogada foi essa? Que absurdo!
Consegue. Olha, tipo do Bersa! E levou a melhoria e vai fechar! Que isso, meus amigos? Não é apenas um jogo, isso é Rainbow Six!
Man, what a ridiculous opening game. Coastline was miraculous. Psycho topping the charts with nearly a 20 bomb. And now we head into another explosive map. Cafe is coming up next. NIP, they've already got themselves one win under their belt in record time with how speedy the rounds were and how quickly the game went by. Tim, are they going to keep that up in the Cafe? Surely not.
It's difficult to imagine a team just playing with such pace through two whole maps, but right now, I don't know what's going to force NIP to take their foot off the pedal. There was absolutely nothing that Team 1 could bring to the table there on Coastline, and if anybody's going to be able to, you would expect it to be Team 1 on Coastline. We know how good they've been. They completely shut Team Liquid down in the last stage, winning that 1-7-4 and making it very, very difficult for Liquid to get any ground in the game. But NIP, they've shown that they're playing with supreme confidence at the minute. Let's not forget, coming in on the back of that win against Team Liquid, we're going to have Psycho dropping out. He's too hot for the server, Jackie. He's too hot for the server. It's rejecting him.
Oh, mate. He's tried to join. You know what it is, Tim, right? Someone's seen that performance. You've got someone sat at Ubisoft, right? Just monitoring through a battle line. They've just gone, hang on a minute. What's happening here? This can't be legit. Someone get this man out. And they've gone, whoa, 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 whoa. That's Psycho. And everyone's gone, all right, get him unbanned. Get him unbanned.
What's .nip? What does that mean? It means leave him alone.
What's he running on that computer? It's a small ninja wearing some sort of pajama-based outfit. What does that do?
It gets 20 kills a game.
Oh, mate. He certainly does. He did quite literally look like Patrick Bateman. He was going on a spree on that one, mate.
Oh, there was just absolutely no stopping him. He was just shots left, right, and centre. We saw a beautiful shot from his point of view where he was onto the hooker door, just hiding himself in behind the reinforcement. And it was a good example for me. There was just a little bit of a lack of diligence there from Team 1 coming in and not ADSing into that door frame, just running straight past it, and you're asking for trouble at that point, and that is exactly what they got. And Team 1, they certainly made an effort of it in a couple of rounds, but it really wasn't, the decision was taken out of their hands there. NIP, they came in and knew exactly what was what and completely shut the game down. They just looked phenomenal.
They did. They genuinely did look out of this world with the quality of play they brought to the table there on Coastline. It's a map we know they're very good on. And obviously, you know, we've seen them win games before against some really big teams, even in World Siege, not only domestically here in the BR6, but I think the bit that made it so crazy is the manner in which they won, where it was just Psycho every round, in and out, and we were sat there just screaming his name. And man, I definitely think that one probably got the community riled up. If you're one of the people that sat there watching it and was blown away by that game, why have you not tweeted in already, Tim? Where's the tweets? Where's your feedback? Let us know. It's hashtag BR6. Get involved. Me and Tim want to know what you are saying about that banger of a gem to start this game.
We really do. Talking of gems, Jackie, our community here for the English-speaking Latam broadcast is an absolute gem. Every one of you. I mean, you, everybody. You're all gems, and we want to hear from you. We love the interaction. So as Jackie says, get in touch. Use the hashtag BR6. Producer Simon, he's keeping an eye on those tweets. He throws some of them on the stream as well, and we all have a good bit of fun. But there's nothing fun about this game for Team 1 at the minute. And heading into Cafe, Jackie, they've got a big reset button to press here. And it's not going to be easy for them because they are going to be feeling battered and bruised, beaten up by NIP on the coastline map there. Just absolutely destroyed. There was no crack of the door they could open or where they could force a window, just absolutely nothing they could do to get themselves into that one. But heading into Cafe, it's going to be an interesting one. We haven't seen it played for either team so far during stage 2, so it's going to be all new for us on both sides of the table, at least in terms of stage 2. So we will see exactly who can come out on top. But one thing that Team 1 have to find an answer to is Psycho. How do they shut him down?
They've got to. They need to stop him. Big man Patrick Bateman going out there with his axe, chopping down the competition to him. You can't allow that sort of shenanigans to carry on into the second map of Cafe. Now, tell you something interesting about Cafe, Tim. This is no ordinary cafe. You walk in, you order your meal. That's all standard. The waiter's a lovely lad. He's like, yeah, you know, what do you want? We've got the soup of the day. You're like, yeah, I'll take the soup of the day. Go on, why not, right? But when it comes to paying, Tim, that's when he goes, yeah, the issue is we don't really take cards. We don't operate with cash. We only accept riddles.
And we charge for soup by the ounce.
Yeah, so that's the issue, Tim. You know, you're there, you're ready, you've got your tray, you've got your soup on there, you've got your carrot sticks on there, you're ready to check out, but he's come at you with this. He's asked you a riddle. Are you ready for it?
I reckon I can pay the bill, Jackie.
All right, Tim. Well, here we go. Let's step into the Cafe Dostoevsky soup riddle of the day. I am not alive, but I grow. I don't have lungs, but I need air. I don't have a mouth, but water kills me. What am I?
Right, there's a lot going on there. Let's unpack that a little
bit.
Break that down. Not alive, but I grow. Okay. Don't have lungs, but need air. Have a mouth, but water kills me. Right, I think I've got this one, Jackie. It's that third clue.
You got it again, yeah?
Well, it's the third clue particularly that's done it for me, and I'm running through the other two quickly in my mind, and I'm thinking I can see how that works, particularly the second one plays into it. I always like to give chat a little bit of time as well. I know that they love getting involved. We get so many messages about the rehost riddles. We've got a lot of, I think a lot of people turn up just for these segments, Jackie, at this point. They're just hoping for the rehosts. You know, it's not a thing to be feared anymore.
Genuinely, the amount of DMs I get where people started sending me riddles or just asking me questions, just being like, by the way, was it this? And I'm like, yeah, it was, yeah. I think people love them.
I think they can't get enough. We need to get some sort of logo done, or maybe some merch, some like rehost riddle mugs, maybe a soup bowl. Maybe we could do that. That might be.
See, now what I'd love though is imagine if we did merch for rehost riddles, but it's kind of like knockoff merch. So obviously you'd see it down the market, right? So there'd be like a guy walking along at LAN and it'd say like remake riddles, and everyone's like, hang on a minute, that don't look right. And rather than your face, it's just like a boiled egg, and mine's just a beard.
On the egg.
Yeah.
Just have a bearded egg.
And
remake riddles.
Remake riddles.
Let me chuck you an answer. So,
go on, mate.
The riddle was, not alive, but I grow. Don't have lungs, but need air. Don't have a mouth, but water kills me. Okay. What are you, Jackie? You are a fire.
Yes, there we go. Hey, that's brought you back up. You're 5 for 5 now, Tim. You've redeemed yourself today.
2 for 0 on the day has brought me level overall. As I say, Thursday, it was a blip, Jackie. I don't know what it was. I was a little bit sluggish, had a bit of the old brain fog going on, but not now. I have got myself into the mix. I am sharp. I'm ready to go. It's this game. It's just firing me right up. Look at me. I'm on edge. My blood's going through my veins at 100 miles an hour right now. There's absolutely no stopping me. I'm going to come off stream. I'm not going to bother opening my door to leave the room. I'm just going to walk through it when I'm finished. I am at Oryx stage of excitement right now.
I love that. That's what we should do, right? Genuinely, when LANs start coming back, we should just record like little intro VTs. But you remember for like the operators, rather than that, it's just for me and you, Tim. We just get you as Oryx just sprinting through a door into the casting booth, just ready to go.
Going through some drywall.
Oh, dude, it'd be brilliant. Like, the thing is, I reckon you could probably get through some plasterboards.
Do you reckon? Maybe just one sheet of plasterboard. I think you could be right, Jackie. I'd be down for that. This is not only bold, it's pretty tough. You know, like the dinosaur that had a head that was like rock solid and would just ram things. Well, that could be me going through some plasterboard. And if not, it could be a great fail video.
Oh, mate, I love that. See, there you go. That's what it should be. For the knockoff rehost riddles merch, it's just you as one of those little dinosaurs. I know the ones you mean as well. The little spike bits around it. It looks a little bit like the top of an... Yeah. I'd be a little velociraptor in the corner, just kecking to myself, having a bit of a giggle, just sat there, just laughing away. Oh,
we need the I'm sure somebody in chat will know. We need the name of that dinosaur. Hit us with hashtag BR6. What's the name of the dinosaur we're thinking? That's how it fought. It just like ram its head into stuff. I think it had like a 4-inch bone skull or something. Could I get through a sheet of plasterboard? I mean, I very much doubt it. Don't try it at home. It's a health and safety nightmare. Producer Simon's sweating at the thought of me doing it. He's thinking he needs a spare caster on standby for when I inevitably injure myself.
I reckon you could do it genuinely. Like, you know, I've punched plasterboard before and it breaks quite easily. I reckon you could headbutt it and it would probably still give.
You're just the devil on my shoulder at this point, Jackie. You are the bad influence.
Go on, run into the plasterboard.
You could definitely do that too. And then when I run at it and bounce off it, you'll be stood there going, "Nah, I didn't think he'd make it."
Oh, mate, Tim's got concussion. Unfortunately, Tim's dead and will not be on BR6 anymore. It's a real shame.
We've all had a good laugh.
Oh, mate. I mean, luckily the game's live. I don't even know what's going on anymore. That was probably the best segment we've done. I think that's it. That's taking the cake.
We've peaked.
Mate, genuinely, if anyone's got the creative artistic skills to get out there and make knockoff rehost middles merch based off that conversation, get it done. I'll commission you after the fact. I'll send you money. I want to see it. We're going in game, Tim. NIP versus Team 1. We're on Cafe. And I'll tell you what, if anything's come out of this, the first map was banging. The conversation's been out of this world. The second map's got to live up to the emotions we're dealing with tonight.
I've just got the name of that dinosaur pop up and it's an absolute nightmare to pronounce, Jackie. I know as casters we deal with some tricky names from time to time and we always seem to manage to get our tongues around it, but that's a tough one. I'm thinking it might be Pachycephalosaurus. I'm not sure on the beginning of it, but I don't know. That's a nightmare. What?
Hang on, I'll tell you what. I found the name. I'll do this right quick. I'll pop it into Google Translate and have it play it back to me. And then I'll tell you what we get.
I'll focus on the game. You worry about the pronunciation. We'll see how close I was. But looking back at the game, we are coming into round 1. You didn't miss anything at all of Cafe. It is 0-0 on the scoreboard. NIP versus Team 1. Now, you can see up at the top of your screen there, Coastline was the first map. It was the pick of Team 1. And they came away with a big L taken to NIP, who managed to come in just absolutely full force. Psycho going 19-3, I think it was overall as it finished. I mean, that might have been 19-5. I think he took a couple of deaths just towards the end. I'm not 100%. But one way or another, it was an absolute storm of a performance from Psycho, taking them over the line on Coastline. And that will put them one map to the good here. We are in a best of 2, of course. So that leaves us with work to be done for NIP, and Team 1 with a hope of being able to fight their way back into it. We haven't seen either of these teams play on Cafe so far, so it's going to be a surprise one way or another to us. There is plenty of twist in this tale yet, I am sure.
Right now, Tim, I don't know how this has randomly worked out very on brand, but Google Translate, it fires it back as Pachycephalosaurus.
I wasn't too far away then.
Yeah, and I mean, it's literally got calf in the name somehow, so that's worked out pretty well.
That is fortuitous.
Oh, it is. It is. Right, well, here we go then. First round. Let's see who is going to go the way of the dinosaur into this opening round. Who will get smacked in the face, but not by a meteor, but by a much smaller but very deadly bullet that will be delivered by one of these firearms. Right now, time ticking by, a minute and 40 seconds. Haven't seen too much commotion. Slow and steady so far from NIP, right? Taking map control here and there, but Felipox towards the stairway, he does cut the top off of Psycho, cracking him open and shutting down the opening man, giving them an initial frag, making it 4 versus 5 towards the late round. Bullets coming back though through the soft wall. Pino's the one to bite, and he will crush right through Felipox's bones, decimating the Goyo and leaving us in a 3 versus 4. A Sledge climbing up towards the roof, Tim. I don't even know how he's been able to hit the shoes there, but he must have shot him in the legs.
Reduct's gone on a run out, absolutely no two ways about it. I would imagine from the white stairs door that we see him near there, if he was able to get that sort of angle. Now, Moosey's just locking down the white stairs, knowing that the man is going to have to head back up there. Reduct, if he uses his head, thinks fast, he might just move away to the red stairs, but absolutely not. He tries to take the challenge onto Moosey on the tight angle, but will be shut down by the Ash. 3 versus 3 we find ourselves, and NIP, although Psycho has been taken off the board, the talisman is down. They are just still able, one way or another, to keep themselves fighting into this. And I said coming into the overall matchup that Team 1 were a team of 5 players able to find results, and NIP are showing that they are exactly the same here. Raps 1 versus 3 brings it to a 1 versus 2 with a kill on Moosey. Can he do this? Kamikaze is getting that diffuser down. There is 2 kills for Raps to find here. One man is on the rappel. That's not going to be easy. Can he prevent the defuse? He knows exactly where it was going down. He hits shots. He can't follow it up though, and Kamikaze, after getting the diffuser on the ground, will close the round out with that final kill. And that is round 1 going to NIP, and this one continues in much the same vein as we saw happening on Coastline.
Boy, oh boy. From what was a nice opening frag for Team 1, it was a consistent round that was cleaned up by the janitorial squad of NIP, getting themselves a first round on the attack, continuing on from, of course, the trailblazing affair that was Coastline. Now, they're doing the same on Cafe. Can they keep that momentum, though? Will it follow through now into round 2? Or will things start to change for Team 1? Bit of a switch up in terms of the picks we get coming out as well. I do always like seeing a bit of Capital, Tim. I'm not going to lie to you, mate. Capital, for me, encompasses everything I'd want in an operator's kit. In terms, of course, the asphyxiation arrows, the smoke arrows. It's all there.
Capital, I don't want to say he's an underrated operator, because we all know how powerful he is, but he sneaks through the banning phase a lot. There are other attackers that get taken out before him, and I completely agree, Jackie, in terms of sort of, if you want to call him a solo operator, if you're in a situation where you just need to be able to do everything yourself, short of hard breaching, Capit is the man. He has got such a complete kit. Smoke utility, as you say, asphyxiation arrows, he's got area denial, he can cover himself effectively to get a diffuser down if he has to do that. He's got a great weapon, he's 3 speed, he sells himself.
Oh, he does, honestly. You know, slaps top of Capital. This bad boy can fit so much utility inside him.
Absolutely. It doesn't even take a salesman, does it? It doesn't take a salesman. Right now, Team 1, they're going to have to buy something different than they've been bringing home so far, because it is absolutely not putting anything on the table for them. 1-0 NIP. It's only early days here on Cafe, and there is work to be done for them, that much is for sure. But right now, Team 1 just don't seem to have an answer. They're heading back to Bar and Cocktail again. That's the site that we saw them lose first time around, and again, it just didn't feel like they were drastically close to it. NIP were in charge through the majority. They had a great opener with Felipox finding the answer to Psycho and finally shutting him down, but then it just all seemed to rain against them and they found themselves in a tough 1v2 with Diffuser on the ground to finish things off. Kamikaze locking it out for NIP, and 1 minute 30, we have got a very brave drop from the skylight there. It's still 5 versus 5, but in come the kills. Psycho and Muzi, they find 2 immediately. Kamikaze gets himself on the board. That's 3 kills, 3 operators. NIP, everybody's getting in on the party here. And this is top floor control almost completely gained. Kamikaze goes and gets the man from Freezer. Flawless round after a skylight drop. Psycho 2 on the round. Surely he's not kicking off again. NIP are unstoppable right now.
Dude, this is ridiculous. This is the NIP team that we saw win the major. This is the NIP team that we have seen go from strength to strength, growing on a global scale exponentially. It is beautiful to see them playing this well domestically. There's been times, right, where they can really go with some of the best in the world and leave them in their dust. But for some reason, in domestic matchups, it feels like they hit a bit of a brick wall at times against their Brazilian counterparts. But this stage, that has not been the case. Last time around in stage 1, when they faced up against Team Liquid, it was 2 draws. This time, it was a win for NIP and a loss, of course, and a draw, rather, on the second map, which is already growth than we've seen versus Team Liquid. Coming into this matchup versus Team 1, the team that was seed 1 into the last major, Tim, they're backhanding them. That round was flawless. That was over in a matter of seconds. You blink and you miss it. NIP are showing they are, if not the best team in Brazil, potentially one of the biggest bright sparks of a squad we could see over the course of this year if they keep up this level of growth and prowess on the server.
You look at this and there must be some teams in the back of the minds thinking, oh, it's not the end of the world that we don't have to play NIP because we're in a different region. You know, that's the bottom line of it at the minute. NIP are looking scary today. They really are, and the thing is, Jackie, beyond this game, there's plenty to stick around for if we talk about scary teams, because I said at the beginning of the broadcast, I'm looking forward to seeing MIBR because they were electric when they saw them for the first time, and if they can continue in that same vein, it just shows the breadth and depth of talent that we've got in the Latam region as well.
Oh, dude. So damn good. So many big personalities. So many incredible fraggers. We're really seeing that. The aiming capabilities of Latam is one of the biggest takeaways you will ever see from the region. And we've seen that coming out in true form tonight with players like Psycho decimating and destroying anyone that dares to put their head anywhere near his crosshair. Again, into this round. Look, no damage done for NIP. Not been live long, and look how much damage has been done with stray bullets onto both Felipox and Lukid, both of them taking a bit of a side swiping, leaving them close towards an early death already. This has been a rough start for Team 1 into this round. They've been forced out of the positions they wanted to place. They can't hold those aggressive, deep map control spots. Instead, they have to back further up, turtle up closer towards the site, and look to try and play very defensive from this point forward. They're getting spotted out as well from the drone play, so any of your roamers that were still having the confidence to roam, they've now been sniffed out and have to rotate off.
It just feels at the minute for NIP like some of these players, Jackie, could fire a bullet in the air and it'd kill somebody as it fell back to earth. Muzi finding the headshot onto Felipox there. He does get the nitro kill. Just as he dies, he manages to hit that plunger and get the explosion off that will take a man off the board. Psycho losing his life to that, but Julio, he gets one to keep the advantage for NIP and keep that pressure on to Team 1. Now 4 versus 3, we find ourselves with still 1:10 left on the clock. Lukid half health pretty much. 400 HP left for NIP, but how about Reduct here? I'm not sure NIP are aware that he's up on the top floor. The Capitao with Julio could well come together with him if he pushes too far forward here. It looks exactly like that is what's going to happen, and surprise, surprise, Reduct pops out, absolutely unknown that he was there, and gets a kill onto Julio. But once again, NIP just find the trades time after time. They keep themselves in charge. 2 versus 1 as, again, the trade comes in, and that is something that NIP are doing so well here on Cafe.
Oh, no. Costly loss there. with Falls not being able to confirm that kill against Pino, putting us down into a 1 versus 2. Lukid, is he ready for the push to come around? Over to Bannister, he breaks the back of Muzi, dead before he even hits the deck. And it is all left in this. A 1v1, drops down, tries to clear the angle, a sneaking suspicion of where he's located, but holds. Not going to fully commit to push in, waits to play in the 1v1 post-plant. Knows he's close, couldn't have rotated off, didn't spot him go through the fireplace, he peeks in! He gives him a fighting chance, the confidence of the man to swing, but Pino doesn't clean up, doesn't get the frag. Lukid wins it in the clutch, jumps on the diffuser, and cracks that bad boy wide open, giving a first round to Team 1 finally.
Big moment for Lukid there. Team 1 needed something on the board. They couldn't go 3-0 down. They couldn't suffer a full rotation of losses there on the defence. They needed to get a toe into this game, and that is all that they have received there. They are still slipping down the cliff face that is this NIP team right now, but they've just managed to grasp on with fingertips, Jackie, and stop that fall. They have stalled it for the time being, and they have the opportunity now to just cling on and try to drag themselves back into this slowly but surely. Beautiful opener with the headshot there from Muzi to start things off, but Team 1 kept themselves fighting, managed to get themselves back into it. It was a bold decision from Lukid at the end there to almost allow that plant to go down. He knew it was happening, but he knew the moment to challenge was after that in the post plant, and he got the kill, put the confidence in himself to do that, and then moved through and got the disable onto the diffuser. So well played from Team 1. And it's just a ray of sunshine. It's a glimmer of hope for them, Jackie.
Potentially the start of a new chapter for them here. But they need to double down on it. It's 1-1v1, Tim. How many of those rounds are we going to see go their way? How many times would that literal second of both of them peeking into one another go in favor of NIP? If it was a slightly different second, slightly faster reaction time, so many different factors that could have meant this was a 3-0 scoreline still for NIP. You can't rely on those rounds. It's a good thing they got it, and it definitely is a start. But of course, it's the sustainability that we always question. It's the first round they've got. Let's hope that that's a one-off, and now they'll start to get back into some more cleanly cut rounds. Because all that's plaguing my mind, Tim, is the round where we saw NIP bombard their way in and kill each and every one of Team 1 in seconds. If those are the sort of plays they can make, charging through the skylights, rappelling in like a full SAS unit, breaking in through the windows and leaving no one breathing by the end of 10 seconds, that's scary. Team 1, their defense needs to be adjusted and ready to hold NIP accountable coming into round 4.
I don't think NIP will be keen to take on the skylight drop again, although they certainly are mounting themselves up around there. It's almost as if they're preparing for it, but surely you don't get away with that twice. Drop comes into red stairs, so I think we will see a more textbook take of this one, which usually involves the attackers getting themselves control of Piano and Cigar Shop to begin with, which is the west side of the map. And then they look to breach in towards the freezer with a plant spot generally just around about the bar area closest to the Cigar Shop. Now, that could have been an interesting nitro toss, but the chance will not come along for Reduct as Muzi opens up his account in this round with a kill onto the Valkyrie. The nitro drops harmlessly to the ground and will sit there never to be detonated as the diffuser goes to the grave along with its wielder as the Valkyrie loses her life. So 5 versus 4 coming into the halfway mark. NIP so far so good. They've got a tick in the box. They've got the control of Piano that they need, and Cigar Shop is theirs, but they need to be aware of the roamers that are downstairs. Felipox has a nitro in hand and could hurt them vertically with the Goyo.
60 seconds left. The Goyo going for greatness, but unfortunately it will be a flash in the pan. As the nitro detonates, no one will receive glorious gift of death, and it will instead leave us in this position. A 5 versus 3 as Raps is turning in the corridor though. We see the Goyo getting gunned down. Muzi acting kind of sus as he chases him from behind and slits the man's throat, leaving us in a 2 versus 5. 40 seconds left. Team 1, this round is almost over. It looks like it should be donezo, and I think it will be. Fall should be the last to fall with a shot. He misses the shot, but there's no turn from Muzi. He doesn't hear it, he doesn't react, but it won't matter as Falls will still be cleaned up by Pino. overpowered by the sledge that will smash him down with a mighty hammer. A killing blow to give another round to NIP, taking the total tally now up to a great position for them, Tim, winning the half 3-1.
Didn't matter, but Muzi just completely unaware that a shotgun had gone off right next to his ear there. He certainly didn't react to it, but it was last-ditch
It might have
attempt
blown
from
out the
Falls.
eardrums.
Maybe that's what it was. There was obviously something happened, but just completely unaware that the wall behind him had been absolutely peppered with shot there. But in a 1 versus 5, Falls was clutching at that point. He managed to get one impactless kill, just pad the stats a little bit, but then shut down in the white corridor, and another round go to NIP. And right now, Team 1 completely unable to hold that top floor site. That's 3 attempts and 3 losses for them. So quite rightly, they head down to kitchen now. And what are we going to see on the attack? I hear you asking if you maybe newer to the game and haven't seen this map played out before. You're going to see attack basically from the left or right of your screen. So generally speaking, the attackers will move in from the top floor. They'll try to clear out the top and mid floors, get some vertical control, and then primary attacks tend to focus through the bakery, which is to the left of your screen. It's about moving in there. Once you've got that vertical control, open up the double wall that leads into site. Very nice default plant spot just in front of you around the grills inside of kitchen. But the alternative is to push through the freezer, and there's 2 ways to get in there. There is a wall that can be breached at the bottom of white stairs, or alternatively, quite popular recently, is opening up the hatch that is located in dining room and dropping into the freezer. But I think you probably agree with me when I say, Jackie, we haven't seen too many successful attacks come from that hatch drop into freezer. A little bit of a kill box in there, and we tend to see the teams just being completely shut down by the defenders when they do try it.
Oh, yeah. It's never really worked out too well. Always risky business to go for those sort of plays. Now with only 2 rounds left, running risks is probably not what you want to do. We're going into round 5, 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, as slowly but surely NIP do what they do best. Take map control and slowly spread themselves around the map. Muzi! He's dropped down! He's got a frag onto Felipox. There must have been some kind of commotion. They've both gone towards him. It was a 2 versus 1 and a free frag, but he's team killed. He's then suffered for his sins as well, getting gunned down, sold to Sauron, and leaving us in this position. A 4 versus 3 team where Raps replies onto Psycho. Oh, that is an awful way to kick off this round. Team 1 shooting themselves in the foot, quite literally.
NIP just causing chaos in the cafe right now. Team 1 spinning round left, right, on the heel. They have absolutely no idea where they are going to be attacked from next, and we can see it's starting to come to effect in HP on the board as they rein in team kills as well. And it really is never going to be a good day when that starts happening. We can see pressure mounting from the reading room here, but that's a nice rotation from Raps there just to get on the flank. Muzi, however, trades it out. It's something I've commented on. I'll pick up on again. NIP always able to pick up the trade. A challenge on the door at the close angle, and Raps is finding himself in a difficult position here. Shut down from multiple angles. You could see the white traces of the bullets just raining in from all around him there. Muzi ultimately the one to gain the kill, and Falls right now finds himself in a tough situation once again. Takes the long range challenge onto Kamikaze, but the rifle of the attacker, it just has the increased accuracy and the better range and will shut down the final defender. There you go. Crosshairs never missing, and that's going to be Kamikaze closing out round 5 for NIP 4-1, and this is going even worse than Coastline for Team 1 right now.
Oh, dude. It's unlucky, man. Especially, like, obviously it would have been great to have a different POV potentially there to catch what went down that initial fight, but from what it looked like, it seemed like, obviously, Muzi jumps over the banister. As he lands, bullets were shot towards him. We see the team kill crop up, so it would have been both of them in close proximity. There's been the unfortunate team kill on the side of Felipox. Then he's been able to get the trade off. So effectively got a 1 for 2 off the back of nothing, where he should have died dropping down. They must have had it covered, Tim. That's rough. Also, a little bit unfortunate, the shotgun play from Falls, I believe, when he was up towards the doorway, tried to go for the wide swing out, looking to see if he can get a kill. Just didn't work out for him. But no cigar with the near miss against Muzi. And this has given Muzi an opportunity to really shine as well. It was Psycho we were ranting and raving about back on Coastline, but now you have to look at Muzi, quite literally rising from the ashes like the Phoenix. 9 frags to 3 deaths, looking very hot here on Cafe.
The attackers do tend to have a good day of things when playing on Cafe. We do see quite a bit of success sometimes. Defense can seem to be getting tougher That much I will say. Obviously, top floor has been a particular struggle for Team 1 so far today. So they head back to Reading Room after 2 losses. They did win this site back in round number 3. They really desperately do need to put a round on the board. 5-1 is going to be very, very tough to come back from against this NIP team, whether they get themselves onto an attacking side that is being a little bit more successful here on Cafe or not. If anybody can find successful defenses, surely it is going to be NIP. They just seem to be able to find heads, attacks, defenses, anything really, left, right and centre. If you give them an inch right now, they are taking a mile. 30 seconds in, and they are taking their time, is what they're taking. But Pino, he won't take another second to get things going as he shuts down Raps with a nice entry, taking the mute off the board, and that is a Nitro going along with the SAS operator as well. So it's almost like a double threat being removed from Team 1.
Oh dear, oh dear. Reduct overwhelmed as well as he tries to jump to avoid the drones that are going by his feet. And talking of which, Pino, he's been shot in the face and his legs will hit the ground first as he falls back over, bringing us back now into a 4 versus 4 split. We've got 1 minute and 50 seconds left onto this round. It is at least tied up, and it does stop them, making this one a very easy round. It looked like it could have been from that early entry frag. It was a great way to kick things off for NIP. But at least there is an opportunity here for Team 1 now going forward. Muzi, ever confident into rounds like this, trying to test the waters, Tim, pushing up quite aggressively there, seeing if he can find an early frag to again bring it back towards them, but it's Reduct that I was going to say would get the frag. Unfortunately for the Mozzie, there's going to be no awesome plays from the Aussie as he's dead, massacred. Ash comes out as well with another kill for Muzi. As soon as one kicks it off, they all start to instigate, and they are giving it now. NIP running away with this round, leaving it on Felipox and Falls. Can the double F brothers do anything?
Pedal to the metal for NIP here. They are absolutely not giving any quarter whatsoever to Team 1. They are piling the pressure on and just continuing with the aggression. And right now it feels like confidence is playing a huge part in this matchup on both sides of the table. Team 1 just seem to be losing those fights with 1 or 2 bullets going astray each time. But NIP, they are confident and pushing forward, aggressing into those gunfights and just shutting down Team 1 every single time. It's a head-to-head, a 50-50 fight. They seem to come away on top. Not that time, however, as Falls will get the first of 3 onto Julio, but he can't find the second. Muzi with the trade shuts him down. NIP take round 6, 5-1 on the scoreboard, and it's a matter of time, it feels, once again, Jackie. Team 1 didn't seem to have much of a chance on coastline when it got to the half, and it doesn't feel like they have any more of one here on Cafe.
Oh, that's what's scary about it, right? You've given up that 5th round now. Can't afford to make mistakes, and it seems like there's been a few of those already throughout Cafe, so certainly the pressure has been put on them. Anything going wrong now for Team 1 will essentially seal the deal, putting NIP in a position where not only do they win the first map, they'll have a guaranteed draw here in the second of Cafe. They get another round on top of that. That's it. They're 2-0 versus Team 1. And a 2-0 versus Team 1 for what looked to be by far one of the hottest games of the day, potentially one of the big games of the season, Tim. That is a hell of a result, and it goes to show as a benchmark for where NIP are, that they are really out for blood this season. They had a slow start into Stage 1, if you remember rightly. It took them a couple of play days to get into it. They had a few losses, a couple of draws, whereas this season, they are winning games that they lost last season. They are taking big 2-0s off majorities of teams. They're looking very, very good.
In reality, it took them about 7 play days last time around, Jackie. They were really slow to get going. They were lucky to keep themselves in the fight for the major at points. You know, they were being chased down throughout the season. They were sat in 4th place throughout, and there was a couple of moments where we thought that other teams were going to leapfrog and just drop them out of that position. But then the last couple of play days, they just managed to clinch it out, and the form continued to rise on a ever upward curving graph as it seems to be continuing here, and managed to win the major, and they've certainly brought that thunder into Stage 2, and right now they are looking absolutely terrifying. Team 1, I would say, are certainly capable of better than they've shown us today. They do feel like they've been on a bit of an off day, but it's not really fair to call it too strongly like that, because NIP, I think, would have done this to absolutely anybody with the way they've played. They've just been hitting every single shot that they've taken, and the aggression has been there. Look at them, just ready for the jump out there, just hanging on those windows. It's the first defensive round, and they really want to send a message.
Not a message in a bottle. Rather, they've broken the bottle and they're looking to stab it straight in the face of any oncoming attackers from Team 1. They're looking ruthless. Let's see if they can leave Team 1 looking toothless. Shots going out early on from Muzi. A couple of pot shots towards the window seal, but he won't seal the deal early on to secure them an early entry frag. Instead, he'll have to wait and see when the push will come towards him. 2 concussion grenades being lobbed in. That will slow him down, so he can't exactly go for a wide swing. Meanwhile, over at the barn, towards Psycho's POV, we see that he's in close proximity as well. A lot of pressure being applied. They're basically going for a 2-pronged attack here into this round with a 3-2 split. Pino, though, splitting them in pieces as he gets the clear-cut angle back towards Lukid, gunning through them with the MP5 and waiting for more opportunity to gun them down.
Not enough effort from Team 1 here to impact or to disrupt that east balcony at the moment, I don't think. And NIP just being able to play in their preferred positions as they push back up White Stairs and look to get themselves re-established on the east side. Now, interestingly, Reduct, he is approaching that cocktail balcony, but I'm not sure he's going to apply any more aggression there. He's very aware of a potential jump out, and we can see now that NIP, they are ready to challenge onto that window. So Reduct at this point, he's going to find it very difficult to get on and make any meaningful contribution from there. But if he could, it could be a real swinging point on the round. What a great headshot from Falls right across the map. Ooh. He goes in to get a second, but will be shut down by the Jaeger of Psycho. And this is exactly what I'm saying. When push comes to shove, the shots are not being landed by Team 1. The opportunity was there for Falls. I think the detonation of the smoke canister just in front of his face really threw him off. And we find ourselves now with Raps in a tough situation, 1 versus 3, as he gets the first kill onto Muzi. He has got a world of work in front of him to do. The diffuser is cold on the ground. 22 seconds to find 3 kills. Angles all being watched. He looks to push forward. There's a man on the prone. He can't get the first. Kamikaze shuts him down. Raps was low health. It was too big a task for him. NIP guarantee themselves a draw on Cafe. Guarantee themselves 2 points in the matchup. And right now, I can't see any other outcome here than a full 3.
No. It's done, right? Surely this one's already over. It feels like we're back on coastline again. 6-1 scoreline here. NIP always burning bright. But what's scary, right, is you look at it normally and you think, are they going to be the flame that burns twice as bright but for half as long? Doesn't seem like it. It sounds like they're burning bright, but they're burning for a very long time. An eternal flame is what NIP are akin to at the minute. 6 rounds already in the bank. 1 more to put into bed and leave this scoreline done and dusted as a 2-0 victory on their play day. That's a hell of a feat. It's a good game as well, and it also makes Team 1 look tiny and timid. And we know that is 2 things they are definitely not. After what we saw from last season, Tim, after what we've seen from this season as well, this is a hell of a result to pick up, and it has made it look like child's play.
There's no way that Team 1 are going to be happy with this performance from themselves. You know, I'll say that now. There's absolutely no way. NIP have been very good. We've got to give full credit to them. But Team 1 would have expected to be more competitive inside of this matchup. And they've shown us time and time again that they can play against the big teams and that they can get results. And they seem to have been caught on a bit of an off day here today, as we've seen a couple of times. Just shots not quite landing inside of fights. But like I say, the problem is that NIP, it seems like they're almost at 100% accuracy, Jackie. Every time they go into a fight, it's just bullet after bullet landing. And it only takes 1 or 2 missed shots from Team 1 for them to lose out on another gunfight and to find themselves on the back foot again. And NIP, they're going to look to finish this one off. They want a strong finish now. And what a message it sends. They've beaten Liquid. They've beaten Team 1. You know, who else can come in and realistically take points away from NIP at this stage?
Yeah. Who can contend with quite literally the behemoths of the scene? The biggest, the brightest, the best, the baddest from Brazil. That's what NIP are looking like. And they are at this point lucid dreaming, because they are living their dream in this game. It's been so easy for them round after round, and they only need 1 final round to end this game right here, right now. 7-1, 2-0 the series, and shut down the chances of Team 1 getting anything else in this series. We'll find out if that will be the outcome now, though, as we're in once again. Team 1, standard play, take their hatch control, charge their way in, get close towards Cigar. Drones going out and attempting to take control bit by bit. The only thing they're going to take is a nitro to the face. as it'll blow the knees off of Raps and leave him legless. Team 1 without a leg to stand on into the round as well. It's a 4 versus 5, Tim. 1 minute and 30 seconds. What can they do?
I think that just sums the day up for Team 1 there quite well. Coming in first minute of the round and getting hit with a nitro. It's just one of those days where that is going to continually happen, and they need to get themselves a frag now, but the problem is going to be time. The top floor hold is still in place for NIP, and where there is a battle over top floor possession, you need to be getting hold of it with enough time to be able to work your magic vertically, open up those angles, get Luke in there on the book, and really apply some pressure to sight. And for every second that ticks away at the minute, it gets more and more difficult for Team 1 now. They've got a man on the upside down rappel for Leapox on the ace, just looking to make things difficult for Psycho, but he's just going to hold himself tight on the white stairs there. Going to be difficult to challenge, and Pino's taken a little bit of damage on the dock, but he would be able to. What a 2k from Psycho, gets the man on the vertical rappel before hitting the one in white corridor. Muzi will get a kill onto Redux, and this is all but said and done. Falls gets in 1 versus 3 now after an opening kill onto Pino. This is going to be a huge if he can make it. He's got 30 seconds left on the clock, and he has got a dream, but it's certainly a lofty one as he tries to push forward. Kamikaze gets the last. That's going to be Team 1 shut out of this in quick fashion by an electric NIP, and they are terrifying.
The electric feels. You got a feel for Team 1. They have rocked up to this, looking to contend, looking to make this a close competitive series. The only thing they've got is decimation from NIP, leaving them lifeless, literally sapping the life out of them. Muzi performing this time around with 14 frags to his name. Obviously back on Coastline, it was Psycho with a whopping 19 kills. Absolute madness. Really, really playing their heart out. NIP just looking great, Tim.
Looking scary. No two ways about it. You know, they've beaten the top 2 teams that they will be going up against in the BR6 there. They've beaten Team Liquid. They've beaten Team 1. That is massive in terms of NIP's season. You know, looking forward now, they've got matches coming up that you would expect them to win. There are no easy games here in the Campeonato Brasileiro. Make no bones about that. You know, everybody is a contender, and coming in, there is going to be tough matchups for NIP, but boy, were they on their day today.
Oh, mate. I don't know. They were preheated going into it. They were warmed up. Literally, I thought maybe we'd have a kite series on our hands here from what we saw in that opening round of Coastline, right? Where it was a bit of a bloodbath. Everyone was just popping off. They were just charging out. There's only 1 frag from Nip. And then they went, all right, boys, let's stop messing around. And just won nearly every round on the spree to shut that game down. Only dropping 1 more into the mix. A 7-2 there. Another crazy game here. What can Nip not do at this point, Tim?
I think Coastline had a really big impact on Cafe, to be honest. I think, as I said, coming away from that, Team 1 likely to feel a bit battered, a bit bruised, a bit beaten up after that showing on Coastline, especially given that it was their map pick and NIP just breezed over the top of them like they were nothing. And so I think coming into Cafe, that's probably really impacted on the confidence of the team. And it just starts to feel like one of those days where nothing is going right for you. Nothing is going to work. The siege gods are against you. And NIP, they took full advantage of that. It was palpable. You could feel that NIP knew that Team 1 were there for the taking, and they just stepped up like a lion and devoured them.
Oh, mate, there was no chair in the world that would have been big enough to stop that lion from getting its jaws round you. It was massive, Tim. Huge performance, great style of play, incredible frags, and cinematic siege, really, coming out of everyone on NIP, specifically the Psycho, though. If we have to give someone really an MVP role for the course of both of those maps, I think he still takes the cake. His performance on Coastline is more than enough to warrant that. That was a crazy game.
Oh, quite easily. I mean, he gave us a great example of the plays he's been pulling off across both maps there. Right at the end, 2Ks wedged in a corner on white stairs. He's got a man over his shoulder on an upside down rappel. He just pops out, deletes the rappel, moves up onto white corridor, basically flips 90 degrees and just hits the man on white corridor as well. Just unreal, just unstoppable plays from Psycho.
No, it was naughty. It was absolutely crazy how damn good it was to witness. That 3K, you're absolutely right. That was just balmy in the level of execution that he pulled off. He was looking like a silent assassin on that one. He got away with it scot-free. But luckily, we will keep Nip accountable. We're going to bring on Julio and get him chatting to us, telling how they feel they've performed today, because genuinely, I feel like they have really smashed it out of the park this season. Obviously, compared to what we had back in the initial stage, Tim, where we were asking, when's it going to start? When are you going to start getting results? This time around, it's when's it going to stop?
It really is. We're running out of superlatives for them at this point in time, because it's just week after week that we're seeing these sorts of performances. And coming into the major, if this continues through the rest of the stage, I wouldn't want to be any team facing up against NIP, because they are going to ride in there on a massive wave, not only of confidence, but also of reputation. And there's going to be a lot of fear playing against this team.
There is indeed. Let's have a chat to the big man himself, the lad that eats TNT for breakfast. It is Julio that will be joining us for an interview to tell us how NIP feel after that result. Julio, hello mate, welcome back.
Hello guys, how are you doing?
Good, dude. Blown away after those two games. Talk me through it. Firstly, Coastline, everything changed. After that first round, you went on a 5-round spree. What was going on from your perspective?
I think we have a pretty good understanding of coastline. We can adapt pretty quickly. We have a lot of threads. I think that's it. We have today like really good communication. Everyone's calm, doing the right calls. I think that was it.
Do you think, obviously, Cafe then just went downhill for Team One? Do you think that Coastline played a big part in Cafe? It seemed like your confidence just went through the roof and Team One really seemed to suffer.
I think Team One they don't like Cafe that much. We like Cafe. We are pretty good on the map, and I think of course, like you said, they got 7-3, and they don't get too confident for the second map, of course.
Now, Psycho's performance back on Coastline was a crazy one. Just from our perspective to see it, the 19 frags he got, he was slaying everyone. Just from the team, what was that like? Were you trying to set up to allow him to play into that role a bit more during the course of the game when he was having such a dominant performance?
I think that's it. Psycho is pretty good on coastline. Have a good macro play. He understands how everything that's happening. That's why he's the game leader. So he got a lot of kills because of that. He saw something and he went for that, and I think everything worked for him. He got like 90 kills.
Yeah.
19.
Honestly, Julio, if you'd have played for long enough, Psycho would have got 90 kills. There's no two ways about it. It was just absolutely crazy today. So coming off the back of that, you've beaten Liquid, you've beaten Team One. They're the other big teams, really, as we would label them. And they are out of the way now. Is it the top for NIP this stage? Are you going all the way?
Yeah, we were pretty surprised because our game against Tion is always close. And yeah, now we're pretty confident because we beat Liquid and Tion. Now there's like FaZe, MIBR, and if you beat them, we are pretty confident to get another major.
I hope so, man. You should be confident, Julio. The team's looking absolutely fantastic. It's been looking better and better every time we see NIP since the major. It's been lovely to watch. Is there anything you want to say, though, of course, because there's been so much support coming out for NIP tonight?
Yeah, thanks everyone. Buy Termite skin. It's awesome. Thank you everyone for the support. We are practicing a lot and we are pretty confident. I think it's our best. I think it's our time to shine now.
I hope so, dude. It's always a treat to speak to you, Julio. Well played tonight, mate. Enjoy the rest of the night with the rest of the team.
Thank you, guys. Hope to see you tomorrow.
Thanks a lot, Julio.
Oh, man. There you go. Getting them in there. You know what I loved him with these interviews? It's been quite cheeky. Everyone getting the promotion in for the R6 share. Everyone trying to get people to get in on the skins. To be fair, they do look banging, so I don't blame them.
I've already taken Julio's advice. I'm a proud owner of an NIP Thermite skin. There was no two ways about it. I'm a Thermite main. I really like watching NIP and the guys are very entertaining, so it was an easy purchase.
It makes sense. It makes sense. And of course, just for the sake of going over that there, Julio coming on again, answering our questions, always looking like such a lovely chap when we get to speak to him. And the one thing I do like, Tim, is the confidence, the change this season from last season, right? Obviously, it seems like NIP, they know that they're out to really be cutthroat and walk away with the top spot this season. That now looks achievable for them. That is the end of that matchup, though. They have won it 2-0 over Team 1, but we're not done. Me and Tim will be back in for another matchup. One final best of 2 to go tonight. Please stick around for that as we see MIBR take on Santos.
Siempre la hice que llegara como 5 veces a la semana. Tú supiste que tenía novio, pero me pisaba con el odio. A mí me decía que a mí me quería, pero yo no quise más de ti. Y ahí fue cuando yo tomé la salida y también me fui. Ya no quise más de ti. Recuerdos míos de esa noche, cuando ya te tuve.
Join Face It, Play Siege, win prizes. With 45,000 Ubisoft credits up for grabs every week in the EU Open Cups. Join the action at fce.gg/R6EU.
¿Qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? No seas parte de mi amanecer. ¿Qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? Y por todo yo brindo, desde lo feo hasta lo lindo. Tú eres una prueba que el mundo a mí nunca me brindó. Quería casarme, yo tan loco en ilusionarme, creyendo en tus besos y tus caricias. La verdad no fue el culpable. Ay, todo tiene un propósito y dejarme será solo uno más. Siempre a medias no he logrado encontrar mi otra mitad. El tiempo dirá, el tiempo dirá. Cuando lo encuentre de ti no me voy a acordar. El día que me falte tu piel, ¿qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? No seas parte de mi amanecer. ¿Qué será? ¿Qué será con quien voy a compartir todas mis noches húmedas. Ahora que me va a dar los besos como tú los das. Todo es una ilusión y eso lo verás. Tú amabas a Nico pero nunca a Nicolás. Tú eras la oveja mala del rebaño. Tu vicio a la fama si me hizo daño.
Jogo na tela pra vocês, valendo!
Deu a cara também, impressionante o Pino! Belo trabalho, impressionante, 4K do Vitz. Olha a recuperação!
Que show de Rainbow Six!
Alright, welcome back everybody. Last best of 2 of the day here for the Super Saturday of Siege Team in the BR6. And we move into MIBR taking on Santos.
This is one that I've been looking forward to all day. I've been looking forward to it since the last time that we saw MIBR. I want to see if that was a flash in the pan, or is that what we can expect to see from them going forward. They're going to be playing against Santos, so it's an opportunity for them really to come out. We saw a good Santos play against Furia, better than we've seen from them previously, but we would expect a strong performance from MIBR here. And they need to back up that first play day now. They need to send the message. This is the one that seals the envelope and puts it in the post box, really sends it. And I think they can do it because they looked so good initially.
Oh yeah, they've been looking damn good. If we get into the rosters for this one then straight off the top, and we'll start to see how the two teams are shaping up, of course. 10 very explosive players, but 5 of them are on the side of MIBR. Let's have a look at their roster.
Plenty of names again that we are familiar with. Cyber and Bullet were names that kept cropping up last stage, Jackie, but they never seemed to consistently get running. But we've seen great performances from them so far. 23 and 22 kills between them, so 45 overall inside of one match. They had an absolute storm across 2 maps to begin with, and I would expect more of the same. Cameraman and Souls didn't disappoint either. Believe me, there is plenty of kills and plenty of excitement to come out of this team.
Oh, there is indeed, mate. They are a fierce squad, especially looking towards Cyber. At times, he just pops off. He can go absolutely wild. If we see some of that gameplay tonight, I'm going to be ecstatic. I feel like there is a lot of potential to come from MIBR. But of course, there is Santos, another side we must take a glance at. So let's get their roster up, alive and kicking. Here they are, the 5 players from Santos that you will want to keep your eye on as they can upset.
We've seen plenty from Santos so far. I think we've seen them play 3 times now, more so than not anybody else, but certainly tied up there with Team Liquid. Mighty and Cyprus have impressed so far, with honourable mention going to Scardinia and Rise, one of the new players as well. Wag has been very solid in getting the diffuser down, Jackie. 11 plants already so far. Definitely one to watch on the support.
Oh, mate. If we see him playing to the level we know they're capable of, it will be an exciting back and forth between these 2 teams. Definitely underdog potential here, obviously for MIBR as well. They're still going to want to hope to get a big finish towards the end of this stage. We heard NIP mention them as still one of the bigger teams we're looking at. There's a reason for that. It's not only the organization, it's also the caliber of play those 5 players can show. But for Santos, I think they're building themselves a bit of a legacy this season, Tim. They're going from strength. They're starting to improve. Obviously, you know, taking down Furia, that's your start. That's your opening. Is this going to be a continuation? Or will, of course, it just have a lid put on it by MIBR very quickly?
Well, they've got the footings down for the stage, that much we've seen, and now they're starting to build on them, and they've been impressive. But MIBR, we spoke in stage 1 about how they were sometimes overly aggressive. There was too much there, and Cameraman commented when we spoke to him last time around after the victory that over the break, he'd done some work with the team to bring in more of the sort of mentality he'd learnt at phase of that strategy play, and it certainly seemed to pay dividends in play day 1.
Well, let's see if it will pay off, though, when it comes to the veto, Tim, of where this is going to go with the picks and bans. We'll have a look at the map veto for this series, of course. 2 teams that might rely a little bit on getting themselves their desired map picks, Tim.
It might be a bit of a tough one, this, Jackie. Obviously, I had a great outing in map 2. It's been a better night for me overall than Thursday was. But in terms of predictions here, it's a little bit tough because we've not seen much from MIBR. I'm not making my excuses before I put the picks in, but MIBR very limited so far. I expect Santos to maybe try and take MIBR to a little bit of an off-brand pick. Take them to one of those unexpected maps. Now, Theme Park, I might normally toss in there as an option, but given the performance against Team Liquid, I don't think Santos are going to want to see that anytime soon, so I can't see them aiming for Theme Park. They might take it if it's delivered to them and the only option, but for me, I think they look towards Villa, but MIBR did ban that out in the first play day, but we haven't seen them enough yet to know whether that's going to be a consistent ban. So I am going to throw Villa into the mix to see if Santos take them there and just try to mix things up a little bit. They don't want to take MIBR to an aggressive map yet because we still haven't really had time to see if that is how they are going to fall back into that play style. So on top of Villa, I would throw in a Clubhouse and potentially an Oregon.
All right, well, let's have a look if that is going to be correct with this one, Tim, as we get into the veto. That's enough cat jams. It's time for the map bans, as we'll see how this is going to shape up. Of course, leaving us down to Clubhouse to start and then Oregon to close, Tim.
Much better performance than Thursday. I have had the renaissance that I needed, Jackie. I've come back at it strong.
You have indeed, mate. You've bounced
got 2
back.
for 2.
Dude,
let's go.
Rehost riddles on the maps as well. You're giving it tonight, Tim. You fired up.
I'm sending it, but I'm sure that it can't continue forever. So I won't big myself up too much. There's no egos here, and I know that there's a long season ahead of us yet. There's plenty of riddles, plenty of map picks to go wildly wrong for me. If anything, I'm only just about dragging myself up to even anyway. So I won't shout too loud about it. But Clubhouse and Oregon, I think, are going to be a good couple of maps to throw down on here. As I suggested, Theme Park going by the wayside. That Villa ban, it is obviously something that MIBR are going to come in with consistently by the looks of things. But Clubhouse Oregon, I think, could be a good shout for Santos if they want to try and get something out of this. Clubhouse particularly is very much one of those sort of checklist maps where you need to go through certain stages, and I think that benefits Santos rather than going somewhere like Coastline where it's just going to be gunfight heavy and there is that option for MIBR to just switch on that aggression at a moment's notice. So I think this is okay for Santos, but I still expect a strong showing from MIBR.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if MIBR do lock this one down, relatively convincingly at least, especially on Oregon. I feel like that could be full steam ahead, right? And they could just run away with things like a steam train. Santos, they are looking better, and we have definitely seen growth from stage 1 into stage 2. The team's starting to fit together. Rise and Wag, they've been good additions to the team. It feels like they're starting to gel quite quickly as well, which is nice. It's ideal. Is that sustainable, though? Will that be happening again tonight against probably the biggest opponent they've played so far this season? I don't know, Tim.
They've come in and filled an important couple of roles. Wag particularly, he's taking that diffuser, and as I said, inside 3 games, he's got it down 11 times. It's certainly not a bad performance by any way, shape or form. He really is doing a job there, and he's planting in good spots. It's something that I was watching from him particularly this morning when I was going over Thursday night's games, and not only does diffuse down, he gets it down in a controlled way. He's not just rushing into sight and throwing it down on the ground. He's doing it in a way that sets them up for a nice post plant, and so certainly got good foundations to work from.
All right, well, it looks like we're almost ready to kick this one off. Got all 10 players in the lobby, just waiting to get the green light, and we will send this one live and get into the first map in the series. Clubhouse will be kicking off initially. Let us know on Twitter, of course, one final time tonight. It's hashtag BR6. Send in your tweets, your thoughts, your feelings, who you predict will take the win here over these 2 maps. Tim, as this is it. It's our last best of 2 of the night.
I don't want it to end, Jackie. I don't know about you, but I knew it was going to be a big night coming in. You suggested it could be the best that we see out of the stage, and it hasn't disappointed really so far. Yeah. I might have liked a little bit more out of NIP and Team 1. I think we'd have all loved 24 rounds of that, but it was impressive in a different way. It was the performance coming out of NIP. Julio said that it's their time to shine, and shine they did, bright like a diamond in that middle game. And this one, could it be the one that goes to that 23, 24 rounds? I'm not expecting it. I'm expecting more of the same that we've just seen, to be honest, out of MIBR. I'm expecting that dominance. As I said, Cameraman seems to have just tempered that aggression a little bit. We only saw it in one round, if you remember, and it was really effective when they rushed into Reading Room. They hit the barricades with the Cali shots to just rush through it. It was an absolutely beautifully worked attack onto Reading Room of Cafe from MIBR. But other than that, they've been more methodical. They've had those explosive moments, but they've waited until the right time rather than just rushing in the first 30 seconds.
No, yeah, it was smart stuff. We've seen a lot of good plays from either of these two teams, and I hope we get a little bit of that here tonight as well to close us out. It should be a nice fitting end to what has otherwise been an amazing day of Siege. We've already topped our new heights. Each game was better than the last, and now with this one coming up, there's a lot of potential storylines here. Not in terms of obviously the biggest, the best names we've seen so far this season, but the fact that for Santos, this is a chance for them to get a critical upset. For MIBR, this is a game they should win. This is a game they need the win as well to give themselves a running chance to keep on fighting this season, to stay close towards potentially going to the major, which is obviously for MIBR where they're going to want to be. It's a big organization, it's a big brand with some big names inside the team. If they don't make it to the major, Tim, it will probably raise eyebrows.
Just looking at, obviously we've got the lobby up as well. We've got all 10 players in there now ready, and I can see from the chat, obviously I don't speak fluent Portuguese, but MIBR look like they are revved up and just ready to get into this one. There's plenty of R's there saying that they're ready to go. They are absolutely itching to get onto the server, and that could be a dangerous sign for Santos. We'll see how that one plays out.
Oh, mate. That's not what you want at all. You just got Bullet and Cyber just sat there just like, come on.
Ready, get it going.
Mate. Madness, absolute madness. Hopefully this one will be some quite crazy Siege when we get into it. I feel like MIBR potentially could be the team to give it to us. You know, if we see him going in just full confidence team each and every round, Santos might not even be ready for what's about to hit him.
Absolutely not. I'm looking forward to Clubhouse. I think it's going to be a great opener. It's a map that I always enjoy. You've got a mixture of sort of turtle and roam defences. You can play each side pretty much however you want, really. CCTV and Cash Church and Arsenal in particular both have turtle options, both have roam options, and we never know what a team is going to bring. MIBR, I would expect to see more of the roam game from them, particularly Church and Arsenal. I think we'll see those aggressive top floor holds where they try to just extend themselves throughout the entire map. We'll see how effective it is. Santos, they're going to have to be very clear, very good on the roam clearing. They need to get in there. They need to be playing the information game well. They need to be nailing down exactly where all of these MIBR players are, because somebody like Cyber, Bullet, if you give them too much space, they're going to hit you repeatedly. They're going to be very slippery. They're going to move around the map quickly. They're going to change up the angle of attack. And Santos, they need to be ready for that.
Oh, yeah, they do indeed. And we are ready for this one to kick off. Of course, for anyone that's out there going, Caster, please start game.
Start game, Caster.
We're waiting for it. Hopefully it shouldn't be long. It looks like it has just been sent live on their end. We can all celebrate as we get into this map. Here we go. MIBR taking on Santos as we kick things off here on Clubhouse. It should be quite an explosive little mashup here between two teams that have a lot to prove. All eyes on MIBR, of course, and for Santos, it's a bit of a shaky one. It's a game that could go one of two ways. Definitely could be a worrying affair for them if they don't come out and play their hardest and their damnedest immediately from the get-go. We get into the ban phase, of course. MIBR on defense, Santos on attack.
Shields going by the wayside once again. Poor Montana. His ban rate has gone through the roof in the last couple of play days. I think we saw him consistently banned out of all three games on the previous play day that we saw on Thursday. We've seen it a couple of times tonight as well. So he's going to go along with Thatcher, who already has a high ban rate. Not too much of a surprise. Very powerful, even after his nerf. For anybody who doesn't know, he has seen a little bit of a nerf in the most recent operation to launch, Shadow Legacy. The nerf being that he doesn't destroy electronic gadgets anymore. He just disables them, as he always did with some of them. Things like a Maestro cam was only disabled for a period of time, 20 seconds, I think it was. That's been extended to all electronic gadgets now. But interestingly, it's had a little bit of a knock-on effect in different ways. The bandit batteries now remain on the wall. So whereas previously when destroyed, you could apply another bandit battery to try for the trick, you can't do that because you can't put two bandit batteries on the same wall. So it has just mixed things up a little bit and changed, but his ban rate hasn't been mixed up at all, and it remains as high as it has been recently.
Okay. YCO then. Here we are. Everything laid out in front of us. Obviously, one final time tonight as well. Just whilst we go into the last series, might as well give the update for anyone that might not have seen the tweet. Obviously, Echo has been taken out of play at the minute whilst they resolve the issues that are around him with the bugs surrounding the Yokai drone. So he isn't going to be put into the mix again. So that's why I won't see him banned out or being picked at all in this last best of two. For anyone that wasn't up to date with what was going down there in the global scene of Rainbow Six Esports. Talking of which, we are ready to kick this off now as we head in for the first round of the first map between MIBR and Santos. Let's see if Santos will come out swinging on their attacking half. Initially, for me, taking a look at what we got to play with here, obviously Cypress on the Ash. He can be a player that can be very explosive. You also got Mighty as well. Mighty's been making more of a name for himself, I think, over the course of Stage 2, Tim. We've seen a lot of explosive plays from him.
Yeah, Mighty's really stepped up. He certainly is showing that he can be not only mighty by name, but mighty by nature. So far, 52 and 50, plus 2 on the kills. So 1.04 KD. Not amazing, but not terrible. The important thing there is the 52, the number that he has put down. You know, if he could reduce his deaths a little bit, that'd be fantastic for his team. But that's not really what they need from him. They need him to be racking up those kills. And particularly on the entry, Jackie, it might come as a bit of a surprise. 13 and 5. So he's plus 8 overall, doing very well on the entry. And that's putting Santos on that front foot. What they need to do is have everybody follow that up and make sure they get in those rounds on the board when they do get that early advantage.
That's lovely. That's some really big statistics to play with. Good numbers that have been put up. Talking of disappointing numbers, though, for Santos, they've only received 14% of the fan vote with a poll we just ran in Twitch chat. 77% going in favour of Made in Brazil. So MIBR definitely going to be the preferred side, it seems, from the community, Tim, walking into this one.
It's not a huge surprise, I think that is fair to say, you know, but I said this against Furia. If you remember, Furia had a huge percentage of the vote as well against Santos, and I said it at the time, don't sleep on Santos. They are a very capable team, and they are showing some great growth so far inside of BR6, and I am certain that that will continue from them. So where on the face of it, yes, you could look at this and say it's a one-sided affair, and if it were to be, you know, 14-3 or something overall across the two maps, it wouldn't be a huge surprise, you know, but at the same time, don't bank on it, don't count on it, and don't expect it, because Santos, I am pretty sure, are going to make more of a game of it than that.
Oh, all right, well, the only man that's going to be sleeping right now, Tim, is cameraman, but Cyber replying back, shuts down Rise, making him, instead look a little bit more deflated. Bullet coming in for the sideline swipe, though, through the vault onto Cypress. Guns for the second as well. Twisting and turning. He's hitting his shots, but it's a close range peek from Wag with the AK, and he's going to slay him. This round does not stop with the action, though. Back after back, frag after frag. We're down to 60 seconds in a 2-on-2. Souls and M-King, the only remaining members of MIBR. Santos left with Wag and Scardina, Zofia and Ace. So you have the hard breaching potential. You've got the utility on the Zofia as well. As you can see, she still has a lot of those grenade launching shells left to play with. The concussion shells and the explosive one of them in reserve, Tim. So they have all the tools to potentially bring this back to win this round.
So far, it feels like I've been hit in the face with an airbag coming into this game, Jackie. It's absolute breakneck speed. I think it's going to leave me with whiplash if it continues at this pace. So much battling and dueling going on up on that top floor. And as we can see, the Selma device has been unsuccessful. M-King wasn't unsuccessful, however, as he takes on the double challenge at the armory door, and he shuts down both remaining Santos players in quick succession, one after another. We can see Wag there just trying to change things up, coming in on the crouch, trying to change his level to the man that he'd just seen cut down before him, but it was unsuccessful. M-King was ready for it. He could challenge at any level, and does so, taking the first round. Church and Arsenal on the board successfully for MIBR, but Santos showing they are fighting, and they are here to get what they can from this game.
Right. Madness there. Caught some of those clips on camera as well. Some lovely frags that we got to witness there as well, especially from the Mozzie. The quick reaction times, the flicks back and forth. That was beautiful play. Beautiful, beautiful play. Great opening round. A lot of aggression, a lot of confidence. We're seeing the best of both teams coming into this one, at least, Tim, which bodes well, right? We want the closest, most competitive series we can get out of these two teams. And for a round to go down to the wire like that, being decided in a 2 versus 2, that is the pinnacle. That's ideal. MIBR, though, getting the better outcome. They walk away with 1 round already in the bank on their defensive side, and they're going to be banking on getting a few more. Sticking to their guns in terms of the majority of operator picks as well. Bullet back over on Malusi, 2 frags to his name, bringing those Banshees out.
Heading to gym and bedroom them, Santos. We've seen them attack this site once, we've seen them win it once, so not necessarily a information for us to go on, but it certainly suggests that success is a possibility for Santos in the gym and bedroom attack. Importantly, they're going to have to clear out the cache and CCTV side of things to begin with, because it looks like there is a bit of an extended hold coming in from MIBR over there. Cyber and Bullet particularly getting themselves established, and the danger with anybody wondering why that area is important, it is particularly the single window inside of CCTV. From there you can peek onto the line of windows that go directly onto site. So gym and bedroom both have windows, and there's a bit of a balcony, if you will. It's actually a half roof you can get up on top of, and you can use those windows directly into site. But whilst CCTV is still in the control of the defenders, the window that's just being looked at there, you can't really risk that, because they can just be hit time and time again from that window, and that's why we tend to see the hold extended in that direction.
Okay, nearly 2 minutes remaining. On to the second round. No frags yet. No one being torn to shreds and left dropped down on the cold, hard ground. Slower round coming out from Santos in terms of the way they're slowly making their advances. Obviously, drones into some very effective, annoying angles as well. They can creep them in those little nooks and crannies and have a constant read throughout the round if they're not spotted out. One of them will be, though, up towards the bar, and that will be removed from play, leaving us with 1 minute and 30 and still an overall stalemate in terms of the aggression. 5 alive on either side, but map control being taken. A good job to tear down that hard breach, get the reinforcement taken out, and give yourself a pathway towards success. Cameraman could be in quite a naughty angle, though. If they push up, he's got the potential to either swing out or hold and catch them on the rotate. We do see the first frags found, though, over on the Finca. Cyprus will get one, but Cyber bites back, leading it into a 4 versus 4 now with 60 seconds remaining, Tim.
Cyprus able to take one to the grave with him, managing to open things up, but I think Cyber already had him in his sights at that point, and the bullets had no doubt flown and were in the air and on the way, and there was nothing that the Finca could do now. In comes MIBR on their own. Bullet and Cameraman getting one apiece onto Scardinia and Mighty, so that leaves us 4 versus 2, and it is not looking good for Santos on the attack at this stage. Wag's going to open things up on the hot tub wall with those Ace Selma gadgets, but with men still inside of CCTV, you could see there MIBR just thinking about having the peak along the window line, but Wag, he looks to push anyway. Needs to be careful as the nitro comes out. He has backed away, and that's an unfortunate throw that's just going to hit those steel joists running through the floor. And how about that for a shot from Rise? Finding the gap, threading the eye of a needle with a headshot onto Cameraman. 13 seconds, and Santos, they are going to need to think about getting this diffuser down soon. The clock is ticking away. Wag is taking damage. Rise gets himself a second great kill on the round. 2-2, and Wag starts to get the diffuser down. Out goes the smoke grenade, but Cyber, he must have had a tracking chip on him there. He knew exactly where he was. Just went straight into the absolute centre of that smoke canister and just went with the melee hit. Took the man down and closed out the round for MIBR. Santos, they almost looked good for it at a point towards the end there, Jacket.
Oh, mate, that's so unfortunate. The diffuser so close to going down, but Butcher Pete running in with the blade, chopping that meat, and leaves him cut in half. Just a steamed ham in place of where his body was, attempting to get that diffuser down, Tim. 2-0 now for the defensive side of MIBR. Looking pretty effective coming into this game. Keeping it close, keeping it competitive, and when things do start to go a bit south, they quickly bring it back in the late round and shut it down. Again, another tight ending as well. Not as cleanly cut as perhaps you would have expected coming into a game like this, but they are still getting rounds. Now, moving over as well, right? This is where garage control, in my mind, is going to be so pivotal. I'm looking early on towards M King and, of course, Bullet. 2 players on operators that thrive towards garage. You can do so much in burning control with those ADSs and the 1Y magnets to suck up every last inch and ounce of utility that is thrown in there. So by the time Santos are confident enough to push in to have that access point towards the site, they don't have much to work with, let alone any time.
As you say, garage catwalk particularly important for this site, especially where a push is trying to come through the east wall breach, which I'm sure we will see happen. The east wall being breached at least, I would expect. Generally speaking, you need to get control of garage to allow you to get the angles and the crossfires needed to completely shut down CCTV. That then enables you to move in. You need a man underneath in lounge as well to prevent any vertical denial from a nitro, but what you're looking to do is get a player in from garage behind the server stack to get the diffuser down and activated, and that's why the garage catwalk is so important, because obviously you can't get a player into that location if there is a defender still active on the garage catwalk. But it can be a difficult place to clear out, as you say, Jackie, with the WAMI magnets, the ADSs, sometimes deployable shields. It becomes very, very tough to move the man, and that's why quite often we'll see a split attack with pressure being applied from this side of the site, which is through bedroom into construction to try and open up the wall on the other side. And when you try to do that, you're basically removing all rotations or movement within the site and making it very difficult for the defenders to wiggle around in there.
No casualties yet. Again, shaping up similarly to what we saw back on the second round in terms of the pace that is being displayed by Santos. They won't really rush things. They will try and slowly gain map control, drone out for clear-cut information, so you don't face check anything, you don't run any unnecessary risks. Long-range setup as well. Obviously from Scardenia with quite a distance. He's got the scope to back it up. He can be holding that angle. If there is any push, especially if they get that diffuser down, he's got a prime position to watch it from, as long as they play the post plant for him. It all depends on the placement of the diffuser, and that is a big if as well. They have to still get onto site to actually be able to crack that briefcase open and begin their round. 50 seconds left now, Tim, as time is starting to tick down. It's still a 5v5, and there hasn't been a frag marked up on the board yet. Wag slowly pushing in. Selma devices going out. That will give them another line of sight straight into the bomb site, but they have to hit their shots. They need to do something bold soon, or they're going to be walking into a 5 versus 4 effectively because of the positional play of Scardina.
No push from the east side here from Santos is certainly interesting. It's going to allow MIBR to focus their defense completely on one side. We can see, I think, Scardina just moving around. They have got the breach open, but there's been no pressure applied. Scardina finally getting himself on the rappel, but it's going to be too little too late. As Souls and Bullets come in with big headshots. MIBR finding shots left, right, and center. Flawless round for them. And Santos, I think it was a bit too one-directional. It was started on the east side. They got that open, but then they pretty much all rotated to try and deal with construction, got themselves in, opened that side, and then by the time Scardina was able to move around, get on that rappel onto the half roof, it was just too little too late, and the kills were already raining in for MIBR, but they were unflappable in that situation. Headshot after headshot raining in, and MIBR, Jackie, answering the questions I asked at the beginning of this one, they are looking just as terrifying as they did in Playday number 1. I cannot wait to see this MIBR team go up against Liquid, NIP, Team 1. Cannot wait for it.
Oh, mate, it's going to be spicy. It's going to be crazy. You're right, though. In terms of that round, it's a bit crazy, right? Because it felt like you could see the setup they were trying to go for. You could see the idea behind it. Scardina was in a position as well where if you wanted to leave them there in the late round and you did take control, you get the diffuser down, you try and go for a bold move. He's got a crazy post-plant angle where you're not really going to be forced him out. He'd probably get the first frag for free. He can rotate in then to back up the other players. There was a lot. It was set up for a good late round crossfire, but then they kind of just went against the idea of the execution. It seemed like they were going for second-guessed themselves last minute and tried to go for a different play. He's then had to rotate the entire way over, so they've started a fight 4 versus 5, then just suffered casualties. I don't know. It all fell to bits. It seemed like there was an idea initially, Tim, but they decided against it and weren't ready for that backup plan. It felt like it was game plan A, and then last minute, we need to change this, and it just wasn't ideal.
Yeah, a bit of indecision creeping in, I think, and that's something that we saw out of Santos on Theme Park against Team Liquid. They were going in with plan A, and then when they met resistance to that, there wasn't really a clear idea to quickly rotate onto another option, and that's maybe something that Santos can look at developing in future, is just being able to more speedily say, actually, this isn't working, this is working, let's adjust in this way mid-round. Mighty, however, will adjust the cut of cameraman's jib at this point, as he will shut him down with a headshot, and that is going to be 5 versus 4 with an early round opener for Mighty. Once again, coming through on that entry, as I said, very, very capable, showing himself to be a great entry fragger here in Stage 2.
Talking of 2, nearly 2 minutes left into round 4 now. Slow and steady from Santos, bit by bit, trying to build off the fact they got an early frag, but talking of frags, there we go. Nitro getting dashed out by a bullet. The bouncer himself blowing Scardini at the pieces. No chance for that Zofia to get back up. No down but out for you. Completely just out of the round. And time still on their side. There is an opportunity here for Santos to pick themselves back up and head down towards that lower site, open up their opportunities. They need to decide what they want to do, though. In terms of hard breaching, you've still got 2 of them alive and kicking. You've got your ace, you've got your maverick. You can open up the hatches, you can go for a 3-pronged attack down the stairway if they calculate it, but they need to speed things up, Tim. Cyprus going in first on the Ash, looking to get another pick back in their favor. Will that work out, though?
It certainly feels like the site that I think Santos were closest to winning back in round 1. Of course, it came down to that final 2 versus 2, and they've done well this time. They've cleared out that top floor roam quite quickly and left themselves plenty of time for aggressing onto site. There's still a minute left on the clock. We can see bullets flying left, right and centre. Mighty, however, has taken some damage there, so needs to be careful. And at 4 versus 4, whilst there is plenty of time on the clock, it's getting to that point where Santos need to be aware of it. They don't have any control over site at this point. They don't have the hard breach applied to Church Wall. Ace now has come down. Wag is in position to be able to do so. Out comes the smoke grenades. Prevent a challenge coming in from blue, and Mighty hiding in the corner. Emkin completely unaware of his location. The kills start raining in. It's going to take miracles from MIBR at this point. Damage raining in left, right and centre. Cyber does what he can to slow things down, but Cyprus, he's in a position to get the diffuser down. They're about to lose another man as he approaches the soft wall. Cyber is downed and out as Mighty finishes him off. Souls, low health and a dream at this stage. About 20 HP left on the board. He would be lucky to take any more than 1 bullet. There's a man on main stairs. Shuli is aware. Goes for the headshot, but Rise will beat him to it, and that's going to be the first round on the board for Santos, and not a moment too soon as they find themselves 3-0 down coming into that one, but that brings them 1 step closer to a 3-all half, and they are 3-1 on the scoreboard now.
Okay, all right. That's ideal. That's better. They're starting to find a bit of success, and obviously getting that round in now is the dream. Otherwise, it would have been a 4-round lead already with nothing on the board for Santos. But it comes a little bit late in the grand scheme of the game. And that's what worries me. You've already given up 3 rounds. What's to say there won't be another one thrown into the mix somewhere? Probably looking like it'll most likely be a 4-2 split now towards the end of the half, Tim. It's how it feels like it's starting to go on Clubhouse. And at that point, Santos, is their defense going to be flawless enough to contend with that sort of scoreline, Tim?
Well, the thing is, MIBR need to have a stronger top floor hold this time around. They were cleared out far too easily by Santos there. Talking about strength of defences, they need to hold on to that top floor, because otherwise Santos could take another round off them here, and then all of a sudden, as you say, it's then 2-4 at worst, and Santos start coming in thinking, this is doable on defence on Clubhouse. There's a couple of good defensive sites at least, and maybe we can manage that. So for me, in the difference between those 2 rounds, round 1, round 4, that's where we've seen Church and Arsenal. Round 1, if you remember, it was an absolute brawl on the top floor. There were punches flying left, right and centre. It was like a terrible bar fight, Jackie. You know, the old cowboy films where you just see like punches left, right and centre, tables going through windows. Oh, yeah. It was all going on the top floor. It was a real Royal Rumble up there, but nobody really came out with any strong advantage, apart from the fact that MIBR had wasted a lot of time up there. And the clearance of the top floor was just too costly for Santos, ultimately. And in round 4, by contrast, they cleared top floor for free. They didn't lose any men, I don't think, or it was maybe 4 versus 4. I think they lost one up there, but Mighty got the entry anyway. So they didn't lose a load of manpower up there, and they were on the mid floor opening up the hatches with a minute and a half left to go. Now they're going for a quick rush here. This could be a mistake against an MRBR team who are no strangers to a rush. They are well aware of it, and 2 men are lost very quickly as they try to fold themselves into the breach. However, Rise gets into sight and will get souls, but not while Cameraman gets Mighty, and that is now 3 versus 2. Cyber shuts down Cyprus on site. It's all gone south for the rush of Santos. I feel like that was a big risk. It was a big throw of the dice, a huge gamble at this point in the game. It now gives 4-1 to MIBR on the scoreboard. Can't hit a kidder, Jackie. And that's exactly what they just tried to do.
Oh, mate, that round went so far south so quickly. We've somehow ended up in Louisiana at this point. That was such a decline in seconds. You could see them trying to switch up the pace, trying to go for something bold, brash, with a lot of confidence to it, but the false confidence did not help them. Charge in, and all they do is meet their demise in record time. 4-1. And that's the sign of this being a 4-2 split is now looking a little bit more shaky potentially here. That round's already been given up. You have one last chance here into your attacking half for Santos. In the past, Cyprus has been very good on the opening on attack. We've normally seen them consistently being able to get something going for the side with entry frags. Mighty going for a bit of a cheeky quick switch towards the end on the 6 pick, coming off of Buck, back onto Buck to try and play the illusion of a big play, but in reality, just keeping them guessing.
It's all the mind games, just trying to wrong foot MIBR, have them thinking maybe they're facing up to something that they're not. But I don't think, honestly, that MIBR are going to be concerned whatsoever about what the composition of Santos's lineup is right now, because at this point in time, they're just no major threat to them. They haven't really been able to impact on into this game and get themselves established. And hopefully for Santos, they can find a second win. They can come out here and they can just build that energy back and get themselves back into the second half of Clubhouse. But right now, they need to change up their attack on CCTV here in round 6. We commented how they got the east wall open and then pretty much abandoned that side. I think maybe we didn't really see too much of any attempt of a push onto Garage. I don't know if they did attempt it or not, but if they did, maybe they just found that it was a bit of a roadblock and they thought we just need to push towards construction. But one way or another, it allowed MIBR to focus all their attention in one direction far too much of the time, and they took full advantage of that. So Santos, if they want to see some success here, they need to get that multi-pronged attack. They need to try and get control of Garage, push into construction as well, and just really make MIBR think. Don't allow them to be comfortable on site.
Okay, Santos, this is it. It's your last big one. Let's see if it's going to be make or break for them. If MIBR are going to be the ones towering over the corpses at the end of this round. So far, slow and steady, of course, from Santos. Quick work, though, when it comes to the Maverick play. That was actually relatively speedy. They've got it down with still 2 minutes left on the clock, so top marks for that. We still need to get control in other areas, though. Open up towards Garage. Give yourself those access points to keep MIBR guessing rather than just funneling through all in the same hole that could eventually turn into a murder hole quite quickly, as the angle is being watched. Souls is sat there honed into position. M-King gets the chance to come out and play as well over towards Garage, but Bullet will pipe up first. 3 of them there. Bullet with a second. Wide swing going up, but it's not going to land for M-King. Doesn't matter, as they've already found 2 frags into the round. This puts Santos into quite a sticky predicament. 3 versus 5 with a minute and 25 seconds left. The desperation will certainly start to kick in.
They're in the quagmire now, and they just need to start trying to find a way out of it one step at a time. 1 minute 15, so time is still on their side. It's not too much of a problem, but that is a big problem as Cyber gets the outer kill onto Rise. Can't get himself a second out of bar, but he won't mind that at all. Wag gets in and trades out, but still 4 versus 2, and Wag takes a lot of damage in doing so. Right now, less than half health. We've got 4 defenders able to play on site, but how about this from Bullet? He's just dropped down the main stairs. He's racing through bar. He's had the call out of exactly where these remaining Santos players are, and he's trying to find them now. Then he's going to drop down. It's sort of play and counter play here. We've had somebody drop down to the basement level from Santos. Are they going to pop up behind Bullet? Not quickly enough, as he finds Scardinia and takes the headshot, and that now leaves us with Wag 1 versus 4. He's trying to pop up behind Bullet, but think he does. Bullet is facing the opposite way. He does have the opportunity, but as he takes the cam, it's all the warning the Bullet needs. He flips 180 and smashes the skull off Wag as he closes down the round, and that is going to be 5-1 on the half to MIBR, and they look electric right now. On fire is not the word for this team. They are purely and simply dangerous.
Oh, mate, they are giving it absolutely through and through. Every round has been going in their favour. Only one has been picked up by Santos so far. And talking of one, this could be a 7-1 scoreline, unless Santos are able to completely flip it on its head now. This is looking very, very rough. MIBR popped onto the attack then. Let's see if they can continue on from where they left off. Quick switch coming in as well with a 6th pick off of the Twitch, and it seems like they are going to be going for the Capital pick, which I'm a fan of. I like the idea of it. You bring the speed, you bring the smokes, you bring the fire. There is a lot to that play.
Heading down to Church and Arsenal then. Santos have two options here. Now, given the lineup, we've got the Vigil, we've got the Mute, we've got the Mozzie. They are going to be going for what is known as the SSG top floor hold. Now, known as that because Space Station Gaming pretty much conceived this idea, developed it, and were the ones to show us the real success of it. And you may wonder why the top floor is so important against the basement objective, but it's all about time and effort. You cannot leave 3 roamers up on the top floor here because there is too much play has to go on for the attackers in the mid floor. So you need to get the hatches, you need to get some vertical control of sight. They like to try and use the book to open up the corridor and the kitchen floor to get vertical angles down into sight. And whilst all that is happening, if you've left those roamers on the top floor, they're just going to drop down the stairs. There's too many options for them to get on top of you and to start picking you off on the flanks. So that's why so much attention has to be paid to clearing out the top floor. But the intention here is to waste time because for a bottom floor attack, you're already a little bit short of time. There is a lot to do in order to achieve a successful push onto Church and Arsenal. And when Cameraman comes in and hits you to begin with an opener onto Wag with a headshot, that is never going to help on the defense because that is the sort of pressure the attackers need to be mounting. They need to get them cleared out quickly to give them enough time to aggress onto site.
It's a clean opening frag from the big cameraman himself. So fast, with such a big camera mount slapped on his chest. 5-1, just passing the 2-minute mark as time is ticking away. And for MIBR, they've netted themselves that first frag so early on, they don't feel the need to overstep the mark. They'll take it bit by bit, and cameraman keeps on going, getting a second frag. M-King goes down because of it. We return into a 3 versus 4. Pre-fire going out, expecting the cross from Mighty, but he just gambles. Doesn't go for the full peek, but he refaces it. Peeks in, giving Cyber another frag for free on the big buck. Cameraman with 3 frags in total into the round. Oh, Tim, he's shutting them all down. We might see the frag across back onto Bullet, of course, as he wasn't ready for that one. The Zofia has been overthrown. Rise left in a 1 versus 3. Souls and Cyber, full HP, live in the limelight. Whereas Cameraman, he is quite low, but it shouldn't matter. They just have to play their cards correctly now, and they can walk away with this one. Final 60 seconds left. 1 smoke can remaining in reserve for Rise. One of them dashed out towards the dirt tunnel. That will start to fade now as the second is utilized as well. Cameraman making use of the new breaching device to open up the hatch so we can take a bit of a peek down and also drop a drone through it. As Rise will wait for the lurk, turns around as Cameraman's baited him out. And in the famous words of Shaggy, Tim, we caught it on camera.
3K from Cameraman, and he was certainly focused on only one thing during that round, and that was putting MIBR in a position to guarantee a draw as a minimum on Clubhouse. But right now, it just seems like Santos have lost their way, Jackie. They just don't seem to have anything to respond with here. They don't seem to be able to get themselves back into the matchup, and this looks much more like the Santos that we saw against Team Liquid. But I think that is a positive comment towards MIBR, and that is my intention there. It's just how clinical they have been. They've just been on top of Santos, not giving them an inch to be able to think about what they're doing. Right up in their faces all the time, getting aggressive, and that's not something Santos really had to put up with from Furia. Furia, more objective-based generally, a little bit slower in terms of a team, and it's a different beast that they're fighting here.
Oh, a different beast entirely, mate. Beastly plays as well. Cameraman slaying everyone there. The wide angle lens providing clear scope for 4 frags in the round, bringing them up to a 7-3 split there on the score. Looking at the rest of the team as well, you can see the performance clearly mapped out. Bullet 10-3, Cyber 9-3, all of them playing very well. Great use of the breaching device as well to plague the mind of the opposition there, making them second guess themselves as he just walks his way down the stairs and gets ready for combat. Now we're left in this position, 6-1. This game's pretty much over. It feels like this map has been put to bed. Santos really struggling to get this one off the ground, Tim.
Oh, I'd stake anything on it, Jackie. There's absolutely no way that MIBR don't come away with one more round here. Santos are, this is 1,000,000 to 1 shot at this point, given, the state of play between the two and the gulf between these two teams, or certainly as it's appeared so far. I really can't see Santos getting themselves back. What they need to do is focus on that second map. We saw it against Team Liquid. They got rolled over on Theme Park. It was a tough start for them, but then they managed to come away and make a real game out of that second map. And Santos have got to be focusing on that at this point, so that it doesn't turn into a complete rollover over 2 maps. Just get in there, write this one off. It's a bad map. It happens. Move on to that second map and see what you can do.
Go again. Same play. Is it going to work out? Scardinia. Ooh, hitting the deck, trying to stay alive as the bullets are raining in all around him, Tim. It's like hailstones. They're bouncing off the walls, nearly smashing him in the face, but he's able to keep himself alive and kicking. Takes a bit of a glimpse over towards that hard reinforcement by the garage door, seeing the Stelma devices, bringing it all crumbling down. And crumbling away could be the outcome here for Santos if they do not win this round. Ooh, Tim. Garage control is going to be gone. Lickety split in a second. Look at the peek! Through the doorway, gets the face, shuts down the initial man as Jaeger's been overthrown. Bullets being thrown out from Scardina. Headshot connection there onto M-King to put him down. And they have to fight tooth for nail now. They're effectively left into a 4 versus 4 in this round. Mighty, there is no getting him back up. And there is no getting up for WAG either. Shot in the face by cameraman. The wide swing once again from Scardina. Peak after peak. And he's making this round look peak. Peak timings for MIBR as it's down to a 3v3. There's potential for Santos.
Scardina doing great work up there on the catwalk until Bullet finally focuses in, as was necessary, and shuts him down. Takes the kill onto the downed Mighty as well. So we find ourselves in a quick swing of man count. 2-3 versus 2 now. This could be MIBR's moment now. The diffuser is down cold on the ground. 50 seconds. Bullet needs to be aware of that and maybe pop himself back downstairs to get that. Challenge comes in from the east wall and Ash's life will be saved by bullets. Out comes a huge double nitro kill from Cyprus though. Santos, that was the big moment they needed. The hero play to get another round on the board. Big moves. Could it finish the round? 1 versus 1. We find ourselves cameraman versus Cyprus. Big work has been done so far by the mute. We now find ourselves in a lull. As things go quiet, the dust settles from the nitro. It's all down to this, and cameraman can find the head of Cyprus. So unfortunate not to finish things off there. Comes out with that hero moment for Santos, but it is not sufficient. And MIBR, they are able once again to find a way in yet another round to close it out. Cameraman, he's had a great showing there and completely shuts that down. 7-1 for MIBR.
He's ruined them. He's ruined them on the end. He had the 4K round as well, playing tremendously well. The whole team shows up. The triple threat that we've spoken about multiple times have a hell of a game there and really do take him to the ringer. Unfortunately, in that last round as well, he made the right move. The big play with the 2K Nitro. It felt like there was an opportunity. The diffuser was down. I'm sure they must have seen it. They had close comms. Actually, you know what? To be fair, from that frag, it didn't move. So maybe they didn't actually know that it was still left out towards Garage. That could have been the issue there on the play. But he just went for the fight, Tim. Took the fight towards him. If he could have just delayed, at that point there was what, like 20 seconds left on the round on the 1v1. If you could have just wasted time, could have been a different outcome. But instead, takes the peak, swings around the doorway, pays the price because of it.
Certainly could have been some unbelievable shots coming in from MIBR during that round. I'm just thinking about the swing on the door that put MIBR down on the catwalk. It was just absolutely unbelievable from M King. Scottadini did some great work. We've got to give him that from the catwalk, made it very difficult. I'm not sure if MIBR quite paid enough attention to him at that point because he was allowed to keep popping up and just hitting them down in the lower garage. But ultimately, it took a big play from Cyprus to get Santos back into that round, but when you've still got cameraman on the board and he's coming in like that with 9 frags on the game, it's a tough ask. It's a tough ask, and ultimately he won his one and he put Cyprus in the dirt and finished it off for MIBR.
Well, there you go. That is the end of the first map and the last best of 2 of the night. We will be heading into the sequel when we come back, the bookend of the day between MIBR and Santos. Join us for that after the break.
Lo que quiere es enloquecerse, la mujer que quería ver. Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, que yo parezca como que ella quiere. Disfruta la noche, lo anormal. Porque el novio teme que su relación va a terminar. Se da cuenta que no necesita alguien más. Quiere un selfie para su Instagram. Ella ya no quiere relación, alguien que diga su condición, que solamente le dé traición, para después llegar con un perdón.
Join Face It, Play Siege, win prizes. With 45,000 Ubisoft credits up for grabs every week in the EU Open Cups. Join the action at fce.gg/R6EU.
All right, everyone, welcome back. We are going from Clubhouse straight into Oregon as we move swiftly into our second map in the series, Tim. It's about to go down. MIBR starting off on the attack, Santos on defense. Is this going to be a different outcome to what we just witnessed on Club?
Well, we knew it was a possibility to be moving on that swiftly, but honestly, I thought Santos would bring a little bit more to the table for us than they managed to there. Heading into the second map of Oregon, surely it has to go up from here from Santos. They've just been rolled. There's no other way of putting it. It was difficult for them on Clubhouse, and MIBR are hitting shots. The confidence is high, and they are looking just as dangerous as they did last time around now. Rise, he's going to drop out, so we will get him back, don't you worry. But we will finish off the operator banning phase to begin with. It doesn't really matter too much to have lost the player in there, so we'll go through the process, get those operator bans locked in, and then if Rise is unable to rejoin, we will get this lobby remade. So Thatcher and Monte, pretty much consistent bans throughout the last couple of play days coming in to begin on the attackers.
Oh, mate. Standard stuff, really. It feels like it's been very consistent throughout BR6. That's another one that also fits the bill. Get rid of Clash. She is a major issue. She can be quite a stone wall blockade to deny certain rounds, and we've seen that already today in the maps where she hasn't been banned out. So just take it out of commission. Final ban coming in now for Santos as well. We'll see what they want to take down with them in the last few seconds of this one, and then unless we get him to join back, we'll probably just get a rehost on the go. Seems like it's Wamai that has been flipped off the list.
Wamai will be going by the wayside, so it's MIBR coming out and taking the shields out of play. They don't want Monty nor Clash active, and we've seen, as you say, Jackie Clash holding down particularly the Dorm's objective extremely well so far on this map of Oregon. Now Rise does return just in time. Very, very generous of him. Very kind.
Yeah, good lad, making his way back in. Ideal, though. It's nice, right? Obviously, it means they don't have to mess about getting all the players back in the lobby. It means they can just keep this one rolling straight from ban phase into gameplay, which is going to be ideal for the competition. We'll see where this goes.
Head into dorms for round number 1. It would appear then we've got Santos on the defense. We'll see if that can provide them a better start than they found on the attack of Clubhouse to begin with. It was a tough start for them, going 5-1 in the first half. Now, I don't really know what to suggest they bring to the table here. You know, do you go out on the roam? It hasn't really been successful previously. They've not been winning the individual gunfights more often than not against MIBR, so that is a problem if you're starting to try to throw men out too aggressively on the roam, because the likelihood is that you lose them in the early rounds. But equally, they don't want to be cowed by MIBR. They don't want to be forced into a box to just sit on site and wait for death to come to their doors. So for Santos, it's a little bit of a sort of a tough choice for them, really. Which direction did they take? I'd like to see them continue confidently. Scardenia hitting some nice shots there towards the end of Clubhouse. Get him out there, see if he can make a nuisance of himself.
I think that's what they need, Tim. They need the confidence, they need the aggression, they need to go for some really just bolder plays, because a lot of it was far too standardized, and MIBR, they just had a field day of walking in, picking up the pieces, and Santos in a couple of those rounds, it felt like they kind of beat themselves. You need to move away from that here on Oregon. It's fresh territory, fresh map. First round of many, and you're on your defense to kick it off. Let's see if things will be a little bit better for them here, or if it is going to start off in a similar type of manner. Early on then, MIBR, bit of map control being taken. There is an ace in play. They've also got a Habana and a Maverick as well. Interesting free picks coming out there from MIBR. Let's see how that will be utilized over the course of this initial round, as we're close to about 2 minutes now.
Just wondering if there's some information coming into Santos about the lower level there. It was just interesting time as Cyber moved into the map from the small tower. Not generally a location to push in from. We saw, that's unfortunate for Cyprus. We saw Cyprus drop down to the mid floor to try and make a challenge onto Cyber, but now has been forced into the security area, and completely cut off and shut down by Cyber. So that is a tough one. Cyber moved in, Cyprus reacted, dropped the hatch down to the mid floor, but then was hoping to be able to rotate to the basement if needed to wriggle away and escape. He was being pushed by multiple men, but he just threw his impact nade a little bit too high. It didn't take out the hatch, and then he was easy to shut down, cornered in security, and Cyber gets the opener onto the Malusi. So we find ourselves quickly in a 5 versus 4 utility raining into sight. It will do minimum damage there, but the second will do a lot more as it finds the head of Scardenia, wiped out by the nade. And that is cameraman coming in strong again after a good performance on Clubhouse. Diffuser going down. It won't have time as the kills rain in. Cyber Bullet, M-King. It is a triple threat from MIBR as they close out round 1. They start as they mean to go on. Jackie heading into map 2. Flawless round.
That's rough, dude. They've been absolutely rinsed. That's a good hiding too that's just been given to them. We actually did catch as well the bits of a blunder that went down into that round, if you did mitch it, of course, when Malusi was trying to bail out and open up the hatch, and didn't really work out, unfortunately. Just did a lot of damage and not really much else.
I think that sort of sums up the day for Santos so far, unfortunately. It's just been that fraction away. You know, Scardenia, good example. I've already used it, but top floor Catwalk did a great job, but just not enough to get them over the line. And that impact nade sort of sums it up for me, really. They've been a little bit unfortunate in a few circumstances, but they're just coming up against... The really unfortunate thing is they're coming up against MIBR at just bang the wrong time. Simple as that. MIBR are just absolutely on fire at the minute, and right now this is, for me, a huge message, Jackie. They came in play day 1, they look strong, we said that. They needed to back it up, and they need to do it against another one of the big teams, that much I will say, but it's just showing that the performance is there in their locker, and they are bringing it week after week now, and whatever they've tweaked over the break certainly seems to have worked. And you have to ask the question, which one of those top 4 that we saw previously is going to give way to MIBR? And right now, there's a strong argument for it being FaZe.
It could well be. It could very well be. Right then, back into the game at hand, obviously off the back of the really quite speedy first round that's just been shown off by MIBR. It shows that they're definitely continuing on with the same tempo, pace, and grace that they had on the first map of Pass. For Santos, what can you do? Can you adapt on your defense? If they got a backup plan up their sleeves, and it seems like there could be a full frontal assault towards the stairway as Cyprus tries to go for a cheeky peek on the Goyo, but he won't be giving any greatness to date to the side of Santos. Instead, it's just bullets that are going to be riddled into him. Back off there as well after getting close contact towards the stairs. Rise. I thought we did actually see a little bit of an explosion go down, but he still has his nitro, so it wasn't that was chucked out.
Pressure will continue onto Freezer then. Bullet just holding himself a tight angle and looking to assault onto Laundry. We don't really have any pressure being applied to Bunker just yet, so that's not something Santos need to worry about. Mighty will be able to shut down Cameraman, gets close enough to get up close and personal there and use the blade rather than the bullet to finish off Cameraman. That is going to be the Iana Gon. I'm guessing he may have snuck up on him whilst he was using one of those Gemini drones to move forward and see what information he could gather, but he'll gather absolutely nothing when he's been shut down by Mighty. 4 versus 4. There is an approach being made through meeting, and we can see that MIBR just start hammering shots through the soft walls to see what they can bring, and that again just sums it up for me, Jackie. Mighty moving out on the mirror, getting shots onto Cyber, but just unable to make them connect in the same way that Cyber finds his head. Scardinia and Rise, though, they put Santos in the advantage driving seat once again. 2 versus 3. 2 versus 2 as a man goes down. 2 versus 1. It's Cyber and M-King. They come from behind and close out the round. There is absolutely nothing Santos can do here, Jackie. No matter how hard they fight, no matter how advantageous a position they get themselves into, MIBR, they've got the answers. They've seen the test paper before they sat down for this exam. They know exactly what is coming, and they are just reading Santos like a book right now.
Oh, mate. Very easy to read book as well. It's like Green Eggs and Ham or one of the Cat in the Hat books. Like, it's not hard. But Tim, I don't get it as well. Some of the plays into that, right? Like, I don't want to be too harsh because it looks like they're getting an absolute C in 2 right now in the course of the game anyway. But Santos, we've seen them play better than this. Coming in this map, this doesn't look anything like how they can play, especially on Oregon. And the questionable play for me there is the aggression that we saw from the mirror. Charging out for a peak like that early on when she could have been playing defensively towards the site, grouped up. At that point, you have an even bigger advantage to work with in the late round, right? She would have been so much more useful. Instead, just went run and gun, got yourself into an angle where it is a risky fight anyway, and just got your lips blown off. I don't know, mate. It just feels like Santos, if they've not got tilted off the back of that first map, Tim, they are now.
They must be. And as you say, Mirror was heading into a 50-50 gunfight. And at this point in time, given Santos's current position on the scoreboard and how map 1 went, I can't really criticise that too much because I think, do you know what? You've got to do something. You've got to try and change your fortune somehow. And Mighty was stepping up, trying to take the game by the scruff of the neck. But it is a great example. You're absolutely right. Into a 50-50 gunfight, starts landing shots on the Ash with the Vector, which has got such a high rate of fire. When one bullet goes out, there's another 10 following it within half a second. It's such a high fire rate, but still unable to confirm that kill. And the ADS was just a little bit low. It was just landing those body shots, and what came back? A headshot. And we've seen that so many times from MIBR, winning gunfights, that they're actually second to join. How about that? I'm going to guess there's a ping been sent out there onto Rise that allows Cyber to just shut him down easily through the barricade. That is an absolute freebie with no challenge made in return. That's Kaid gone, and Electriclaw's with him potentially. Bullet will get the kill onto Mighty. Challenged from the reverse angle and will be shut down this time. That is better from Cyprus, able to move in and get a kill that he certainly should have done. 3 versus 4, we find ourselves all inside the first minute. This is going at breakneck speed.
Oh, mate, big MPH. Large with the way it's being played out. Oh, yeah, they're revving. Absolutely seeing how much they can get out of this vehicle. 2-0 so far in terms of the overall flow of the game, but we do have a 4-3 split when it comes down to the kills in this round. So, Maverick setting his eyes on that hardball, trying to tear down the reinforcements. Cyber going back onto the drones to see what he can spot out. There's a sneaking suspicion of the potential push here. Cyprus, timing could be everything. He's also seen the concussion coming behind him. He should have an inkling that there is a push coming from that direction and be ready for it on the re-peak, but he throws it all away as Cyber will upload a virus and shut them all down Getting that first frag puts them into a great position now. It's a 4 versus 2 late round execute onto the site. You have the diffuser in your midst. All you've got to do is play the trades and you have won this round. Wag, chucking out the smoke cans. M-King's got to back off. He stands in it for a little bit too long there, taking 2 ticks of damage rather than just the 1 that he probably could have gotten away with.
So much time left for these defenders to absorb, and Scardini, he's trying to take this game by the scruff of the neck, but he will just get absolutely wrenched back to reality there as M-King shuts him down on the rear stage stairs. MIBR more than alert to the danger of a flank, and Cameraman, he finishes things off once again. How many times have we said that tonight, Jackie? Cameraman coming in and finishing off a round. He has been so crucial for his team, just absolutely closing out. There is no problem with him shutting down rounds and clinching them.
God damn, Tim. God damn. 3-0, mate. The way this is shaping up, the way it's going, especially how Santos seem to be playing right now, it feels like they are getting absolutely annihilated. It just looks like they're going from strength to strength for the side of MIBR, outclassing them. And in terms of a benchmark, it shows there is definitely a skill disparity between these two teams. MIBR gunning for a quick victory and a very fast 2-0. Looking at the fan vote as well, I don't blame them right now. 71% coming in favor of Made in Brazil. 22% backing Santos, Tim.
It certainly looks like MIBR might have an appointment or something this afternoon, Jack. Something they've got to get off the server to do. They've got to be somewhere. You know, they've got maybe the dentist or something to get to. But right now, Santos are going to be ones needing a dentist. A good one at that, after the beating that they've taken here.
They're going to be left black and blue, bruised with how these rounds are going. Certainly going to be one that you will not be forgetting very soon. It's rough, man. This is just not working out. 1 frag on the board for Mighty, 1 for Scardina, 1 for Cyprus, 1 for Rides. Wag currently yet to frag. It's getting a little bit worrying. Meanwhile, on the mirror side of MIBR, Cyber 7-0. Hot to the draw when it comes to the entries, but still decimating even in the late round. MIBR just looking a cut above the competition with how this has been played out. Scary, scary stuff. They've won the half effectively in my mind already, getting themselves 3 rounds on their attack on what is still more of a defender-centric map here in Oregon. If they can get anything else out of this, Tim, if this goes towards the region of a 5-1, a 4-2, then MIBR are going to be laughing.
If this goes to 5-1, Jackie, it's done. At that point, there is, for me, absolutely no way that MIBR go on to the defence here and don't win 2 rounds. I just can't see it happening right now, Santos. And you've got to feel for them. You know, we never want to see this happen to teams. And Santos, you know, I'm very cautious not to be overly critical of them. We've got to look on the positives that this is MIBR playing especially well. We saw it in Play Day 1. They have done probably more work than anybody else in the break by the looks of things. The changes that they have made have been more impactful than we have seen out of anybody. And right now, I'm just looking forward to seeing this MIBR team play day after play day, because they are so entertaining to watch. They seem to have tempered that aggression to the exact right level, but brought in that strategic edge that maybe they didn't have previously. It was, you know, sort of just, you know, max aim and aggression previously, but it's just been tempered now that they've had more time, and it is right now hitting a sweet spot.
Ooh, Nade's hitting certainly a sweet spot, potentially the soft spot on the back of the head there, as one of them is going to blow its way through Cyprus, leaving us down to a 4 versus 5 once again. Of about 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock. Time ticking by, and Bullet's likelihood of doing any more in the round ticking by as well. He's been shut down. Mighty thinking he had got himself another frag there. In reality, it was just the Gemini drone being popped out by the Ayana. Cyber comes out to play the headshot machine himself, head hunting. To try and find some big deer to shut down. Dear oh dear! How has Mighty been able to survive that encounter? Barely dodging the bullets like the Matrix as he dips his way under him, playing a very aggressive game of limbo. But oh no, Tim! There's a frag back in favour of them. Another one as they double down as well, leaving it here in a 2 versus 1, hanging in the balance. It's all on Scardina. 35 seconds left, finds the angle, takes the peek, but can't get the frag. M-King will clean up as he bites back and secures the deal.
Another strong round from MIBR, and what I like here is the professionalism that I'm seeing from them. We've said this before, you can only play what is in front of you. So, yep, Santos there. a little bit today, and that is partially down to how well MIBR are taking advantage of every situation put in front of them. But MIBR, they are not taking the foot off the pedal. You know, they're not playing around at this. They are taking this super seriously, and they want to win every single round. There is absolutely no hiding of plays or anything else. They are going full force and fully professional to get this one in the books and to make sure that they secure maximum points, which looks at this point is almost an absolute certainty. I would be very surprised to see Santos able to make anything out of this. But Santos, they need to just come away from this, shake their head off and think, you know what, that's one of those results that happens. They need to look back to the previous play day against Furia where they secured 3 points and played very well. There is more points for them to be found in this season. Of that, I am sure, whether it be in the form of draws or maybe even another win against one of those sort of low to mid-table teams. But they can't let a result like this impact on them too much. And maybe as the stage goes on and we see MIBR play other teams and maybe see similar outcomes, see them having good wins, that might just help Santos a little bit to rationalise this result and to write it off.
I think they've written off this game, Tim. Like, the way they're playing, mate, some of it's just ridiculous, honestly. You know, we've seen a lot of Brazilian Siege over the past of Stage 1 and Stage 2, Tim. I haven't seen much in terms of Cade and Mirror being on the roam, and I think there's a reason for it. Santos certainly proving that point with some of the plays they've gone for. Not really been working out. Definitely been punished for the shenanigans, as they really are just doing shenanigans. They're making these crazy plays. I don't know if it is off the back of being frustrated from the outcome in the first map. It doesn't look like Santos. I think that's the bit that's a bit disappointing, right? Is we've seen how well this team can play. They could certainly get a way closer result here, but I'm assuming after Clubhouse, it's all kind of broken down. The opening round really didn't go their way either. And from that point forward, Tim, I think they're basically taking it on the chin and they're just having a bit of a game with this one. They're doing some outrageous plays and none of it's really paying off for them.
That's it. I think you've just got to do what you can to try and change your fortune, and a round or two here, there, off the back of a crazy play could be the catalyst to start these sort of tides of change, really. But it's a huge ask for Santos right now. Mighty, he loses his life to begin with on the Mozzie. Cyber once again getting in and opening things up. He's been so dominant in the early round so far. 5 versus 4. MIBR looking well poised once again. They've got access to the attic there. They are, of course, pushing towards dorms, so we'll look to no doubt try and get another angle of pressure applied onto this Santos team as well before they ultimately try to push into sight. Out goes the nades. It will be unsuccessful this time of clearing out the game room, but importantly it will get the mute jammer, which will allow the Ace of Souls, if he wishes to move into the closet and open up the wall between there and game room. But right now you sort of get the feeling that MIBR are happy to just push in and try to get the kills here. They've been winning so many gunfights, but there's 2 that they won't win. Scardini and White getting bullets and souls off the board. In comes a nade here. Will it be successful? It could have taken some damage, but no, moves away and allows Scardini to challenge onto that double window. The negative for Santos here is the low HP across the board. 3 players on 25 or thereabouts health. 1 bullet away from death. This could turn around very quickly for MIBR if they persist.
Yeah, this is rough. This is really a horrible spot to be left in. It was going so well for them with the 2 frags they were able to find, but now the sustainability is the big question mark. And MIBR coming in like an exclamation mark as they're going to bombard down with the first frags reigning supreme as Scardinia is overpowered. Cyber peeking in towards the left. There should be a peek from behind. They need a trade off the back of this. Wag! He had to go in, Tim. He had to do something, but he's done nothing. He's waited for far too long. At that point, Cameraman wins the contact against Cyprus, trading out for Cyber, and another round goes the way of MIBR. There was an opportunity there for him to swing off contact to maybe get something out of the round, but it's gone. The dream's dead. Another round goes the way of MIBR. At this point, 5 rounds already built up. This is going to be a unicorn game, Tim. This has got to be a straight 7-0. In my mind, that's the way it's going to go. It's the first unicorn game we're going to see at Stage 2.
Almost certainly. I'd be very surprised at this point. I'm not sure what's happened in that last round there, Jackie. You know, you've called it there. Wag, I don't know, from our perspective, it just seems so obvious that he must be able to make that challenge. And even then, when the flip comes round from Cyber, so he flips 180, Wag is stood bang out in the open. It's not like he's just moving out from cover to challenge. He's already stood there. He already has the line of sight onto Cyber's back. You've got to ask why he's not taking the shot there. It just seems very, very strange to me. initially, even, it seemed from our perspective like he must be aware of Cyber pushing. There was a bit of an exchange between Cyber and the man in kids' dorms, sorry. So the call out has got to be going from the team there to say Cyber's on double window wall, so, Wag needs to step out and aggress onto them. Very strange. Very, very strange. They just seem to have switched off.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's also like literally even from that position, right? You would get the call, firstly, then you could literally just play off your teammate's contact. You're going to know he's being shot at, he's going to call he's been peeked. You would peek off the back of that contact, and there was just nothing. Even then, worst case scenario, Tim, say if for some reason none of them are just saying a word on TeamSpeak, you're still going to read your teammate getting shot in the face and just peek off the back of that audio cue. I don't know, mate. There's been a lot of questionable plays, a lot of mistakes coming out here. This doesn't look anything like Santos. That's the upsetting factor, right? Is Santos, it seemed like this stage 2 was a good platform for them to show that the new roster was gelling quite nicely, that Wag and Rise were fitting into the team. Coming into Oregon, though, it's all gone out the window. It's all gone wrong. And I think at this point, it seems like the game is almost completely over with. MIBR are playing some Stellar Siege as well. You can't take that away in terms of the shots they're hitting. They're really, really clean in terms of the reactions and the shots, the firefights they're willing to take tonight. They're doing a great job of punishing any of these mistakes that are coming out from Santos. A Santos side that is playing overly aggressive on their defense, but for no real reason.
As you say, this certainly isn't the Santos that we are familiar with seeing. This is not what we would usually expect. And I think what we're probably seeing here, it certainly seems at least like there's a serious tilt to going on. And it's understandable. They've come up against a very good MIBR team, and I can appreciate exactly where the frustration would come from. Because originally, it started out as a few mistakes that MIBR punished, and then it snowballed from there. So, I can understand that. But Santos, they need to think about the next play day. They need to think about not taking, such a sort of harsh attitude away from this game, because it could hurt them mentally and the relationships in a team possibly. You can see how it could be sort of frustrations between them then, and it could, they don't want it developing and sort of riddling into the rest of the season. They just need to write this off. It's a bad day. Another round has gone to MIBR. It's 6-0 now. Yes, it certainly looks like, this is going to be over in short fashion at this point, and MIBR have just been, a class above essentially. But like I say, I think, there obviously is a real tilt factor for Santos here.
Oh, yeah, mate. Like, I know we said it as a joke previously, but this is one of those situations where you do need to give your head a wobble. You've got to reset. You can't let a result like that affect you so harshly, because the entire style of play we've seen coming out from him has just changed. The names that we would normally look towards and expect to have a good performance just haven't. I don't know, Tim. It's in a bag. I think this one's over with. One round is all that's required here for MIBR. You pick this up, that's a 7-0. It's a flawless win. It's a unicorn game that will come out. First of the mythological madness in stage 2. We haven't seen any 7-0s up to this point. And in terms of the picks as well, all eyes pointing at Mighty. He's gone on the Amaru. I want to see what he does with it, just out of a sick curiosity.
We'll see. I'm sure it will be interesting as it develops. We'll see if we get that gadget put to use as he quick rappels in through a window instantly. But it's not going to really gain much, to be honest, Jackie, because we're down in laundry.
Yeah.
So there is no hatch to be jumped up. We are on the basement floor. You would be jumping away from sight, if anything.
Oh, mate. Maybe that's his game plan. Just going to try and go full SpaceX. Get as far away from Oregon as he possibly can. Leave the bad times bears behind.
Right, Cyber. He's out on the roam at the minute, and no wonder he's had a lot of joy on those entries so far, seeing if he could pick anything up in the early 10-15 seconds. What was available to him, but right now, nothing of any joy. We can see that rear stage is being held reasonably heavily there. They certainly don't want any pressure coming in. Now, Santos looking to get themselves up onto that top floor and to start clearing from above. Couple of men out of the back here. Need to be very careful because M-King is holding this one aggressively. Takes a few pre-fire shots but won't find anybody. Cyprus getting luckier than he has done previously maybe, and out comes the Gara Claw. In goes, there we go. That's the entry we wanted from Amaru. Doesn't really pay any dividends. There's nobody there to attack, but certainly gets Santos inside of the map safely here in round number 7.
Right, well, he's got himself into that position. Let's see if he can try and do much from it, and if it will pay off. All of the, I don't know, the kit he's brought alongside it with the Amaru, Tim. At least for MIBR, right? I mean, they tried early round to try and get a bit aggro, pushed up in some of the deepest positions to try and push out and at least delay and slow down the oncoming push, but they've fallen back. Now they're playing a little bit more standardized. They're playing slow, classic defensive siege here on a map like Oregon. What is going to be on the stage show this time around, though? It seems like we won't actually get a chance to see what is on display, as they will back off early on. Cyber with a clean connection onto Cypress, though, from above the hatch, as he will get the first frag. Soul's taking damage, but this man is just pepper spraying at feet, Tim, shooting them in their lower half and leaving them in the lower half of the standings with the way they're playing right now. He's decimated them. Another one to go, as Cyber will take a clean connection onto Rise. It's just Mighty and his main man in WAG left alive. Hopefully they can play together this time.
Cyber was certainly on the hunt for an ace there. Got himself the opening 3, but then will be shut down, so there will be no joy for the Legion. But assaulting onto site 2 versus 4 with a slightly damaged Amaru is not going to be an easy experience for Santos here. We've got plenty of hit points left on the side of MIBR. That's ace off the board. Cameraman slaying Wag with the shotgun bullet, finishes things off, puts Santos out of the misery at this point with the vector of Mirror, and that is going to be 7-0. The Unicorn is here, Jackie, to stay on this one, I'm afraid. Santos, they were out of the depths today, and they've certainly had a struggle against MIBR.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what else we can really say about that one, right? Like, they did struggle. I think, again, it's rough because they defeated themselves in that one. We've seen so much more from Santos in the past, Tim. That's a rough result. A 7-1, 7-0 scoreline. Yeah, 7-1. That's going to sting. That's going to plague your mental. But you can't affect it. You can't let it affect you like that, especially when they've had a much better season already so far. Stage 2 has been way better for Santos, and this is still only the second week, Tim. Losing a game in that manner and letting it upset you to that degree, where clearly they've just tilted hard going into Oregon, that's rough, dude.
It is a shame for them, as you say, because Stage 2 has looked a lot better for Santos. I completely agree with you. I absolutely backed them last week. And, you know, even against that Twitch chat poll where there was a weight of people behind Furia, I said, don't sleep on Santos. They have got results in them, and they managed to turn it out. So for me, you know, you can't look, and it's difficult. It's easy for me to say, I'm sat here as a caster, I'm not on the server, I'm not playing the game, and so it's not as emotional for me necessarily as it is for them. And I appreciate that completely. But I think when you get to that stage, you maybe have to look at the bigger picture. You can't just look at this one play day. You've got to think about the stage as a whole. You've got to think about this is still a learning curve for us. It's only our second stage of professional play. We've had a great result against one of our peers last time out against Furia, and there is work for us to be done. And this is a bad day for us. This is a tough day for us. But we need to look at this as an overall picture. And that is something that we can and are growing into. Improvements that we are making, rather in, you know, this one result impact you to that degree.
I mean, that's the rough part, though, Tim, right? Because the issue is, right, I've been in that position before where, you know, you're at LAN, you're in those sort of games where you lose the first map in, say, a best of 3, and it feels like, we've just been rinsed. We've lost 16-1, the game's over, what's the point? We're going to lose the series. But you can't play like that. You can't let it affect you in that sense. You have to just reset. You take it as a best of 1 from that point forward and forget about the first map, because there's no point. The map's done. You've already lost that one. It doesn't matter if you got beat on the first map. You can come back into it. It's what the series result matters, and especially in a league format like this as well, where it is best of 2s, it just really ruins your season. Giving away results like that so easily, it can do so much damage to you in the late round. It's a real shame. But let's focus on the highlights. Let's focus, of course, on the winners here that have been able to play some really quality siege. One of them in particular, of course, was Cameraman, who we're going to get a nice little interview with. We can speak to him, and specifically, we get a chance to ask him about that round, the 4K where he popped off on Clubhouse. Here he is, the man, the myth, the legend. Cameraman, how you doing, brother?
Good.
Oh, mate, it's good to have you back. Feels like we haven't spoken to you in a little while. It's good to have you on here. How are you feeling after those 2 wins?
I didn't expect that it was gonna be that easy, but we played really good today. Very solid game from us. Nothing else to complain. Only good things to talk about.
You were looking good again. Obviously, we spoke last time around, and you said how you were sort of reining in that aggression, and it certainly seemed, at least on Clubhouse particularly, it was more of the same from MIBR. Very tactical, but at the same time bringing the aggression when you needed to. So looking good so far.
Yeah, things are working perfectly. We're doing good in screams and stuff. So I think we are different in IBR than the last season. I think we're in a good shape right now, and we can the top teams.
And now for you specifically as well, Cameron, it felt like you've really started to come back into your own again. We're seeing some good, consistent results coming out from you, specifically back on Clubhouse as well. There was the 4K where you were just popping off, mate. Are you just feeling like you're fresh again back on the server? Because you've been hitting heads.
Yeah. I was talking to them like, I'm doing a warm up. Like every day, I try to finish the house. The terrorist hunt on the hard mode, and I like it's 27 bots and I have 31 bullets, and I need to one shot every bot. And then like this round I felt the same way as a terrorist hunt, and I was like, I jumped the window, click one head, I went down, click another head, and things worked perfectly today.
I might have to try that myself, see if it improves the old ranked performances, but I doubt it will, Cameraman. You've got a bit more skill than me. Looking at the second map, Oregon, is it difficult sometimes to stay focused when you're sort of, beating a team in that way? Is it tough to keep yourself based on the objective and focused?
I don't know about them. But me personally, I'm 27 years old. I've been here in Siege for like 4 or 5 years. And I've thrown a lot of rounds, and I know that any game, like when it was 6-0, I said it's not over yet. It's over only when it's 7. So let's just keep going, and we're in a good rhythm, and things work perfectly. So yeah, I don't I just win a game when it's 7.
It makes sense, man. Yeah, it does. I think that's sort of what me and Ace were saying throughout the course of that one as well. But, in the end, you still did pick up the 2-0 win. It was still a great day for MIBR. The season's looking good. It seems like there's a lot to come from you guys going forward. Cameraman, genuinely, mate, it's always lovely when we do get to have a bit of a chat with you. Before we let you go and enjoy the rest of your evening, is there anything you want to say for the MIBR fans?
First of all, we're not gonna enjoy any evening here. Tomorrow we play an IP, so we have a tough work now to do and study them. But feeling good. But yeah, like hopefully we can win the next game. It's very important for us. We be on top 4. Yeah, just feel really grateful for what's happening right now.
Awesome, man. It's good to see it. I'm glad. Definitely try and get your rest in then for the games tomorrow. We'll be excited to see that one as well. We might get to speak to you there as well, brother.
Yeah, hopefully it will be that easy.
We'll see how it goes on Sunday, mate. Get some rest in, get that going. We'll catch you tomorrow, mate.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Cheers, cameraman. Oh, man. There you go. See, that's one of the things as well. Key takeaway from that for me, Tim, when we asked, obviously, about the composure, you can see, just saying, obviously, with age and being in that experience, it's what I was saying. It's one of those where you can't let it plague your mental. You got to roll with the punches. You got to take it for what it is. Good to see that level of maturity there, and you can see why it worked for MIBR.
Professionalism at its peak there from MIBR, saying even at 6-0, we're talking to each other and we're saying this is not won yet. And they know that it can be brought all the way back. We've seen it time and again in Siege, and just looking at it one round at a time. We haven't won yet. We need to win the round that's in front of us. And that is exactly as it came across, as they were playing. And a great result for them. I mean, obviously, cameraman a bit tongue-in-cheek there, saying he hopes it's as easy tomorrow. I'm pretty sure it won't be, and I think he's pretty sure it won't be. Much tougher challenge coming for them tomorrow, but I am so excited to see it, Jackie. I really want to see this MIBR roster tested now, because honestly, I think they have got the foundations of greatness there.
Yeah, definitely, man. It's looking better for them. You can see it. It's all coming together. The brotherly love in the team as well. The synergies there. It's good to see them all really quite happy off the back of that and feeling it, knowing that the season's been going well so far. But of course, as they said, it's not all said and done. You can try and take a bit of a rest tonight after the practice is in and after they've done their research for the NIP game, but they still have a big mashup tomorrow. As of course, we still have another day of competition. This is the end of Saturday, but we're back on Sunday, Tim. Tomorrow we do it all over again.
Lucky us, Jackie, that's all I can say. Lucky us, and lucky everybody at home who gets to enjoy more magic coming out of Latam. We've had some big players to enjoy today, and I'm sure there's going to be even bigger coming tomorrow.
There will be indeed. Let's recap today as a whole, though, because Saturday, it's finished. It's over with. That last best of two was incredibly quick, and we finished in record time, really. These are the games, and of course, the reason for it is we had so many fast results tonight. A 7-5, a 7-3, 7-3, 7-1, 7-1, 7-0, Tim. It just keeps on getting quicker.
We've really rattled through them. I don't think that as long as Latam goes, we will have an earlier finish than we are tonight, Jackie, to be honest. Look at those last three matchups there. 8, 16, 23 rounds over 3 maps. That is something and nothing. That's usually one series for us here on Latam, but we've rattled through them. NIP and Team 1 being the big surprise there. NIP being so dominant, and they looked good for it as well. It wasn't just that sort of Team 1 struggled. It was NIP just coming in and making them struggle.
Oh, mate, solid games. All of them were really good. I mean, the first two, the top of the pops, they were the bangers. Liquid Ints did not disappoint. I mean, Ints quite literally did not disappoint. They disappointed Liquid with a second game, stealing away that one. Mate, that concert last round was something special. Team 1 NIP, very fun, very fast again as well. And talking of fast, 7-0. First 7-0 of the stage, Tim. An anomaly there between MIBR and Santos. I hope an anomaly for Santos going forward as well.
I really do, because I really like those guys. I want to be very clear about that. And obviously, we have to call things as we see it. And, we couldn't be anything other than critical, really, of the Santos performance today, as good as the MIBR side was as well. And, we always try to focus on the positives and coming away from it. Yes, I really hope we can see more of the Santos that we saw against Furia, because they've got some really capable players. We've seen big things from Mighty and Cyprus so far this season. Scardinia, always an entertaining player to watch. And I want to see more of that Santos. So fingers crossed for them. Whatever's happened today, they can just write it off, whether it has been a tilt factor or whether MIBR were just that good today. Whatever it is, they can hopefully write it off and come back and show us that greatness that we know they have.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. That's what needs to happen. Take it back to the drawing board. Forget about it. If you need to just get rid of that from your memory, do so and come back in stronger, looking like the Santos we know. And of course, the community also loves. Let's have a look at the standings, though, and how this has affected things over the course of today's play day. We had, of course, 3 best of 2s going down tonight, and this is what it has done to the standings.
Looking pretty interesting around the lower to mid table there. Of course, Jackie, we've only got sort of 7 points between Santos and W7M, so there's still lots to be played for down at the bottom end, particularly for Ints and Black Dragons. And as I said, that point for Ints today, more like that could be crucial for them, just to creep away from those sort of bottom relegation spots where you're going to have some tough matches to play then to see if you remain in the BR6 or not. But up at the top end, Team Liquid, they come away looking at the 3 points clear of Team 1, but Team 1 do have a game in hand, let's not forget. But the real outsider, the real one, moving up the side to overtake there is NIP. 21 points, 2 games in hand. That would put them on 27 if they're to win both of those, and they certainly look good for it at the minute. I would happily give them the points in advance at this point in time. MIBR as well, they're chasing hard and could find themselves on 22, levelling things up with Team 1. So it really is all to play for at both ends of the table.
Oh, it is. It is indeed, mate. Some banging looking standings with the way it's shaping up. The season's looking ridiculously competitive. Let's have a look at tomorrow, though, and see how Sunday has been shaping up. Sunday is normally a very explosive portion of the BR6. And based off the games we've got, it is not going to fail to disappoint. MIBR taking on Ninjas in Pajamas. We will see how crazy that game can get. NIP have looked ridiculously exciting based off their performance today, Tim. Ints W7M, that actually could be quite spicy, right? W7M, they've been having a good season. Ints with the upset win over Liquid, that one could be fun.
I think all of these games are going to be interesting. Furia versus FaZe Clan, there could be upsets on the cards there. Of course, FaZe only picking up 1 draw out of 3 matchups so far. Seem to have been in transition a little bit. They showed us some good play in the last play day. We saw KDS and Live switching roles. KDS coming in on the entry fragging Ash, and they certainly had more success with it. But they are there for the taking, Jackie. Furia could well come away with maybe more than they would bargain for from that one. But for me, I think we've got to assign a Goyo game of the day, Jackie. And I don't think it can go anywhere else, can it?
Oh, mate, what are you going for? Where's the money coming in? We saying MIBR, NIP?
It has to be, doesn't it? It's going to be an absolute cracker compared to, it's based on what we've seen today. Surely that is going to be the one. We'll set it on fire for you right now. That's going to be the Goyo game of the day. Mark our words. See, we're not always putting it at the third game. We're bringing it in. We're mixing it up this stage. MIBR versus NIP. That one could be one for the history books. It could be a real classic.
Oh, it really could be. It really, really could be. Cameraman certainly saying that he wants to try and bring the thunder to that opening match. Playday 6, Tim. We're already coming up towards the end of our second week.
We're a third of the way done, Jackie. We're a third of the way through already. And honestly, it feels to me like I've cast Latam twice this stage. It's just been such a blur, so many great results. It's gone so quickly, so fast already that it's like, how are we already a third of the way through the stage?
No, yeah, today's gone like that. It started and it's finished at this point. It feels like we've been doing it on 2 times speed with how fast these games have been. Oh, Tim, more to come though. We are not done yet. Today might be over, but we are merely on pause before we return for our conclusion tomorrow, of course, on Sunday. Any final food for thought before we send this one off, Tim?
Well, we've seen a little bit of a gulf today, haven't we, between teams, particularly in performances. I don't think, for example, NIP and Team 1, there is such a big gulf between them, but certainly in terms of the performances that have been delivered. And really now it's about those teams thinking about the mental game, going away, writing those off or learning from them, bit of both, and then coming back stronger. And I'm sure that both teams will try to do that. But what an exciting day we've got lined up tomorrow. I can't wait yet again. Get me to bed so I can get up and get back into Latam tomorrow.
Oh, it's going to be fun. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be wild and crazy. Please join us tomorrow. Same time, same place, same beautiful faces on your screen, and same amazing people behind the scenes that pull the strings to make this show possible. Producer Simon and, of course, Jacob on replays. Thank you both for a fantastic day. It's been banging. It's been great. The Goyo game of the day has gone down a treat. I hope you've been enjoying that. We got more to come. It's going to be jam-packed, and we will see you tomorrow. Please join us for that one. We love all of you that have been in chat supporting and watching throughout the course of the day. Come back for even more exciting games when we return tomorrow.
No se compara en niveles. Mi modelo de ti tengo 10.000 carteles. Eres icy, espero que no me congeles. Paso a paso demuestro lo que ella tiene. Sin reposo te baila trapeza y reggae. Por si acaso le muestro lo que tiene el nene. Lo que quiero mami, solo que lo tenga. Baila hasta que la noche se acabe. Bailamos salsa y reggaetón. Eres hermosa y a tu cuerpo lo sabe. Que bailas con esa pasión. Si lo haces como eso lo mueves. Yo me imagino eso en acción. Chica, sé que tú tienes la clave. Baila conmigo esta canción. Hermoso, tú eres la mera mera. Me encanta el look de la nueva era. Dile a Mike que ya le encontré nuera. Que esa nena ya es mía, la loca para afuera. Así que tranqui, tranqui, que ella se lo goza con un funky, funky. La beso y brinco como un monkey, monkey. Es tan dulce que le dicen pinky, pinky. Bebé,
eres mi miel, mi Anabel, tu favorito y tu perro fiel. Ese nivel en que te cargas, se te ve tan bonita en esa tanga. Dale, muévelo, muévelo, muévelo. Cuando cuento tres me invita on the floor. Dale, muévelo, muévelo, muévelo. Tú naciste pa' esto, pa' el reggaetón.
baila hasta que la noche se acabe. Bailamos salsa y reggaetón. Eres hermosa y a tu cuerpo lo sabe. esta canción.
El lunes.
Baila conmigo, baila conmigo.
Vamos a darle adelante.
Ya muévelo, 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 muévelo. Los más lunáticos.
El lunes. Vamos a bailarlo.
¿Qué será? ¿Qué será? Dios, párate de mi amanecer. ¿Qué será? ¿Qué será? Por todo yo brindo, de lo feo hasta lo lindo. Tú eres una prueba que el mundo nunca me brindó. Quería casarme, yo tan loco en ilusionarme. Tus besos y tus caricias, la verdad no fue culpable. Todo tiene un propósito y dejarme será solo uno más. Siempre a medias no he logrado encontrar mi otra mitad. El tiempo dirá, el tiempo dirá. Y cuando la encuentre de ti no me voy a acordar. El día que me falte tu piel, ¿qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? No seas parte de mi amanecer. ¿Qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? Ahora con quién voy a compartir todas mis noches húmedas. Ahora quién me va a dar los besos como tú los das. Todo es una ilusión y eso lo verás. Tu alma va a salir pero nunca ni.
Join Face It, Play Siege, win prizes. With 45,000 Ubisoft credits up for grabs every week in the EU Open Cups. Join the action at fce.gg/R6EU.
Y mi inseguridad lo hizo más fácil para ti. El día que me falte tu piel, ¿qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? No seas parte de mi amanecer. ¿Qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? Día que me falte tu piel, ¿qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? No seas parte de mi amanecer. ¿Qué será? ¿Qué será de mí?
Ella lo sabe. Lunes. Lunes.
Va cogiendo el filé. Le gusta la verde, le gusta entonar. Aquí estamos chile. Party, 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 nos ponemos farria. Nos encanta el perreo. Habla mucho, mucho, pero ¿dónde están los haters, baby? Que no los veo. Los dos en la pista, esto se puso feo. Cha, cha. Duro, 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 pam, pam. A le gusta lo malo, lo underground. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Suri no queda al que sea en primer round. Duro, 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 pam, pam. A le gusta lo malo, lo underground. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Siempre
en el party se siente como el ambiente nos lleva a otro lugar. Con perreo se entona, todos estamos head, también en la zona. Solo cuando pone freaky, 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 freaky tona, canta como loca porque se emociona.
Nena, seguro que todos esos shots se pusieron a fluir, yeah. Baila cerquita, pa'lante y pa' atrás, si quieres encima de mí, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. La jeva le gusta lo malo, lo underground, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Su booty no queda al que siempre me around, Duro, 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 pam, pam. La jeva le gusta lo malo, lo underground, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Siempre estamos a la altura, pero perreamos bien down.
Y baila todos los reggaetones y se saben mis canciones como si fueran oraciones en la misa. Tiene carácter de guerrera como todo en esta era, pero conmigo ya está bien sumisa. No es mala mía, si anda sudando. Tú pasas todo el día conmigo aquí gozando y tras. Y no es pa' tanto, esto es una prueba que apenas estoy empezando.
No seguro que todos esos shots se pusieron a fluir, yeah. Baila cerquita, pa'lante y pa' atrás, si quieres encima de mí, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. La jeva le gusta lo malo, lo underground, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Su booty no queda al que siempre me around, Duro, 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 pam, pam. La jeva le gusta lo malo, lo underground, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Siempre estamos a la altura, pero